Coming up on the LCS preview show, we face-check the highlights, ward the playoffs, and break down why Lulu is such a bully. Plus, we reveal the 5 most super plays of Week 8. Don't touch that browser. The LCS preview show starts right now.
Let's turn around the game. Go 4-0 in Super Week. What a win!
Mighty Boom Boom can't take the lead. Arthur, no, he gets out of it. Curse is going hard.
What a turnaround. SK Gaming just wrecked Fnatic.
Cloud9 with the crazy victory. Oh, you could see they just won the game with a single team fight.
In first place, it is Gambit and SK Gaming.
But of course, one player pulled away from the pack. This week's MVP is Reginald.
Oh my gosh,
wow.
Reggie, solo student of TSM, taking a 4-0 Super Week. Reginald coming up big for these guys.
What's up, everyone? I'm Riving 2003, hanging out here in the cozy confines of our LCS studio, along with Joshua Jat Leesman. How you doing this morning, Jat?
I'm doing fantastic. We had 1 week off of the LCS, but now, after some international competition and some rest for some of the guys, they're ready for another big week of LCS.
I know I'm ready, so let's get right to it. Kicking off the LCS preview show with a look back at Super Week 8 of the European LCS, starting with the battle between a Roccat team in Freefall and the men in suits, who were looking to hold on to a share of first place. That matchup proved to be quite a game, both teams entering the game with a 10-6 record, but there could only be one that remained at the top of the table.
Yeah, and these teams always play each other extremely close. This game was absolutely no different. Big turret dive there from Overpow.
7 minutes in, it looked like it was going to be all right, but Overpow coming from mid lane made it happen. 36 minutes in, Gambit gained a little more ground with Alex's play here.
Yeah, and they just held out for so long in this one. They were down 7,000 gold before this fight. Everyone tried to get Alex, but nobody could finish him off.
And that's when you think Gambit has it. Once they start winning the fights, they put themselves in the momentum for the win, but a risky Baron call would put it back in the favor of Roccat.
Yeah, and this was such a crazy game. Look at this. They're up 7,000 gold before this one, but it just goes to show you when there's 95,000 gold on one side and 89,000 gold on the other, the 6,000 difference doesn't really matter. Celavar, in particular, came out huge in that fight with Caitlyn.
And Roccat takes sole possession of first place with that game. The next game we look to highlight, Gambit versus SK. Fresh off their loss against Roccat, Gambit had to take on the red-hot SK.
Yeah, but Gambit's always the team to bounce back, and Diamond, right at the start of the game, was jumping all over the place with Diamond. Check out this kick.
Yeah, he definitely gave the team momentum with this play. A play like this gives everybody enough to keep going the long haul, and the plays just kept getting better in this game from there on out.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Lee Sin highlights throughout these highlights that we showed from Europe because they're getting really good at that Lee Sin, but this last fight was just Gambit overpowering SK right here.
Another 10,000 gold lead coming into this game, and like you said, overpowering indeed. You can see all the way to the back line. Alex, he's kind of creating his own party for himself. Exactly. Distortion's in, double kill for himself. Diamond's Lee Sin, and that was 5-0 and 10, and it was a big difference in that game. The next one we look to highlight, Alliance versus Roccat. One team on the way up and another on the way down.
Yeah, Alliance was just on fire all the Super Week, and a lot of it had to do with just the coordination of the team in general. This play in particular, kicking right into a hook.
Yeah, shook to the hook. Not much better than it can get than that, like Joe said. And you can just see him, a sigh of relief there, and the team would continue. They show their hand here with 3 Vaynes over 2 Kassadins on the full house play, 5v5.
I think Shook could get a little bit more excited. Even in this chaotic team fight, he's able to get a flash kick on Celavar just to make sure no one gets away. And Alliance as a whole was just playing so well in this game against Roccat. You know, Rockat's a team that plays very slow, controlled League of Legends. To sort of take them out in a game matching them in a fairly low kill one like this one was impressive by Alliance.
They were all over them that game. Were able to take out another win for themselves, and good teamwork from Froggen and his Kassadin were too much for Roccat to handle. And we see coming into the matchup is going to be a big one, Alliance versus Gambit, and right off the bat, again, like you said, Lee Sin plays.
Yeah.
Here's Shook.
Oh look, Shook just flashing in and landing the Q from point blank range, making it undodgeable, getting the first blood kill to Froggen on Lulu, very important.
Well, Alex Each would get his revenge, and a little bit of tunnel focus on him gives him the ability to pick up a double kill here, getting out real cheekily.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice escape for Alex, where when you're running away, someone just gifts you a kill so you can get a double afterwards. He's pretty lucky about that one.
At 43 minutes, it was Shook with another pick onto this one. It was on to Genja's Sivir this time, allowing Alliance to pick up 3 kills and push the Nexus this time.
Yeah, and how many times do you have to kill Darien before he's actually dead? Apparently it's 3.
Yep.
And Alliance was able to do it all 3 times in a very close finish here. You can see the gold was very close at the end of this game, but Alliance was strong team play and some hype.
Finishing the Super Week 4-0. We see the next matchup to highlight SK versus Roccat. SK taking on Roccat was going to be that game where they thought, is SK going to keep going? Will they have the tear that they need?
They had the answer pretty early here with Svenskeren coming in at exactly the right moment. No, he didn't save Freddy, but he definitely changed the game right here, getting the Aatrox passive as well as finishing him off after the
A lot of people are just kind of up in arms of how SK has been doing this over and over, but the teamwork and the synergy has just been so strong, and plays like this after a sneaky Baron and just definitive strong play to take back the game. Or not even take back the game, push the game to the end.
They're only 32 minutes in here, and they're just steamrolling over Roccat, and they gained that advantage mainly through objective control and smart play. It was 6 kills to 4 before they steamrolled Roccat here for the win.
Yeah, Svenskeren's double kill in the top lane we saw really set SK on the right path that game. The next game highlighted Fnatic versus SK as they head into their final game of Super Week with a 2-1 mark.
Yeah, and everyone was thinking, hey, maybe Fnatic's completely out of their slump here. Maybe they're playing better this time. But the inconsistency continues to show here. SK, though, in a close match early.
Right, Fnatic's Peke coming up big on this one. You thought he wasn't going to be in the fight, but he shows up out of nowhere on Ari. A little help there, absolutely. We see Fnatic still pushing through 23 minutes into this one. A little bit more roam from everybody coming in. We can see the hook from long range.
Such a long initiation there by SK, and that was really a decider there. Fnatic was trying to disengage after being pushed up too far with too big of a disadvantage, and SK just gains an even bigger lead.
And this is how SK makes these opportunities, Candy Panda, to open up the first kill of the fight and cause Fnatic to just go into chaos.
Yeah, SK right here, more coordinated play. Again, a fairly low kill game, but an early victory for SK, getting the 10th kill there as they dive into the base and closing out Fnatic.
A disappointing Super Week for Fnatic, while SK Gaming finished at 3-1 and earned a share of first place. And after 3 days and 16 games of the European table, sets up like this. Gambit remains tied at the top, with SK Gaming joining them in first place.
After that, it's Roccat and a 3-way tie for 4th place. And then at the bottom, Millennium kind of jumps back into playoff contention thanks to their 2-2 Super Week performance.
But despite Millennium winning 2 games in a single week for the first time all year, the team that made perfect use of the supersized slate of games was Alliance. They turned in the 4th perfect Super Week in European LCS history and leapfrogged from 7th place into a tie for 4th. Now for more on Alliance's perfect week, I'd like to welcome Quickshot to the show. What's going on, Quickshot?
Hey, Rev, I'm doing pretty well. I'm excited to be back in the LCS after the Intel Extreme Masters last week. Looking forward to some more games.
Likewise. So, Quickshot, what do you see as the key to Alliance's Super Week success, and what do they have to do to stay on or near the top of the table for the rest of the spring split?
Well, the way in which Alliance played in their Super Week was very smart. They played patiently, without risk. They executed well with each of their team compositions. But we do have to call out the elephant in the room. They didn't look to be in the greatest of shape against Gambit on the last day of Super Week. And if it wasn't for actually finding a few picks, Alliance may have actually lost that game. What we learned, though, was that Alliance has the individual ability to hold or win their lanes, win the mid game, and if they're behind, they also have the ability to pounce on an opportunity when it presents itself. Gambit gave it to them, they took advantage. But in order for Alliance to keep up their winning ways, they need to stabilize their play and find consistency. It's something that has been sorely lacking all split long, and they have to buck that trend.
Right. And one guy that I have to bring up is the creator of Team Alliance and this week, or the Week 8 MVP, Froggen. Is he still one of the elite mids in Europe, and is his backpack big enough to carry Alliance deep into the playoffs?
Well, it definitely is. You know, Froggen is an immensely strong player, and during Super Week, he played his champions flawlessly. He was finding picks with Cassidy and LeBlanc, he was landing perfect spears with Nidalee. If there is one weakness which I feel Froggen could work on, though, it's his roaming around the map. It's something that Froggen's not very strong at, and he prefers to sit in the mid lane, farm up heavily until he gets items for those mid-game team fights, much like the old Season 2 mid style of play.
Well, we'll get to see real soon whether Alliance is a contender or a pretender as they take on Gambit in our LCS preview show, BF Game of the Week. Break down this rematch for us, Quickshot.
Wow, what a game to kick off Week 9. Now, their head-to-head record in the LCS does sit at 1 win apiece. And with Alliance snatching the game out of Gambit's hands during Super Week, I feel like Gambit will have something to prove here today. Also keep in mind that Gambit will not be happy about their semi-final performance at IEM last weekend, and they'll want to be improving from that. For Alliance, this is a team that went 0-4 in the first Super Week of the splits, and after 8 weeks of hard work, they managed to go 4-0 in the most recent one. But as I've already said, consistency in their gameplay is not something that we come to expect, and we need to see if they can keep up that good form from 2 weeks ago, considering there was a break, and considering Froggen was with us on the analyst desk at IEM, so there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders.
And of course, our BF Game of the Week is just the first of 8 games that will rearrange the LCS table setting. After Gambit and Alliance face off, it's the Super Hot Crew versus Millennium, Roccat taking on Fnatic, and the men of C-Dub battle SK Gaming. Then on Friday, the action kicks off with Gambit fighting Millennium, Roccat taking on SK Gaming, Alliance facing the Super Hot Crew, and finishing off Week 9, it's Fnatic versus the Copenhagen Wolves. And heading into this week's matches, there is one roster change we have to talk about, as the Super Hot Crew will be starting a new mid laner. Quick shot.
Well, this is the first roster swap here in Europe. Super Hot Crew announced earlier this week that Moops would be moving to the bench, and starting in his place would be Selfie. Now, the change comes out on the heels of a split full of struggles for Moops. He had the least kills, the lowest KDA out of all 8 starting mid laners in the European LCS. Turning our attention to Selfie, on the other hand, he's been a substitute for Mecha Makers. He played under the nickname Chuyu until he changed his name to Selfie for his LCS debut today. This is a player that is known for his incredibly aggressive assassin play, and he's got the potential to sort of reinvigorate that Super Hot Crew early game. I want to see if those aggressive champions will work with Impaler against the rest of the LCS teams.
And one of the amazing things about this week's European games is that all 8 of them have playoff implications, since every team still has a shot at the postseason and every squad has a chance for a top 2 finish. Currently at the top of the table fighting for that first round bye is Gambit, SK Gaming, and Roccat. And while Roccat and SK both have been the most dominant teams in the league at one point during the spring, Gambit has been the most consistent. The men in suits are the only European LCS team to win at least 1 game every week this split. But even more peculiar is the rock, paper, scissors effect of these teams in head-to-head games. Gambit is 2-1 against SK Gaming this spring, while SK Gaming has handed Roccat a third of their LCS losses, going 3-0 against Overpower and the rookies. But while Roccat has struggled against SK Gaming, they've dominated Gambit, going 3-0 this spring, including their win during Super Week. Quick shot. Why does Gambit beat SK, beat Roccat, beat Gambit?
This is an incredibly difficult question, but I think the gameplay style of each team is largely responsible for why they can beat their respective opponents. So for an example, Gambit is able to disrupt SK Gaming's patient and slow map play, and this allows Gambit to find advantages and have their lead in that head-to-head. But that patient, controlled style of play from SK Gaming allows them to beat Roccat, who tend to rely on early ganks, early presence. That's their key to victory. And it's Rockat's strength in the early game that allows them to find weaknesses in Gambit's gameplay. And generally when Roccat grabs a lead, they don't tend to let it go. But with so few games left in the split, these head-to-head matchups could actually determine seeding going into the playoff bracket. And it's going to be the teams that find diversity into their play that can mix it up and try to buck these trends that will have an advantage in that postseason and making sure they qualify for the next split.
All right, quick shot. It was great picking your brain. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, the pleasure's always mine, Riv. We'll see you then.
Now, one team that is conspicuously absent from our discussion of the top squads in the league is Fnatic. After winning the European LCS last season and getting off to a perfect start this spring, the reigning champs went on an epic 8-game losing streak. But after a second-place finish at last week's IEM World Championships, it looks like the Fnatic fleet might have righted the ship. Now, for more on the team's run at Katowice, I'd like to welcome Shox to the show. What's going on, Shox?
What's up, Riv?
So you had a chance to speak with Fnatic after their second-place finish at IEM.
Yeah, I did. I did talk to them, and they said that they most definitely got a confidence boost after their performance at IEM, but also that they realized that they really need to buckle down with the end of the season here in sight, because they're still a very inconsistent team overall. They also mentioned that they're having some trouble adjusting to the patch, and while they can beat every team in the EU LCS, they can also fall to any one of those teams, and that a lot depends on if they're having a good or a bad day, and right now, that's just not good enough.
And while Fnatic didn't get as big of a confidence boost from their second-place finish as some would have thought, how are they feeling about Europe's chances against other regions and beating Cloud9 in what's becoming quite a rivalry?
Well, they mentioned that about Europe's performance at IEM, that Europe is not superior by any means. They also pointed out that Cloud9 had some really good games, and that Korea overall has stronger teams than both EU and NA, but that they are not unbeatable, that they also have their weaknesses. And when it comes down to the relationship between Fnatic and Cloud9, Fnatic mentioned there is most definitely a rivalry, but it's a good rivalry. These teams have a lot of respect for each other. They really enjoy playing each other, and let's be fair, it's always good games.
All right, Chalks, thank you very much for the inside info on Fnatic. We'll check in with you again next week.
No problem, Riv.
All right, now it's time for a little bit of whimsy as Jap breaks down the latest mid lane bully.
Yeah, and while Caston was the mid lane insta-ban during the first half of the spring split, the new champ that's probably going to spend a little bit of time in ban prison is Lulu. As we've seen in the LCS and last week at IEM, she is rapidly becoming a mid lane ban and pick priority. And let's take a look at some of the numbers to try and figure it out. First off, if we look at it, we can see Help Picks 280 damage on a 0.4 ratio and Glitterlands 260 on a 0.5 ratio, meaning her whole burst combo would only be about 540 damage without much of a big AP ratio, and that doesn't seem that impressive. But when you add in cooldown reduction of Runes and Masteries and Athene's Unholy Grail, which is the main build on Lulu to start, a Doran's Ring, and then of course the blue buff, you see where the damage is really coming from. Let's take a look at a bit more math now, because you can see with that AP ratio, it's about the cooldowns on this. The AP ratios are factored in too. Help Picks does a bit more damage, but you get 2 Glitter Lances off in the combo, meaning one combo of just getting in range is a guaranteed 988 damage, not counting auto attacks, and that's already a 33% more increase in damage. Let's actually take a look at this in one of the LCS games earlier in the year. Alex just has to look at Cow Chart. He gets the Help Picks on, Glitter Lances him once, and because he has so much cooldown reduction, he can walk away and then throw the next Glitter Lance on top of Cow Chart to finish him off. Just by being in range, he decimated Kale, who is the seemingly bigger burster, but it's actually Lulu. So when you look at the amount she can deal, you can really see how her pick and ban trends have increased throughout the LCS. She was non-existent early, then people discovered that Athene's Unholy Grail build, comboed with the Lich Bane, of course, for extra auto attacks, and she just skyrocketed in the last couple weeks in pick and ban percentages. I expect to see her either picked or banned in the majority of this week's games for sure.
If you're watching Champ Select and thinking, I wonder who they're going to pick in the mid lane besides Lulu, then we might be able to help. Here are the most 5 picked mid laners in the LCS, or as we like to call it, the Insta-Lock. Let's kick it off with the most picked mid laners in the European LCS. Coming in at number 5 is the little lane bully that could, Lulu. And one note, she has the highest win percentage on this list by far. While the king of the European mid lane is the champ who likes to wear lederhosen and drink barrels full of fermented hops. Go figure. It is Gragas. Now, across the Atlantic, the list of top-played mid laners looks like this. Interestingly enough, Ziggs is the only one on the list with a losing record. Sorry, little guy. And tied for first in the mid lane popularity contest is Gragas and LeBlanc. It's hard to get 2 more visually disparate champions. But, hey, opposites attract, especially in the mid lane. So now, it's been a couple of weeks since we've counted down the champs played in the LCS this spring, so we've got a little bit of making up to do, starting with Swain. He was the first to make his LCS debut back in Week 7, followed quickly by Nocturne. That brings us to Super Week, where 3 more champs made their LCS debut in 2014. The first 2 actually made an appearance in the same game. On day 1, CLG picked a top lane Rise for Nien. Dignitas countered that with Jace. Funny enough, the next game CLG played, Rise received his first ban of the spring split. Our final newbie was Jarvan IV. And once again, it was CLG who jumped out of the meta, although it did have cataclysmic results. Now I'd like to take a moment, give a couple shout outs to some people who correctly tweeted that Swain would make or be the next champion to make his way into the LCS back in Week 7. So way to go to @PeterPolansky1 and Sexy Mixa 12. Now, if you think your crystal ball is as shiny as theirs, then hit us up on Twitter and make a guess at who will be the next champ to make their debut. Just remember to mark it with a hashtag LCS preview. Now it's time to turn our attention to the ongoing story of the Purple Assassin who just wants to be loved. The story of Cassidy took a happy turn as the Voidwalker Rift walked out of the banned jail and onto the Rift during Super Week. He was picked 3 times in North America and twice in Europe. And though they were still on the 4.2 patch, we can celebrate the Purple People Eater while he's out on parole. We're just a couple weeks away from hitting the 4.4 patch in the LCS. So I think that calls for a moment of silence one last time. So now it's time to turn our attention to North America and the biggest games from their Super Week of LCS action, starting with the rematch between Team Solo Mid and Team Coast.
Let's get right into these highlights.
So looking at this one, it was a big match coming out last time these 2 teams met. Coast did shock the world by upsetting TSM.
Yeah, and again here you can see Nintendo predicting the flash from Xpecial. He's done this twice against TSM, and again it picks up the first blood.
Yeah, brilliantly timed Vault Breaker. Like you said, doing it again, over and over. It's just the mechanics. But Team Solo Mid got out of that laning phase, and they made sure all the fights were in their favor.
Yeah, and Coast have shown time and time again they're not the greatest in brawly team fights like this, and they tried to force in the jungle here a little bit. It was not the best idea because no one can throw down with TSM in North America as of now.
No, TSM gets their revenge on this game. They move themselves up to a cool 14-3. It's going to be a nice record as they move on. They get Bjergsen back this week as well. We'll see how that works out.
There we go.
Big hug indeed. Everybody's hugging the LCS. We'll get some more out. TSM now up against CLG in the next highlight. This time facing off against their longtime rivals, but the odd one getting caught out.
CLG pulls some really tricky moves at level 1 in these games. Again, they're able to pick up the first blood onto Doublelift, which seemed very scary at the start of this game.
Look at expert flash here at 11 minutes into the game from Doublelift to dodge Condemn and get a long-range one on that one to get a good kill onto Reginald.
Yeah, it seemed like things were looking up for CLG as they try and force this dragon, but this is where things went wrong.
Yeah, the game started to go completely downhill here. Call out over to Pastry Time, the long-range boomerang. He's happy about that one.
Yeah, and then of course, because Link used the wild growth, he didn't have anything to save himself, gets caught with Clippers over the wall, and TSM just steamrolled him after that.
Bouncing back from that early mistake. Wouldn't say nice, but bouncing back nicely. Dig versus Cloud9 is our next highlight. This was a crazy back and forth matchup that was anyone's game the whole time.
Yeah, and right from the start, you could see Dignitas's bottom lane getting the level 2 all-in onto Cloud9. That Cloud9 bottom lane really performed at IEM last week, but that time, Dignitas took him out.
A big Meteos man drop here onto the Dragon, smites it down, and then they are able to take complete control of this fight.
Yeah, crazy, crazy team fight. Just watch how Sneaky was able to stay alive in the back of this one. Ends up picking up a triple kill for himself, even though Caston was the one jumping all around. At this point, it seemed like Cloud9 had seized control.
And who would have thought it, that the B word would have been where Dignitas gets the upper hand in this game. A 32-minute Baron attempt gives them a good hold on the match.
Yeah, Meteos jumped in too late, and Dignitas using Baron as an ally. Good strategic play there to get themselves back in the game. And this one was anyone's game at this point. Dignitas now on the offensive.
And Dignitas trying to do too much too early, falling back on some bad habits, and they put themselves in a spot for Cloud9 to completely take control of the game again.
One clean initiation, 41 minutes into the game, meant everything for Cloud9 there. This was a clean ace for them, and they took that fight all the way across the map and finished off the Nexus.
You can see Dig not too happy with that matchup. A Pantheon for Meteos was huge that game. Next up, XDG versus Team Solo Mid. Reggie taking the stage for the last time, looking to help Team Solo Mid finish with that perfect record. And Zuna did not have fun this game.
Yeah, this was not fun for him. 1, 2, 3, 4 coming in right here. They were just picking on him again and again. Reggie, he had the Ignite on him. I don't really think he needed to hit him with the barrel, but he did anyway.
He did it anyways, one after the other. They wanted to keep solidifying these kills. Lucky for Zuna, there was that one chance when he was able to get out. Actually,
no, Pantheon.
There was not a chance where Zuna got out. It was every time they had his number. Team Solo Mid, 17-4 in that clip, and it was going to be 18-4 when the surrender comes up.
Yeah, what a painful loss that was for XGG, and another dominating victory for TSM, closing out that perfect Super Week.
Dignitas versus Curse, our next highlight. Speaking of retirements, Curse's St. Vicious back to the bench to make way for their new support, Money Fufu.
Who, by the way, is a good Thresh player, timing the Lantern perfectly for that early gank, getting Kiwi Kid down, and really starting this game off well for Curse.
One after the other, I think that will be a complete ban against him. Here we see that Lantern going to comp. He wants to catch the axe. Little Bunny Fufu helping to pop Kiwi Kids on the head here.
And no, Cop was not blind. He wanted to catch his axe before taking that Lantern. And it's a good thing, too, because it gave him just enough damage to finish off Cutie Pie before going down himself.
Curse ends that Super Week, coming in 3-1. Great games for them. Definitely a lot of momentum that they wanted
big
to have
turnaround
with
week
that.
for Curse.
Up next, Cloud9 versus Counterlogic Gaming. To highlight this one, a 13-4 Cloud9 taking on the 11-7 CLG.
And this may have been the most exciting game of North American Super Week just because of how crazy the beginning was. Afromu just chasing down everybody on Cloud9. Sneaky, even through the barrier, Afromu shows why support is so easy.
That last red buff attack really kept them in range. Afromu doing everything he can as a support. As Kobe said, godlike play indeed. And we see here 10 minutes, just Cloud9, or rather CLG could not run away from Cloud9 here.
Gets knocked behind, and even though he tries, he may, with the Dragon's Descent. High, he's a fat man. He can chase him pretty well for some reason. And he finished him off with a barrel.
Some reason indeed. You just got that drunken rage on, and you get to move faster than usual. This huge play, he did it at IEM. He doubles it up and does it here with the double barrel takedown.
Yeah, he didn't even expect to get to. That's why he's got that big smile on his face. But it's like, oh, well, I guess we can win the game now. Big win for Cloud9.
Following in Team Solo Mid's footsteps, they get themselves a perfect week as well. It's pretty nice for two teams in the NALCS. After 16 games, 3 Kassadins, and 2 perfect performances, let's take a look at the standings. Thanks to their 4-0 records during Super Week, Team Solo Mid and Cloud9 have locked in their postseason participation, while CLG is on the way to their first winning split in the LCS ever.
Out of the 4 teams in the bottom half of the standings, Curse is the only squad that won more games than they lost during Week 8, and thanks to their 3-0 performance, they jumped up to 5th place and are now in control of their own playoff destiny.
We have a roster update as well to discuss heading into Week 9. The Evil Geniuses have been forced to make a lineup change due to some visa issues.
Yeah, so Crepo, Snoopy, and Yellow Pete have officially been moved to the bench for this week because they're not actually in the continent. And in their place, they're going to be subbing in Robert X. Lee, a challenger veteran and AD carry, Ken, who was formerly Executioner Ken at support, and then also a relatively new guy on the scene, player named ThinkCard, who will be making his LCS debut in the jungle.
And while EG is trying to keep their postseason hopes alive, Team Solo Mid and Cloud9, as we said, have already locked in their playoff spots.
Yeah, these 2 teams have not only won the first 2 NALCS splits, they have held down the top 2 spots in the NALCS this split as well. And it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. Team Solo Mid can lock in their second top 2 finish in 3 LCS splits with just 3 more wins. If they win 4 more times, they're actually going to equal their win record from the 2013 spring split. And if they run the table, they will match Cloud9's 25-3 record-setting split from the summer of 2013. With Bjergsen finally back in the mid lane for TSM, that is a real possibility. Cloud9, on the other hand, will have to beat CLG and win 3 other times or win 5 games total against any opponent to lock in their second straight LCS playoff bye. And just as a note, so far the NALCS team that has finished first in the standings has also finished first in the playoffs. So, if we believe in trends, the team that ends Week 11 in first place in the standings will be the North American team representing at the All-Stars.
And while Team Solo Mid finally have Bjergsen back this week, so far this spring, the leader of the team, at least statistically, has been their Wild Turtle.
Yeah, Wild Turtle has had an amazing season statistically. He leads the entire LCS in kills, goal per minute, and KDA. He also leads all AD carries in assists, if you can believe it. Also, the fewest deaths of anyone in that role in North America. So, while 4 TSM members have received weekly MVPs so far, Wild Turtle hasn't gotten one. But despite that fact, his game has reached new levels. The last 2 weeks in particular, Rib, have been extra impressive because he has been performing with even more pressure on him since Bjergsen's been out of the lineup.
Well, coming up this week, Wild Turtle will have 2 chances to earn his first MVP as all 8 NA teams hit the Rift twice. TSM kicks off our Saturday action when they take on XTG, and then it's Curse versus Dignitas. Coast facing Cloud9 and Evil Geniuses battling it out against Counterlogic Gaming.
Then on Sunday, Team Solo Mid starts up the second day of games when they face off against Team Dignitas. That's followed by Coast versus CLG, XTG battling Curse, and Week 9 wraps up with Cloud9 taking on the Evil Geniuses.
And while we've talked a lot about TSM and Cloud9's bid for a first-round bye, the rest of the LCS teams are scrambling to secure their spots in the postseason. That brings us to our North American BF game of the week, Curse versus Dignitas.
Yeah, and even though this isn't the battle for the top of the standings, it is still a good game. It is a struggle for these 2 teams to fight for playoff positioning as we hit the home stretch. Curse, they're coming off a 3-1 performance in Super Week. Their new support, Bunny Fufu, looks solid, but so is every new support in the LCS, and he's only had real success on Thresh. Dignitas, on the other hand, hasn't had a winning week, get this, since Week 2. And if the trends continue, they will not have it this week either. Curse as well has owned against Dignitas. Quas has a KDA of 19 against them. Voyboy has a KDA ratio of 10 against Scar and crew. And whether support is Saint Vicious or Bunny Fufu, the team KDA for Curse is impressive against their longtime rival Dignitas.
And with that, it is time to move from the game of this week to the best plays from last week. Let's take a look at the top 5 mind-blowing moments from the League Championship Series, Super Week 8. Coming in at number 5, an itsy-bitsy spider dodges an unstoppable force.
And actually, Peke is not backing off from this one. He's going for it. Oh, unstoppable force got repelled away from by Impaler. Holy moly.
I cannot believe he repelled the unstoppable force. That was incredible timing.
Unreal reactions. Number 4, though, Afternoon just puts on his running shoes and chases down Cloud9.
Coming up with a kill there, but this is bad. Meteos gets the Q and execute down on him. Double it very low here. This could be a double kill for Meteos. Can he get the extra damage down? The red buff is ticking. Red buff gonna take him down, but he gets taken down to the well. Oh my God, Afro still going on. The minion, sneaky, don't shoot a minion. Oh my God, minion's OP. The barrier. Afro moved the Zenith Blade. He wants the piece. He wants it. And he gets the kill!
Afro Move comes out the victor.
Coming in at number 3, a sick Voyboy secures an even sicker
Showing
quadra
up big
kill.
in this fight, looking for Benny now as well. Can they find it? Whimsy onto himself. There's the E, there's the Q. Flash in, it's going to be triple kill now. Can Sheep go down? Stolen away by Cop. Voyboy, can you go for the quadra? And it is Scumbag Cop, steals the penta away. Huge for Voyboy.
So close to a panic kill after sitting out the start of the game sick, but they're back now. Oh man, and at number 2, Nintendo with a godlike prediction on Vi.
Yeah, now they're going to see him. The Flash Flame comes in. Oh, he gets it again.
What in
he
the
did the
world?
same thing to Dyrus in their last game.
Nintendo is pretty much a god.
And coming in at number 1, the play this week gets everyone all shook
I
up.
don't actually know if they really saw each other there, but the Q's going to land. There's the kick. Oh, into the hole. It doesn't get much better than that, I'm afraid. Tab picks up the kill onto Celiver. What a combo from Alliance.
Absolutely beautiful.
And no, it doesn't get much better than that.
They had to know exactly when he was going to kick him back and at what angle. I mean, the fact, it's like they guessed, but they knew at the same time.
Thresh Hook has its own time too. Crazy plays. All right, guys, that's it for this week's LCS preview show. The European LCS is locked and loaded. But before we go, let me say thanks for watching, and we'll see you next week.
Into the hole. It doesn't get much better than that, I'm afraid.
I think Super Hot Crew may have bitten off more than they could chew.
The Nexus is being worked out. They're taking it down. Roccat are going to take the game. It's yet another double kill for Ed Rated. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Week 9 of the European League of Legends Championship Series, broadcasting to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. I am Lee D-Man-Smith, and it's good to be back behind the LCS caster desk alongside Martin de Fischio Lunga.
Now each team only has 8 games left to play in this spring split, and with an all-star trip for the top teams and relegation hanging over the head for the ones at the bottom of the table, there's a lot on the line in this week.
Absolutely, and the standings are incredibly close right now, with only 5 games separating first from 8th place. So let's take a look. In the top place, it is a tie. Gambit and SK Gaming currently up there with 12 wins, 8 losses, and chasing hard is still Roccat with 11 wins, 9 losses.
And now in 4th place we have another tie with Alliance, Copenhagen Wolves and Fnatic. All 3 teams are 10 for 10. 7th place we got Super Hot Crew with 8 wins and 12 losses. And down in the bottom we have Millennium with 7 wins and 13 losses.
So that's what it looks like now. Let's take a look ahead at today's game. Our first match is, well, going to decide that first place. Gambit will be taking on an inform Alliance who has been rising through the ranks. Then it's Super Hot Crew versus Millennium.
After that, we'll move on to Roccat versus Fnatic, and the last LCS match of the day will feature Copenhagen Wolves against SK Gaming. Now remember, after those games, the European Challenger Series begins with the semi-finals. It's Never Give Up versus Departed in a best of 3.
And we will be keeping a close eye on these 5 players who we expect to be making big plays this week. Up first for me, it is Genja. He pulled out some great performances at the Intel Extreme Masters, winning MVP of the tournament. And prior to the finals, of course, that was drawn out, he had some interesting builds, that's to say the least. I'm looking forward to see what Genja will be doing this week. You can see the stats, he did very well. Up next, it is Froggen. We had him alongside us all week in Katowice, and he was MVP for Super Week leading into that weekend. His team performed a perfect 4-0, and he gave us so much knowledge during the tournament. He was dying to get home and hit the game hard and practice for these games.
Now I'll keep the Danish trend going and have Mr. Rales, because he's ranked number 6 on the KDA list in the EU LCS at 4.71. And that's on the 7th place team in the league. But the KDA isn't even the highlight of Mr. Rales. It's actually the fact that we haven't seen him lose his lane or fall behind in CS in any games yet. Him and Mixa are one of the strongest dual lanes in the league, and we need to see them keep their lane performance going, or Super Hot Crew will be in even bigger troubles than they are now. Sasos is my next player. The last few weeks have been shaky for him. We've seen some good games from him, but we've also seen him having issues against the likes of Freddy, which we didn't see earlier in the season. He's very consistent top laner, but I want to see him start dominating the lane again, like he used to do in the early weeks of the split. He has been expanding his champion pool, and we have seen him both play Aatrox and Jax, but not on a high enough level yet. My last player to watch is Selfie. This is the new player for Super Hot Crew who's replacing Moops in the mid lane, and he's formerly known as Chu Yu, who's a challenger solo queue player. And he's very different as a player from Moops, and we need to see if he can actually improve the weak early game from Super Hot Crew, because he loves to play champions like Yasuo and LeBlanc, so I expect to see some new combos out of them and hopefully more pressure in the mid lane.
It's always to get a good look at a Selfie. We'll see how he does this week. And remember, of course, for more info on these players, VODs of past matches, articles about the teams, and much more, head over to lolesports.com. While you're there, click on the schedule link and be sure to pick your winners for all of today's games. We'll be checking in before each match to see how you voted.
And you'll also find information about how to get tickets and join us here live in our Cologne studio to see the teams battle in person. You can find the link at the top of the page, and we of course hope to see you here.
And whether you're in one of the seats behind us right now in the studio or watching the show somewhere around the world, we want to hear what you have to say. So jump on Twitter and tell us, who has been your favorite European mid laner so far and why?
I personally have to highlight a guy like Alex. I love to see him once he gets out of the laning phase, how good he is at roaming around, his team fights as well. And of course his Kha'Zix play against KT Bullets.
Only if he's on an assassin though.
Only on assassin, of course. The Karthus didn't work out too well for him. But remember, we want to hear your answers, so send them to us at LOL Esports and be sure to use the hashtag LCS. And then we'll be reading some of your responses on air later in the day.
So let's get the games underway, ladies and gentlemen. First game of the day, it is Gambit facing off against Alliance, and this is where the battle for first place begins here in Game 1, because Gambit, well, are looking to stretch away from SK Gaming after they went 2-2 during that Super Week. But to do that, they face an inform Alliance who went 4-0 during that Super Week and are currently tied at 1-1 with Gambit. Of course, they come into Week 9 off the back of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championships, which I'm sure you guys all watched, where they reached the semi-finals. Gambit, they had a rough first game against TPA, that's to say the least. But they looked like they were back to their winning ways, tearing through the brackets until they met the KT Rolster Bullets in the semi-finals, who, of course, eventually went on to win the tournament after that backdoor move.
But it was such a classic Gambit start to the tournament against TPA. They had very weak early game picks, and they simply got outplayed in the lanes by TPA, and things did not look good. However, they looked a lot better coming into day 2, because while their laning phase was still weak, the overall early game as a team was much improved. And of course, the team fights and rotations in the mid game are still world class from Gambit, and they proved it once again at Katowice. And looking back at Super Week for Gambit, we have to highlight Alex. He was performing in every single game. Even in the loss to Alliance, he went 7-1-2 as Kayle. And much like the rest of Gambit, Alex is not shining in the laning phase, but his roaming and team fights are close to perfect. And let's not forget his Kha'Zix play again, against KT Bullets at Intel Extreme Masters. He more or less single-handedly kept them in the game and almost made the comeback so they could win the game.
And of course, last week's LCS game between Gambit and Alliance, everything started off well for Gambit. So should they be looking to change anything?
I don't think they actually need to change anything. And I like what they did in the last game, where we saw the power of Aatrox from Darien in the laning phase. Diamond, he went top over and over again to dive Wicked on Aurelia. Because Aatrox, he can tank the turret and just survive with his passive. And Gambit, they really showed their power in team fights as well. They won all the fights until Diamond was caught by Nif around the Baron. Then Alliance took Baron, finished the game all. It just pushed up and won the game.
And of course, Alliance, they finally performed as the European super team that they were created to be during that Super Week, stepping up to a perfect 4-0. However, they will be lacking match practice due to the fact that Froggen was with us over in Katowice, so I wonder just how prepared they're going to be coming into this matchup.
One thing for sure is that every single member from Alliance looked fantastic in the Super Week. We had Wicked and Nif, they got OP Players of the Week, and Frogany took the MVP title with a KDA of 10.75 on 4 different champions. And let's not forget Taps and Shook, who both could have actually received the OP Player title. So we need to be honest and say the entire Alliance team was actually the MVP of Super Week. And one thing Alliance changed was their playstyle coming into Super Week. They focused more on objectives, and we saw them play very risk-free mid-games. And before Super Week, they had 27 dragons. In the week, they picked up 10, which really showed the change of focus onto objectives for them. But they really need to remain on their game, because a loss could jeopardize their playoff chances. 6 of the last 8 games are against teams in the top of the table, including 2 against Fnatic and Copenhagen Wolves, who they're tied with in the tables at the moment.
Well, the pros on both Gambit and Alliance believe that dominating the jungle and mid lane will be the key to victory in today's match.
I think Gambit is they're a bit like us with being a bit inconsistent, because in some matches they have been showing up incredibly strong, and then in other games they have been a bit more slacking.
They have a great mid laner and mid lane and jungle synergy. They both are good players, Froggen and Shook.
I can handle Diamond.
They have a really strange top laner which sometimes plays great on his Irelia or even Renekton.
Ихний ботлайн мне не очень нравится, я не нахожу его, так скажем, сильным, но с другой стороны, не считаю, что они должны что-то такое громоздкое сделать, потому что, на мой взгляд, вся сила в мидерах и в лесниках, поэтому, они у них ботлайн не лучшие, но с них ничего и не нужно.
I think we're evenly matched and anyone can win.
And this actually falls into what we've been discussing a lot during the LCS, is that junglers really can carry the game at the moment. And maybe we saw that with the KT Bullets as well, with, of course, Insect running amok through the European teams.
It's basically actually what we did see, exactly, because Insect, even though he didn't kill people over and over again on the Kazakhs, he was so annoying every single team fight. And when they actually banned it, he just picked Lee Sin, and he was just so good as well.
So good. We'll see how this one goes, though. So let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Gambit Gaming. That means Darian is in the top lane, Diamond is in the jungle, Alex each in the mid lane, Genja as the AD carry, and Edward the support carry.
And on the red side, we have Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, we have Shook in the jungle, Froggen, of course, is the mid laner, Taps on AD carry, and Nif is the support.
So picks and bans going to be getting underway in a short while. What do we expect to see from this game? Because we are on the 4.3 patch. I must point this one out. Vel'Koz is still disabled, but Xerath is enabled now.
Froggen as a mid laner, though, have said very loud that he prefers more mobile mid lane champions than something like a Seraph. So I don't expect to at least see Alliance played. And then I'm a little bit surprised teams in the Super Week didn't actually ban Irelia against Wicked, because he's known for having a very small champion pool. He showed Irelia worked for him, he showed how good he was on the champion, and people didn't ban it. Just kept giving him Irelia, he kept doing well on it. I would actually like to see Gambit banned away. See what else he can play. Is he picking up something like Ryze? Is he playing Shyvana still, a Trundle? And in mid lane wise, of course, Lulu have to be a top prio pick. LeBlanc for both mid laners really love to play it. So I will be surprised to not see at least one of them banned away, but we can see what people decide to do.
Well, we saw last week in the North American LCS, the first time Ryze did get obviously picked and banned away from them. Then again, we saw Leopard going huge with it in Katowice. Do we think it's going to be a big part of this week?
I really feel like Ryze and, of course, Kazakh's jungle are going to be the 2 new picks here in Europe. Sivir, not sure if people actually want to pick her up now. She's been there for a while and Europe haven't caught on to her. These 2 new champions, especially the Ryze, really surprised me. Against Renekton, the funny thing is, I talked with some European teams before Intel Extreme Masters about Renekton versus Ryze. And they all said we like Renekton in this case because he can dash to Ryze, he can kill him. So we like this matchup. Now, Leopard, he showed that Ryze actually beats Renekton in lane and also outscales him. Just poke him all the time. So let's see again if it's just a European Ryze who's not good enough, or it's actually just because we have different kind of play styles here.
And something that became apparent during the Intel Extreme Masters was the jungle, the different styles that players like. Obviously, the Chinese crazy aggression. The Koreans really went aggressive from level 3 onwards in the jungle. That's what the Insect was doing. And of course, you looked at the North American Europe, but we were tending to be farming until about the 6th till we get those ultimates. Till then, we can make the impact on the lanes.
And there's also, again, the junglers we are playing, like Pantheon, Wukong, these kind of style junglers want the level 6 before they really want to start being aggressive. And then you see the styles of Kazakhs, for instance. Level 3, Insect walks into your jungle, just waits for you. He wants to set something up all the time.
So here we go, picks and bans underway. Aurelia being banned out straight away. So Wicked's one main champion that he really dominated Super Week with has been taken away. We see Aatrox also being removed. That, of course, taken off from Darien.
So the top lane matchup from the Super Week where these two teams face each other, gone completely here. Aatrox for Darien is so annoying to play against because Gambit, they play the style where Diamond just constantly dives to top lane if Darien is playing Aatrox.
And LeBlanc, you can see 35.8% ban rate now. Really rose through it. About 3 weeks into the LCS, suddenly became one of the main mid lane champions. Has been taken away from Frog, and Alexic also plays this, of course. But currently, Lulu also taken away. These are all central bans now.
And I'm going to see a fresh ban against Nif, who is so dominant on it in the Super Week. Gambit actually in IEM, they banned it quite a lot. They picked it once, but then disbanded it. We actually see it being banned away here. So I guess we had a pretty good idea about the picks and bans, and it also shows, I guess, in a way that these champions are some of the strongest, at least for these teams.
We do see Elite is still available, Lee Sin still in there. Remember, the rework not gone through just yet. Was a favorite of Diamond, of course. We'll see where it goes. Lucian is the final ban. This may be a Caitlyn pick then.
But Lee Sin is open, and Gambit, they absolutely love to pick it. They've been taking it over Elise. Again, going back to Katowice, they picked it twice when Elise was open as the first pick. Diamond absolutely loves to play it.
That final ban made no sense to me, the Lucian ban, because we've already seen from Genji, he doesn't really care. He's going to build Zephyr on something. Generally, it could be Varus.
Well, if it is Varus, it's easier to lock him up than the likes of Lucian, and you want to bait me into talk about his build. I refuse to talk about Genji's build. However, if they get him to pick the Varus, it's easier to take something like Leona, something like Annie, and try and stun lock him in a team fight and just blow him up. But we do see the Lee Sin as the first pick here for Gambit. Again, they take it over Elise, take it over Evelyn. It is the #1 jungler from Diamond. He can be aggressive early on, and of course he can set up kills over and over again. And also he can really dive well. If he goes up to top lane with Darien, he plays a strong top laner, they can just dive over and over again against Wicked.
Well, we'll see an alliance with their choices. Potential for Nami to come out here, pulling out your old champion there. We'll see how Nif works out for it. We're just waiting to see whether it gets locked in. Plenty of time for this one. Renekton was also being considered along with Evelyn.
So in case they actually want to play Nami, it's another reason to ban away the Lucian. Because if it's a Varus, it's very easy to land your bubble, land your ultimate onto him, apply the slow, and he has no chance. He needs to flash or he will get CC'd. So I like the way they actually lock it in. Nice. That is the reason they ban Lucian, 100%.
So we'll see how good those Aqua Prisons are for Nif. So champions locked in. Renekton, of course, in that top lane. So that's a Renekton for Wicked.
So we actually see him now fall back onto Renekton. He played a lot earlier in the season. And with Renekton, of course, it is the same old story. You need to dominate your laning phase with it. And you need to win it, you need to dive the enemy top laner.
Yasuo being selected here. If you look at the solo queue of Alexic, he's been playing it pretty heavily since we saw the Chinese dominance over in the Intel Extreme Masters. And they got absolutely stomped with by Yasuo.
And Froggen also really loves Yasuo at the moment. Both these mid laners have been playing it a lot, practice it a lot, and yeah, we saw how strong some of the teams at IEM Katowice was with this Yasuo. Always, they just first picked it. They didn't care. They just want to win the laning early game with it and just dominate the game.
You can see Genja unsure in what he wants to pick up. At the moment, he is sticking with a fairly immobile champion, which would actually still suit Nami. But it is Jinx getting locked in for Genji. He has a very good win rate on that champion.
He does, and Jinx is a very good champion as long as you don't get CC'd early on. If you can actually stay in the back of the team fight and just hammer away, if you can get to level 6 in the laning phase, then with your ultimate you have so much upfront burst in the fight. So yeah, I like the Jinx pick, but against Nami, and if this Evelyn is getting locked in, it's very, very scary. You can just gank this bot lane over and over and over again.
So obviously going to be looking to see what the knock-up champions Gambit maybe go with. Kassadin is still open, remember, for Alliance, but at the moment it seems to be the jungler decision with Evelyn potentially getting locked in for Shu.
And again, a combo like this here, you have movement speed onto Nami, of course. With Sivir, pop the ultimate, you speed up everyone. And if you log in the likes of Evelyn to also engage with her ultimate, you have such a good combo to just pile onto Gambit here. And that's one of the things Gambit really needs to be careful for when you have this Jinx, because if you get overrun, there is no escape for you.
Sivir is locked in that Sivir-Nami lane. It seems like it will be, so that's their duo partnership. I wonder what support Edward's going to pull out here. Will it be Annie? Annie's still on the cards.
Annie would be a nice pick. Nami is a very squishy support. You can really burst her down easily, especially again at level 6 mark when you have the likes of Jinx. But a Karma here, I really love this because look again on the Alliance side, you have movement speed onto Evelyn, you have onto Sivir to the entire team, you have movement speed on Nami, so much utility onto Alliance side, so if you have Karma, you can at least try and counter it a little bit and try and disengage with it.
See whether it gets locked in. Olaf also being considered for that top lane. We saw a very strong Olaf from Leopard at the weekend. We'll see whether it's bled through into Gambit's team comp thoughts, because it's not really a champion that you'd expect to see Darian on, but actually, when you think about it, that Ragnarok fixes his playstyle very well. We did see him playing a lot of Shyvana. Had some great mechanics on that one, on them top turrets.
And what I like about Shyvana is you provide another knock-up for Yasuo to activate his ultimate. Olaf has nothing to give. So with this pick, we have seen this matchup in the top lane over and over again. Renekton is supposed to win early, but with some good help from Diamond, honestly Sin, they can actually turn it around in favor of Darien and simply outscale the Renekton. And then with this teamfight combo here, if they get the engage going, if Diamond goes in, kicks someone back, Yasuo onto the target instantly, they will be able to burst down this target, pop the passive onto, of course, the Jinx, and then you can either chase or disengage with the likes of Karma, speeding up your entire team.
Well, Shyvana with that ultimate has a... Darien does have a habit of getting caught out a little far up lane, as does Wicked.
He likes
fairness, both these two top laners are a similar composition, but look at this. Karthus was left open. We know for a fact, because we just spent a week with Froggen, this is by far his favorite champion.
Yeah, I don't think Froggen can explain enough how much he loves Karthus, and according to him, you can pick it into everything. There's no counter picks to Karthus.
I can tell you now, he spent 2 hours debating with Hai in the hotel lobby about LeBlanc versus Karthus. It took me to come along to rescue Hai. Hai looked exasperated by the end of it, but they have switched it their way. They've gone with Kayle.
So what I like here about the Kayle pick is the fact you have so much single target damage from Gambit. The combo is all about kicking in a target, Yasuo ultimate from Jinx, explode the first target. Kayle completely destroys it from Alliance side here. And if you look on the side of Gambit again, so much physical damage. Going into the late game part, if Alliance are stacking armor onto Renekton, of course, we can see a Sonya's onto the likes of Kayle, and in general just go a lot of armor items, Randuin's Omen, of course, on Evelyn. It's going to be very hard for Gambit to kill them, unless they get ahead early on, they get a good lead, and they can really start using this pick combo a bit. And again, Alliance, I love their team combo. It is so good. It has everything. Look at all the movement speed they have. They can rotate the map so fast. They can start fights. They can back out of fights if they don't want to go for them. And just this Kayle lock in here should destroy Yasuo at least when the fight starts, because he's just going to ultimate the target he jumps onto.
Well, we will see how this one works out. You've seen the teams. We want to know exactly what you guys at home are going to be thinking. Quick start. Who do you go with?
I'll give it to Alliance, unless Gambit will win the early game and just snowball with this combo.
We'll see how this works out. As we begin these games, let's check out your predictions. According to LOLesports.com, 75% of you believe that Gambit will be taking the win. That's a big vote considering Alliance's awesome form last weekend.
Yeah, it's a very big vote actually. Let's say 55-45 to Gambit, just looking at the two teams and also Gambit's performance at IEM. But combo-wise, I'll give it slightly to Alliance.
I want to know what your thoughts are. Obviously, you've been in this position before as a pro player. Alliance have had a week off.
Yeah.
Gambit have had a week at a tournament. Who is going to be better prepared for this game?
Actually, it's really, really hard to say, because obviously, of course, Gambit now played against a few different play styles. They can maybe pick up a few things from it.
They made some adjustments coming into this. Yeah.
That the European teams are not ready for, because they didn't play against these international teams that Gambit did. So they will have the advantage on that part. But then Alliance have had more time to practice and just focus 100% on this game. But of course, Gambit had used a lot of focus and time on preparing for IEM. Alliance didn't have to do it.
Well, we'll see how it works out, ladies and gentlemen, as we go live for Game 1 of the week. And of course, Gambit versus Alliance. Gambit currently tied top of the table. Nif just sidestepping the shot from Edward there. And of course, Gambit, they could take themselves sole first place. Of course, that's until SK Gaming play later. Alliance, who themselves are tied for 4th place, could maybe try and sneak into that 4th place all on their own.
And let's look at these lanes early on here. Top lane wise, of course, Renekton will be in the advantage early. Mid lane, it's going to be fairly even. Alex should be able to farm, but we need to remember, of course, the wind wall does not block the auto attack from Alex when he's activating, or from Froggen, sorry, when he's activating his E. So he will be able to harass him all the time unless he's jumping around through the minions from Alex's side. Bot lane wise, I really like the early aggression you can do with this Jinx and this Karma. Like, Karma early game is so strong. You have so high base damage, where Nami provides very little amount of damage. It's more CC and a small heal.
We'll see how it works out at the moment. We're watching everybody stand off in those early lanes. Remember, we're in the 4.3 patch. They can place the wards now, not like the 4.4 where it's down to a 2-minute marker. We'll be getting to that one in a week's time, I believe that will be. But as it stands, we are having a full-on standoff. Genja's going to see Nif coming down that river. I don't think he's going to allow him to pass.
And of course, we have the early Ruby Crystal from Nif. We need to remember here in 4.3, it costs 400 gold now. Instead of the 475 it used to cost. So you can start with it, get the 2 potions, be very tanky when it comes to the lane, and you can get an early side stone, sell your trinket ward, switch it into a sweeping lens, so then you have a lot of vision control.
And that spell piece edge, we'll see if that gives any benefit. Edward's going to be accurate with his shots. It's his Q. I can never remember the damn name of that thing. It is the Inner Flame, of course. That's the one it is.
And we see actually early on here in the lane how Gambit moves up through the minions here, taking full control early on, because again, Nami provides nothing in the first few levels. You're just a CC machine, very little on a very small heal you have. It costs a lot of mana, so full control for Gambit here early on in the lane. Will get the early level 2 as well.
You can get a lot of damage down if you can land that Aqua Prisoner with the boomerang hovering over, which is what they're going to try and look to do. But as it stands, you can see the passiveness and the combo that can come out again onto Tabza. Nif doing a good job though, he'll go up straight away.
And this is what Gambit will do all the time here. And then we need to see if Diamond decides to go up top lane to help Darren early on, or if you want to come down towards mid lane, make sure Alex can farm. Because Shook, this is standard alliance. He's always ganking mid early, and let's see.
Sneaks around, but Alex spots him early, but he does get a good burst of damage. And remember that red buff still ticking, but Diamond's now coming around the mid lane. Can he jump on towards Shook? He will not land the Q, and Shook will just step away.
So Diamond actually moved from his blue buff up towards top, but then he saw Evelyn and he moved back into the mid lane where Evelyn was ganking. And Alliance, every single game, they will gank the mid lane early.
Yeah, that was the flash, of course, burn though for that jungler. So we do see Gambit trying to take advantage of that one. Diamond straight into towards the wolf camp. He knows that Shook has gone north because he saw the vision of it. And that does mean he can steal away that jungle. We'll see whether he makes a move on towards his bottom lane.
And now the lack of flash onto Shook might force him to just farm up till level 6 before he can do anything. And Diamond, he's still staying around this mid lane here. Can he try something? Because Froggen is pushed far up in the lane.
He's pushed far up, but he's got a giant stack of minions with him, so it would be a dangerous play for either of them to go for it. Alex Hitch hasn't got that wind force built up. He does manage to go in towards it. Diamond again does not land his kick, but he will put a big chunk of damage down on towards Froggen. This time he does manage to get that wind on towards him, but really not going to do much about it.
But the very nice juke from Froggen actually meant he could save his flash here. He didn't have to use it. Wasn't enough damage onto him. And now back into his bot lane. Early CS lead for Genja here. Doing really, really well together with Edward and just poking onto lines all the time.
Speaking of CS, check out that top lane. Darian is doing a fantastic job up against Wicked right now. This is a lane he should not be winning in early on here. Diamond is going to find Shook. He wants to step away from that one. Does take a hate spike in the back there. Does manage to land the kick and goes in for it on towards Shook. The two mid laners finally are going to react to this one. Who's going to come out best? Diamond's in all sorts of trouble. Has to flash into the Dragon Pit. He's going to get closed off. His bottom lane's pushed in. Alex H, meanwhile, he dives on towards Shook. The Ignite's being used up there. Puts the wind wall down. Doesn't quite manage to land the shot. Turns onto Froggen. Froggen's going to turn it back around. He gets himself first blood. Diamond is going to back away from this one. Froggen walks away, no problem.
And Alex decided to flash onto Shook here, trying to get the kill on him, and then Froggen just came in and took the first blow onto him. So very nice start from Alliance and very aggressive play from Shook. Despite having no flash, still went 1v1 against Lee Sin early.
Well, Darren in his top lane is keeping up close-ish in terms of farm. He just took a big chunk of damage, as you saw at the end of that play. He did start off with that Doran Shield, and this is something we've seen develop, and this is what we actually expected to see a lot of in 4.3. Of course, that Doran Shield did take a bit of a hit in the 4.3 patch, which is why we can see Wicked went with that Doran Shield, Blade, went aggressive in lane.
Yeah, it really shows the difference in these two champions early on. Renekton wants to push up the lane, he wants to fight early. Look at here, Diamond coming in, Wicked wise enough, just backing off, not risking anything here. But yeah, the Doran's Blade on Renekton is signaling, I want to fight, I want to push the lane early, I want to win it. Doran Shield is actually one of the only options you have against Renekton, because you want to stop some of the damage. You could potentially go Cloth Armor into 5 potions, but I don't feel it's as good.
Doran's Blade's coming out everywhere from Gambit right now, and of course the lack of ability power may well hurt them later on in the game. We'll see how that affects them. You can see Doran's Blade stacking all over. So it's the triple Doran's build for Darien in that top lane that Freddy started off many weeks ago.
full-on lane control build. He just want to make sure he can survive the early game, get the farm he wants. And Shook, he's once again near this mid lane. He's only level 4 to the level 5 of Diamond, so he's very focused on ganking and not on farming.
I'm just going to wait for Alex Hitch. He's actually close to level 6, not quite there yet. Froggen's going to be more ahead because, of course, he got that kill on towards him, and that's why you can see that big burst of aggression, and Froggen going very aggressive onto Alex Hitch. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, we see Gambit continuing to push in.
Just constantly pushing up. They will get a lot of damage onto this turret every single time they get the wave in if they follow up. Of course, they need to be a little bit aware of where Evelyn is. But once, or as long as there's no level 6 onto Shook, it's hard for him to actually lock them down unless we get a bubble from Nif.
Well, Genji was obviously feeling a bit of pressure in that bottom lane. The fact that he went with that second Doran's Blade along with a longsword. Meanwhile, of course, Vampiric Scepter for Tabs. So Tabs technically ahead in terms of build between these, despite the fact he is slightly behind in terms of farm. Nif's going to get poked on there by Edward. Just that's all they're going to get.
And we need to see here if Genji decides to go with the build from IM Katowice, where he always went Infinity Edge, into Cutlass, into Zephyr, into whatever weird items he could find. So let's see actually if he decides to go this route, or he decides to build more standard at least. Maybe a Bloodthirst on to Jinx.
Darian just placed a ward over on the red buff. We'll see whether that gets followed up on by Diamond perhaps, or whether they're just simply keeping those deep ward vision of Shook, because Shook of course going to come into front lane, maybe try and save himself money on that pink ward. Edward goes aggressive, gets the stun on towards Tabs and puts a good bit of poke on with the inner flame, but they are going to step away from this one. They do see the river, and Diamond is heading towards that red buff.
Yeah, because the red buff spawned here. Either they're going to take it straight away, so he actually does decide to Sonic Wave it, so they want to try and take it before Evelyn is there, or they can wait, let Shook start it, and then they come in behind him and just kill him while he's doing the red buff.
Well, Shook's going to sneak around, he's going to find it's possible, and Froggen comes straight in towards that bush, use that speed buff, manages to jump away there, Diamond. And Alex Hitch wasn't quite close enough to contest this one. Aqua Prison catches on Genja, quickly turned around by Edward though, putting the poke down, the barrier comes out. Ooh. Tab's getting caught by the chompers, the ignite was used by Edward, and that forces him away. And now Edward, he turns back on towards Nif. Genja though, not really wanting to back this one up.
And now the Alliance bot lane are really starting to fight back here. Very good bubble onto Genji. The ignite was there, forcing his flash. The sap did miss from him, so they didn't get all the damage onto Tabs they wanted. And now Evelyn towards top needs to be careful because Diamond is coming in as well.
They're going to go for it, Darren. He has got Dragon Descent available. As soon as he pops out, there it is. He tries to get away from this one. He's got a safeguard from Diamond, just running defensive duties. He's going to go into it from Wicked. He has got Dominus still running here, and they're going to try and push Alliance back.
And if Wicked didn't flash here, he would have died because Diamond would have his ultimate to just finish him off there. So good flash by him, and very nice counter gank by Diamond, beating where Shook wants to go.
Good counterplay between the two, but Wicked, as expected, did build up a big CS difference in that top lane, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on this tower right now. We see Shook, he can't stick around, he's going to go and take away his golems, which means Gambit are going to put a lot of pressure on towards that tower.
This is perfect for Gambit. You get some gold onto Darren, you make sure he can get some farm here, and of course you give gold to the rest of your team. So very good for Gambit. Once again, it's the counter gang from Diamond that sets everything up. This is why he absolutely loves Lee Sin.
So, 9 minutes into this game, first tower goes down. It is in the top lane. See whether that frees them up or not. Froggen, he's going roaming, heading down south. He's going to be looking to either go towards the bottom lane or maybe a red buff. Oh, Edward, he's in trouble. He needs to be backing away already. The pressure on him. Oh, that boomerang blade almost certainly was signaling. No. The wave will not follow, but Froggen's going to walk in and get himself a very easy kill there on Edward.
I have absolutely no idea why Edward decided to stay with his turret. He had no chance to wave clear because he was so low, and you saw Alliance there. Bot lane just almost killed him by himself, so I'm not sure why he stayed around. I guess he was just waiting for Genji and trying to wave clear.
We do see Alex Hitch keeping that pressure on, but Shook runs active guard duty and clears out the wave. So Alex Hitch is going to go back. We'll see whether he goes towards that static shiv. That's the build you generally tend to see on the Yasuos, the static shiv into Infinity Edge, and then generally, well, you can do what you want because you've got a pretty strong build undergo. This top lane, this is what I'm really interested in, see how this battle continues. We see the Tiamat now on Wicked. He's at 96 farm compared to 70 of Darien, but that's not too bad when you consider Shyvana will start getting stronger now. We're only up to the level 8 marker.
Exactly, this is just fine for Shyvana. We have now the Chain West onto him as well, so he's going to stop a lot of the damage from Wicked, who's been building up towards this Hydra, so he wants to focus on wave clearing very fast, possibly even rotating then down to the mid lane after he pushes out the lane, and also he wants some more upfront damage towards the Shyvana. But Darien will outscale him. There will be, in 10-15 minutes time, at least 15 minutes time, we will see Darien starting to win the 1v1 and force Wicked out of the lane.
Would put him poke on towards Tabs, but Tabs catching Genja with his boomerang blade. Looks like Diamond's not going to get involved in this one, and actually we do see Alliance making a move down river. They could be heading towards that dragon. It seems they will.
And Gambit really need to be careful in case they decide to fight, because Darren is actually around his mid lane so he can join in, but there's no flash onto Genji. He's an easy target for Alliance to lock down. Will Gambit be there in time, or will the dragon go to Alliance guard it?
Very quick dragon there, but they may well try and fight this one. Darian walks straight into 4 members of Alliance, uses that dragon descent and goes very deep on this one. Didn't really have the backup of his team. They finally arrived, but that was a little aggressive stuff from Darian, and it's left his top tower exposed to Wicked.
Yeah, and the rest of Gambit, they weren't in a position to follow up. Only Alex was there, but he couldn't ultimate onto the ulti from Darian, so he couldn't really join in the fight. And as you said yourself, Wicked getting a lot of damage on this top turret, already down to 50%. Next time Darian decides to roam away, he can take it.
Could have done without taking those 3 tower hits over there. I feel Wicked going a little too aggressive maybe. Nif may well get caught out here. They're going to put the burst damage down on him. He's used the ignite, but the rocket completely missing there. There goes the wave. Genja's going to be riding that one. Diamond is going to try and move around the top, but it is all covered by wards.
Now this rocket would have killed Nif, but if you just go back to the dragon, what we saw from Alliance was very smart decision, because the bot lane from Gambit were not in a position to join. Also, Diamond had recalled to base, so he couldn't join in as well. Instantly, they just went 4 members to the dragon, and Wicked just stayed in the top lane. Even though Darren was missed, they didn't care. They just started it. So very smart and fast decision by Alliance.
Diamond tries to turn an advantage in that bottom blue buff, but we do see the top lane. Froggen coming in on towards Darren. Dragon Descent will be back available, but they are going to push towards him. Where is Darren going to run to? We saw him making some impressive runs at the weekend. Not too sure he's going to be allowed to get that far away. Froggen will land that slow on towards him any second. No! Needs to use his own speed buff. He will finally catch him because he's got the extra boots on towards him. There we go. Now he can turn the damage back on towards Darren. He's going to be able to do nothing about this one. It's a second kill for Froggen.
And Alex weren't able to push up the mid lane because he actually walked towards the top lane first, trying to save Darien. So instead of him running towards mid lane, trying to push it out, nothing happened against him. But now Diamond in the bot.
Diamond manages to land the kick, the Sonic Wave on Nif. We can see Genja. He's going to be picking up the kill. It was not, it was Diamond. I'm pretty certain he wanted to give that one across to Genja, but I think the Red Buff stole it.
A very easy gank from Gambit. We see the pink ward here in the tri-bush from their side, so they knew at least Diamond could run into the river, being not spotted at all, and then it was too late for Nif to do anything once he actually saw him on his own ward.
Big problem starting to develop here for Gambit. The fact that Froggen has got all those 3 kills. You can see his item build really starting to stack up here. Genja does take himself that bottom turret. Meanwhile, the top turret went down. Wicked putting pressure on towards that one. So it is 2-1 in terms of turrets for Gambit. But you see this mid turret, Froggen putting pressure on it. He has got Shook coming. Wicked's heading down the bottom. They're not going to take it this go, but you can see they're starting to put pressure. Diamond's going to come around. He's got to be careful. He's got a giant crocodile behind him. And now Edward. Oh, where are you going to go? He gets caught out by the slow Shook. Doesn't quite catch the speed on him, though. And Edward does escape.
And now Darren is coming down here. A lot of members now. Diamond actually being the one to try to catch out.
Oh, Aqua Prism was used. Dragon Descent from Darien. They're going to try and turn this fight around. Is it a fight they want? The rocket already being used by Genja. They don't really have the damage to pursue on towards the tower, though.
Don't have the damage, and they don't have the crowd control either to lock down this Alliance team, so they can just back out whenever they decide to. Everyone is having so much utility, so much move speed to just disengage the fights. That's also why they can actually play so aggressive. And we might even see more fights here because now Taps is joining in with ultimate.
Very aggressive stuff from Gambit here. Diamond is off at the side. He can safeguard to Edward, which he will use to escape there. Nif doesn't really have the mana to go aggressive on them, which he probably was thinking. And that red buff will go back across the shoot.
And let's see now how Gambit decides to play this, because they have obviously lost the top turret now. They lost the first dragon. Laning-wise, they're doing well on farm. They're actually winning at least bot lane and mid lane here, so that's very good for them. But they need to be careful against this Alliance combo once we get to team fights, once we get to the mid game, because it is so scary to deal with, and they need to make sure they are ahead because they're full physical. Once we get armor items onto Alliance, it's going to be so hard for them to actually kill them unless they have some armor penetration. And look here, Genji actually having the Cutlass.
Gone for the Cutlass. We'll see where he goes with that one. At the moment, the Chompers have been thrown down. The call onto Froggen. He's not really too worried. There's the Aqua Prison and Edward. The burst coming out from Froggen is too strong, and it's the 4th kill of the game for Alliance and Froggen.
And Gambit is just handing the kills over to Froggen here. Once again, they're way too overextended. Good bubble from Nif. Easy kill for the Kayle now. 4 kills onto Kayle. And we know what a late game monster she is.
That has to be a worry for Gambit. They can't let this one go. They're not literally getting the kills on Alex Ditch. Alex Ditch has got that static shift built up now, but he's been off on his own. He's farming down the lanes, and he's getting good farm but unfortunately for him, his mid laner is being fed up here. Darien and Wicked, they're continuing to go back at it. Wicked still feeling he has the better of Darien, forces him away. Shook is coming up here though, on towards this one. Wicked trying to bait it as long as he can, but I think Shook may well get spotted.
And the good thing for Darien here is he's getting so tanky he can actually farm the wave and then back off. He will take some damage, but he can still always back off. And Froggen here, down in the bot lane, 2 members from Alliance, and Diamond going in.
Sonic Wave does go in towards him, he gets the kick, that shouldn't be enough. Intervention being used by Froggen, but he will finally get taken down by Alexic. A good shutdown bonus for him. Tabs on towards Genja, not going to be quite enough.
Beautiful combo. We see Diamond coming over. He kicks and instantly you see Yasuo ultimate onto Froggen, just taking him down so much single target burst damage.
And this is a lot of damage on towards his turret. Only Shook able to try and defend this one. Not too sure he's got enough. He's going to have to use that ultimate. He tries to come around, tries to poke down as much as he can. All defensive duty. He does put a lot of damage down onto him, but to be fair, and they're going to try and pursue. Nif is coming around that wave. He's never going to catch on towards them. The wind wall completely blocks it.
And notice again, wind wall here, pop it onto the wave, he just instantly stops it. Instantly. It's a very good use of wind wall from Alex. The wave wouldn't have caught anyway.
And great timing on that Dragon for Gambit this time around. Remember, Alliance picked up the first one. They have full timing. They are going to come around and try and pick this one up. At the moment, though, the pressure is on the mid lane.
Yeah, Alliance is actually in a better position because 2 members from Gambit have to run from the base. It's only Shook from Alliance coming down here. We might see the first big team fight. Vision-wise, both have a pink ward in the same bush.
Edward is completely separate from the team, and Darian's getting pursued upon. Dragon Descent being used. He jumps in towards Nif. Not really got the team with him, though. He's going to have to flash away, and Wicked goes deep on this one. Picks up the kill, and just slides on in towards the Dragon Pit.
So very nice use of the Sivir ultimate from Tabs, starting the fight when Darien is out of position and the rest of Gambit is not nearby. They are still pursuing Alliance away actually, and Diamond going deep on this one. He takes way too much of damage, and Froggen gets himself a 5th kill. He is on a mission. Now, Diamond safeguarded into the face of Wicked, instantly just got stunned and just killed. And again, Gambit were only 4 members. I'm not sure why they tried to engage the fight.
Yeah, Alexic back down the bottom, farming out the wave. He is coming back up here, but they're not really going to be able to do anything about this one. He's looking to see whether he can try and throw that ultimate to a squishy target, but instead, Alliance get themselves the 2nd dragon of the game.
And again, good use of the combo from Alliance. He is starting the fight when they knew that the 5 members from Gambit were not nearby, just went straight onto Darien and took the kill. He actually decided to jump into them, making it a little bit easier for them, but still, they managed to pick up the kill, and we saw how good the Sivir ultimate is.
So, 5 kills for Froggen. Pointing down one to watch, and he's getting Lichbane almost completed. Gambit, they are starting to fall away from this game. You've got to be careful they don't let it snowball in towards Alliance's favour. At the moment, it is a 3,000 gold advantage now, equal in turrets, but Alliance seems to have positional advantage over Gambit every time they get into a fight.
Yeah, the positive thing though for Gambit, as we talked about earlier, is the fact that Alex and Genji have been able to farm so well, so they will be getting some early items. They will get, once we get into the 25-minute mark, some of the strong items. The Infinity Edge for Alex, of course, is very, very important. We're going to see what Genji, he's actually building towards Infinity Edge himself. I have to disagree with the build. When it comes to Jinx, so you want more upfront burst damage, and of course, with your 2nd item possibly being a Blade of the Rune King, you don't get any extra crit to supply your Infinity Edge.
And what do we think of Edward going full Spell Thieves upgrade to the Frostfang? The Frost Queen? Frost Queen's Claim, it's the exact name for it. I mean, that's... Well, we always wonder whether the top upgrade is too far on that item.
Well, what he can do with it is use it to disengage. Once the Sivir ultimate is popped and run towards it, you back off with your team with your own mobility on Karma, and you just fire the the Queen into the face of them and slow them down.
He does get the slow on towards Wicked, but all they're going to do is take the pink ward and push away on that one, keeping Darien fed. And something we've always heard from the Alliance team members is if Wicked wins his lane, he's far more vocal, far more receptive in terms of team fights, and can go aggressive. Oh, Alexic, he won't see Shook here.
I love to play from Shook here. He just walks down with him. Froggen, he overextends on purpose. He wants Alex to jump him here, and then Shook would just join in and turn the fight around. But again, back to the item from Edward. I would actually like to see Talisman when you're against such a mobile team like Sivir. It's going to help you out, even though you have your own movement speed buff. The Talisman always helps.
They are still continuing, and Shook living as the shadow of Froggen as they come around for this one. Diamond is also there though, so let's not get carried away in this one. It could be a close exchange. Froggen gets caught. doesn't get dived on by Alex. The ward was there, and they are looking to go aggressive, but they've got to realize if Alex is staying around, he uses the intervention early on to defend that damage, and there's just so much on Alex Hinch there, they just couldn't counter it. And now Diamond, he's going to get caught out. He gets the kill on Froggen, but he will go down to Shook unless he manages to pull out for Great Escape. One more kill, and that will be Shook.
And Froggen, he blocked so much damage with his ultimate once Alex went in there, so they got so much damage onto him. And when Froggen actually lost the ultimate, he was still healthy enough to just take the kill. Yes, he ended up dying, very nice by Diamond, but then Shook could just pick up the kill. And he can now push this bot lane, while the rest of Alliance keep the members of Gambit in check.
Meanwhile, we did see Darian continuing to put pressure and actually starting to win out the fight against Wicked now. Shook will take this bottom turret though. That's going to give Alliance the turret advantage and continue that gold advantage. It's going to be now a 4,000 gold in the plus for Alliance, and they can keep that pressure on. That top turret though is getting really harassed. Darian, is he going to stick around too long? He will back away. Good use of time.
But Darren, he's doing an absolutely fantastic job pushing down Wicked all the time, even with the early Randuins, so he's having a lot of armor. Of course, some of the damage from Shyvana is magic, so that's where the Randuin's Omen won't help. But Darren is doing a fantastic job just pushing in the wave and getting all the farm in. Now, he might be caught.
Alliance are going to try and push on towards this one. Darian, will he get the stun onto him one more time? And Froggen will catch up the moment it's on there. He's going to use that burnout. Can he get the run? The stun comes out from Wicked. It's going to be enough. There's the slow, and Darian goes down. Meanwhile, Alex Hinch and Shook, they're going at it in the bottom lane. Shook's not going to be able to survive this one though. Alex Hinch is putting damage down. He's going to try and turn it back around, but Diamond comes in to save the day and lands the Sonic Wave.
And Diamond has been doing a fantastic job staying with Alex all the time. Every single time Alex is in issues, he's there to try and help. Picks up another kill for himself. He's on 3-2-1 now, has to score, so he's doing a very good job. Darian though, he tried to recall up top and Wicked just went into him and stopped him, and then Froggen joined in. Pick up another very easy kill for him.
Oh, they're going aggressive. That's going to be on the hunt use. They're trying to catch on towards Diamond. He's got nowhere to run. He gets caught out. The Aqua Prison is nice. And Tabs gets himself the kill.
And another reason why in Korea they absolutely love Sivir. If someone is out of position, you pop the ultimate and you just chase them down, and there's nothing they can do.
Edward now, he's running for his life. He's got Genja in support, but you can see Alliance, they're trying to use positional advantage, bully him away from that mid lane, but Genja is there with support of Alex.
Now, looking on the minimap, we have the Dragon coming up in 1 minute. The vision control for both teams are very poor. We don't see any pink wards. We have very little amount of green wards actually, so nobody's really getting the control and can then catch out the enemy. We've just seen people overextending up in the lanes and then being caught out over and over again. Goes for both teams, by the way. Now, 40 seconds onto the Dragon. Let's see if Alliance, with the pink wards here and with a deep ward into the jungle on the red, if they can set something up.
Well, they try and pull that red out with the Boomerang Blade, which they will do. They've got Shook there, so they'll be able to take this one down in no time at all. But it does reset itself, and Edward is lying in wait. The rest of the Gambit coming in towards this one. This may be a mistake by Alliance, and they're going to back away.
Yeah, Froggen is down in the bot lane. He wouldn't be able to join, so wisely enough, they don't take the fight. But let's see here if Gambit actually wants to contest this one. We see Darren already moving here from the top lane down, so I expect a big fight.
Well, Alliance are all splintered at the moment. They are starting to regroup over towards that Dragon. Edward's trying to get some poke, and he does land it on towards Tabs there. Remember, he gets that ability power bonus. They're going to try and separate Nif here. Nif having to just dash away from that one, defend on this turret while the rest of Alliance rotate in.
And let's see here. Getting the wave pushed out so they can actually get some wards. So very good play by Gambit. Getting control of this river area before that you actually start the Dragon means that you can set up the wards here. You can try and get a catch. So like what they're doing with pushing out the mid lane first. Let's see Alliance, so they're moving the very smart and safe way into the river. And they're ready to fight.
Edward doesn't quite land that slow. He doesn't get the poke, and now Gambit have been separated. On the hunt being used to chase down the target. It seems to be Edward they're going to find, but a good slow from Edward turns it back around. Darian tried to sneak in around the back. Genja pops a cork on towards Froggen, doesn't quite land it. And it is going to be the Dragon being pulled out by Gambit. They are going to resist.
Still, four members have ultimate from Alliance here, so they can still fight. Only the ultimate from Taz was used. Let's see if Gambit wants to try and contest. Genja taking poke.
Big damage from Froggen on towards Genja. Edward trying to slow it down, but he gets separated and chopped down there. Now Alex Hinch dives in. He catches his ultimate on 3 members of Alliance there. Is it going to be enough? Alex Hinch has to run for his life. Got to try and pop up towards Shook, but Shook runs him down. And now Tabs, he's going to try and come around. Nif is safe from Darian. Darian tries to turn the aggression around, but Froggen and Nif are there, and would you believe it, Nif gets the kill.
And Gambit, they are so split when the fight starts. It's perfect for Alliance. They stay together as a unit. They have so much movement speed, so they can just catch out members all the time from Gambit's side. If Gambit is not standing 5 men together, it is too easy for Alliance to just constantly find the right targets and harass them down even before the fight actually started.
The third dragon of the game for Alliance, and they are moving up towards the Baron here. They're sweeping out the lenses. There's nothing there, no vision. They're going to be aware of the situation because they ran straight across that mid lane area. And, well, Gambit are going to run for this, but they are a little late to the party. Diamond now coming in. Can he manage to get close enough? You can see that Baron is taken very low. They quickly peel towards Diamond. He can't get close enough. He wants to get in there, but it is a quick Baron for Alliance. And now they're on towards Diamond. A quick swing of the blade from Froggen, and he just chunks Diamond down to half health.
And very good move from Alliance here. They went straight towards the Baron. They knew there was no vision. Once they popped down the sweeping lens, it was safe for them to do it because they had full control if Diamond would run into the Baron pit and just stop him before he could actually get in there to steal it. So good move by Alliance, and they're really using their advantage this game.
It's taken this super team to get going. It's taken them a while, that's for sure. We are into week 9 now, and of course Alliance, after that perfect 4-0 victory, can they continue that win streak? This would be 5 games on the bounce if they were to take down Gambit, and 2 of those games would include Gambit themselves.
And now KO, Deathcap, Lichbane, and of course the Nash's Tooth. At 27 minutes, that is a very, very strong KO. It's going to be so difficult to even get close to Froggen because he's going to have so much burst.
He's also picked up the Scrying Orb, so we'll see whether he makes use of that one, how much he manages to spot it out. At the moment, he is all on his own, and he's got Alexich and Diamond. The combo this time around, but the combo back on towards Alexich. Uses that intervention on himself. He's going to take Alexich down. He gets caught out with the ultimate, but he will not go down here. Will he be able to survive? No, he doesn't, but Shook comes straight in towards Diamond. He's got tabs coming around the side, but he does manage to run himself amok. Is he going to be able to avoid it? No. On the hunt being used, Diamond's got nowhere to run. He gets caught out by tabs.
And Froggen actually used the ultimate too early on himself. He thought he would get knocked up, and then he had to ultimate before the ultimate from Yasuo was popped, but nothing happened, so he actually completely wasted it. And Darian, he's just pushing up here.
Darian is trying to push up on the top wave, but
why?
Look at Wicked. Wicked's doing the same.
Yeah, Wicked
and
has
actually
minions.
has the minions with him. Genji now caught out. No escape on this one, and Shook will run him down. The rest of Alliance, they push him towards this mid turret.
And they will be able to pick it up. Wicked joining in now with a big wave to top lane here, being killed by the turret. They won't be able to rotate, however, to top because Darian actually killed the wave. But Wicked, he wants to die.
He's going to dive on towards Edward. Edward taking low. Darian tries to do anything he can to keep them away from this turret, but Tabs is just hammering away at it with those boomerangs, keeping it, but jumping it down, but he's going to have to back out. Froggen is back up, and Alliance will step away. That Baron buff is doing wonders for them now. It's still got just shy of 2 minutes on it.
And they're staying around here this mid lane. With Froggen joining in, they will be able to continue push or actually backing off here. Again, just one thing to highlight. The fact that Darian did kill the wave up in the top meant that Alliance couldn't rotate to top lane once after they actually had to fight in mid and then try and take the turret.
Yeah, remember that bottom lane was also taken by Alex. He pushed it up there. So Alliance are stalled out. They got themselves that inner turret though, and they got themselves some pressure. Diamond is trying to get himself into one of those side positions that we saw Insect doing so well in Katowice, but it is just not working for him, despite the fact actually Alliance don't have that great vision.
And I would actually like to see Gambit have a few pink wards in their own jungle now. Find a place to camp and just wait for Alliance to walk in with 5 members or 2 or 3 members if they feel too overconfident they're going to win this game, and then just punish them. Pick up the kill like we've seen with Diamond and Alex. Once they actually find someone, knock them away with the ultimate from Diamond, then pop the ultimate from Alex. It is a very good combo, and they are just waiting around here. Let's see if Alliance decides to push too far up.
Back away, and Froggen takes the safe with Shook's being ghosted here by Darian. Darian continues around there, but Tabs is coming in. They're going to bait this one out. Shook has got the ultimate available if he wants to try and slow Darian down. On the hunt being used by Tabs, and Darian, he is going to drag him to center cross. Aqua Prison will not follow, but the flash from Shook will be enough, and you can see the speed boost from Darian is not enough. Nif's going to come around, doesn't manage to get the poke on towards him, gets the slowdown. Still the Aqua Prison misses. Darian still trying to run away from this one.
Darian.
Is it going to be enough? No! Shook gets in there, gets the kill.
And he's just delaying time because meanwhile in the bot lane here, 2 members from Alliance, once again, 2 members from Gambit, it's Diamond and Alex once again pushing up here. But Wicked is not the person they want to go for. He's too tanky for him to actually just instantly burst down.
And they've left the mid lane exposed to Froggen, who's just going to plow through everything in its path. He's only got Genja in there to try and stop him, and that's not going to be enough. Edward's trying to do his defensive duties in the top inner turret, and that's going to go down quickly. Alliance take themselves another turret.
And we see Alex trying to back off here. Wicked will actually be able to stop him if he goes in aggressive. But Gambit, though, they are in big issues. And if they don't get the perfect fight or a pick here, I don't see how they can actually turn the game around.
Wicked continues pushing, chasing, trying to keep Diamond away this time around. Has done a fantastic job of keeping himself safe in there. Alexic is back in the base, and Alliance are going to step away. Job done with that Baron buff. Fantastic work. They're now 18-5 up in kills, 5-2 in turrets, and a gigantic 11,000 gold lead in 31 minutes.
There's the Zephyr. On to Genja.
There is the Zephyr. I mean, we can't explain this one,
no,
can we?
okay,
There's
so
just no way to explain it, because
my idea
there's a
with the
Randian's
item.
Omen on 2 members of Alliance, yet there's no Last Whisper.
But here's the idea for me with the item. It gives movement speed, and movement speed is so strong in this current meta. Again, against a lineup like Alliance, where there's so much utility, you want the movement speed, but you don't get the extra crit to supply you Infinity Edge. So there's no reason actually to go to Infinity Edge, and at the same time, you just don't get the same amount of damage as you normally would, and that's what he's missing out on. No Last Whisper, as you said yourself, against Randuin's Omen Renekton, Randuin's Omen on Evelynn. How is he ever going to kill one of these 2 tanks? He's not. He's not going to touch them. So that's what I dislike about the way he's building.
There was a serious lack of conviction in your voice there as you try to explain as best you possibly could why on earth he's gone for that Zephyr. And honestly, you're not on your own, because there was a lot of AD carriers that were saying exactly the same thing on Twitter. Tabs has found Darien in his top lane. Darien, by the way, is 0-5-0 so far. Not working out too well from on that Shyvana, despite the reasonable start he had there. Shook in that jungle, starting to keep all warp vision away from Gambit. Of course, their sweeping lenses doing work for them right now. And this bottom inner turret, the final inner turret for Gambit, is the next focus for Alliance. Darien going to try and get around the side.
Yeah, Alliance need to be careful, because Tabs is in the base. There's only 4 members. This is the time for Gambit to fight.
They're going to try and push on towards it, but Resonant is popped. There we see the wave coming out, and they will step away, no problem.
And this is where I would have loved a talisman onto Edward, so he could pop it himself to start the fight when Darien was moving down from the mid lane. Because Tabs, again, he was not nearby. Darien actually saw him over the raves beforehand. And now Alliance pushing down once again. Tabs is still behind him, but so is Genja. He's at the raves.
They've got the slow on Darien. He's going to have to use that Dragon Descent. The rest of Alliance are coming in here. As you mentioned, Tabs is coming around the side. The final inner turret will almost certainly be the focus for Alliance. And Gambit, they are backtracking.
Well, let's see if Alliance actually wants to dive this one or just try and poke onto Gambit. They don't have the best poke. We have Froggen, who is kind of close in here. It's going to be risky for him, and of course Tabs is going to be the same. So they don't have like this long range poke onto Gambit. They might actually have to dive it.
Well, Wicked may well try and do that. He comes around the side with that tower. Does end up stepping away, gets on towards one of the chompers, but Shook comes around the side, lands the ultimate onto Edward top down. Alexic does manage to land a good ulti, but it's just not enough damage anymore. They're turning around. Darien's going to get taken down by Tabs. Nif managing to get himself a kill as well. Diamond's being pursued here. One more hit. That's going to be Wicked. Runs him down, and they're going to tank out the turret and just push on through the base.
And Alliance is simply just so far ahead at the moment. There's no chance for Gambit to win the fights. Everything this game for Alliance has been so sport on. They got all the dragons, they won all the team fights, and they're just doing so well.
They're just going to run through the base here. Alexic is doing a job. He's stopping the minions, so he's forcing them to have to tank out this one. But they're quite willing to do that. They've got double Randian's Omens on this team. There's no worries about tanking those Nexus turrets down. Alliance are just going to run on through the base and take down Gambit here for the victory. Alexic finally comes back. Intervention on towards Shook. They're just going to hit down the Nexus turret. Alliance will come out victorious and will continue their victory streak. 5-0 now for Alliance.
And they managed to beat Gambit in the Super Week. They win once again here. Very good combo, very good play overall. And they just managed to punish every time Gambit was out of position. They picked up a kill to them. And again, that's why you win the game.
That is how you win the game. And it was a fantastic performance. Well, by everyone, honestly, from Alliance. And this is what we said in the opening. You know, it was an OP team performance by Alliance. This super team that was thrown together, they've had a bad Super Week and they've had a fantastic Super Week. And that run seems to be continuing of their form. Gambit, well, they performed admirably at the Intel Extreme Masters, but Alliance, after a week off, they look nigh on unstoppable.
And Gambit simply just, again, as soon as you got out of the laning phase, because Alex was actually farming well, we had Genja farming well, but once he got to the team fights, the high mobility of Alliance in the team comp simply meant that every time Gambit wasn't grouped, found a target, killed him.
And you've got to really question, you know, the fact that Froggen was given kill after kill after kill at the start. They tried to really sit on him, but he just turned it around every single time.
It was too easy for me in the start to get these kills. There were too many times where Gambit was overextending, and he just walked up there, smacked him in the head once, took a kill. We had Edward in the mid lane, for instance, where he got bubbled by Nif, just all alone, just died to Kayle. And if you give Kayle these early kills, you give her Death Cap, the Lich Bane, and the Nash's Tooth by the 25-minute mark, you're really in for trouble.
And we've said it so many times, unfortunately for Darian, he either does fantastic or he does terrible. And he was 0-6-0 in this game. He was off on his own, farming all the time, trying to keep that pressure on that top lane, but it was just countered every time.
We have seen him before where he actually managed to extend the games just by doing what he did. Obviously, constantly pushing between the turrets, up in the enemy jungle. He wants them to go and chase him, and he managed to at least delay the game a little bit, but it just wasn't enough because the rest of Gambit were not in a position to push anything or take an advantage elsewhere. So Alliance just did a very good job never overextending or never giving anything for free and just punish especially Darian every time he actually pushed up.
Was there any particular moment in there that really piqued your interest of how Alliance, honestly, they just continued that dominant flow that pretty much they had from the beginning, and they just stretched it out through the lane phase into the mid game?
I just love to see the fact they're actually playing Sivir. I would like to see her on more European teams because we see how good she is. Whenever you have an opportunity to get an advantage start to the fight, you pop your ultimate, you get this kill, or you get someone low, and that's what Tabs did. He never held on to the ultimate. He always just popped it very early on in the fights to get these early kills in the team fights, and I like that. And Alliance as a team, again, we just see them once they're team fighting together, once they go as a group, they're so strong. And
we talked about also the dragon control that they had during that Super Week, and again, we saw it here. Non-stop, didn't let Gambit get near those dragons.
Never gave Gambit a chance. They were always on point, they were always ready. Vision control-wise for both teams weren't anything out of the ordinary. I mean, we didn't have any, I think we had like 1 or 2 ping wards on the map at most, where from the Intel Extreme Masters, when we saw KT Bullets play, it was like 5 ping wards on the map all the time. We didn't see it here, so we didn't actually see any picks. It was more people walking up the lanes, then someone else walked up towards them, they started a fight, one side won, and then someone else died elsewhere in the lane, and that was about it. We didn't see the picks in the jungle or anything special.
Well, it was a fantastic performance. And where does this? Where do the teams go from this? Obviously, Gambit now 12-9 in the league. No longer top place. SK are up there on their own. They are going to be playing, of course, later on in the day. But Alliance, 5 wins on the bounce. They are now 11-10. Finally, Alliance has a positive ratio in the LCS, a positive score. Do they keep on taking this momentum? Because they've beaten Gambit twice in 2 weeks now.
Alliance just have to keep doing what they are doing now. Find the new strong picks that fits them as a team. We saw the Nami as well for Nif here. And just continue playing like they do. They don't take any chances once you get out of the laning phase, and I like that. They just group up as a team very fast, or maybe they send Froggen on a very, very fat Kayle to split push a lane. Yes, he died twice, I think, to Diamond and Darren, but while he was dying here, the rest of Alliance were doing things everywhere else on the map, taking turrets, taking kills onto Darren and pushing down. So as long as they play this style where they never really take any chances, where they can, I would say, throw the game away, it really suits them. And also the teamfight combos they have been very strong. We also saw the Sivir Wukong for them in the Super Week doing so well. So I like the new picks for them.
And let's not forget, Tabs lost out in farming that lane.
That's true.
But Wicked played fantastic in the top lane. It's something we saw throughout Super Week. Maybe that is one of the keys. For now, though, let's send it over to Shox and Quickshot, who are standing by with Nif from Alliance to talk about that win.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. I'm EUCS Shock supporter along with my support Trevor, Quickshot, Henry, and we have Alliance's support Nif here with us after that fantastic victory versus Gambit. Tell us a little bit, what was the main idea that you wanted to run with when you had your comp?
So we have 4 movement speed buffs in our team comp, and pretty much what we want to do is like to catch them and also have a really strong team fight.
Is this a team comp that you guys had practiced or talked about coming into the match, or is it just champions you knew how to play anyway?
No, we haven't practiced that specific setup. We play all the heroes, and then in the champion select we just think about what is the best hero, and then we try to adapt to every match that's upcoming.
So why first pick Nami when we've not seen you on Nami at all? Why today did you pull her out?
I've played her for quite a while already, and I think she's really strong right now. She has not like a real counter, she's always good. And since they banned Trash, we fall back to Nami pretty much.
So that was the first pick that you guys went with, and then your last pick, Froggen was hovering over the Karthus a little bit. We know he loves it. Why go for the Kayle in the end?
I don't know exactly. I think he has to say it, but we trust each other. So he said he wanted Kale, and it's like still a really good hero even after the changes. And we just went for her.
Well, it definitely worked out for you guys. Helpson Froggen gets 4 quick kills in the lane. Talk to me about the practice for Alliance, knowing that Froggen was in Intel Extreme Masters last weekend. Did you guys practice, the 4 of you, with a different mid laner? Did you focus on solo queue? You know, how was this last week for you guys?
Well, actually, I was there as well. I was just watching, so we didn't train as much. We trained 1 day before the Intel Extreme Masters, and then like 2 days after. So actually, we haven't trained much. So we had a lot of theoretical thinking, like what is good. We saw what is coming. Like the Kha'Zix is kind of surprising that he didn't get picked actually this game, and then we just did it as usual.
Yeah, and you came in this match and it was very convincing, and one of the very important team fights in the game was around the 25-minute mark, and we actually want to run through it with you.
Yeah, so I want to get your take on the team fight. Let's pull that up onto your screen right now, and at this point you guys have already got a 4,000 gold lead. This is a dragon fight where you start off the dragon, Gambit sort of comes in and you peel away that mobility. So let's start the replay and talk me through what's happening in your communication and, you know, how you play this out.
Okay, so we saw that they are split on 2 sides, so pretty much from our point, we have a lot of movement speed, so we have to decide on which side we go. So it's at one point we see here Jinx is out of position, we're chasing her, and then we all go for the left side, then we see the Karma, we go for her, and then I try to split them up with the ulti at the back, and then I hit the Yasuo as well, and we focus the Yasuo here. And then pretty much you have to just clean up because they are so split all over the map, and we are really strong team fights. And they try to chase us, but they can't really kill us, any one of us, and then we get like the Drake and the Nash after as well.
Yeah, so it was a really convincing fight. Was this you and Alliance playing it perfectly, or was this Gambit trying a pincer move and failing? You know, where does the benefit lie?
I think they had no chance in the team fights from the pick. It's like we have so much power in the team fights. They have to split push pretty much us all the time to do something.
Right, final question, because I think that Nami is so interesting. Walk me a little bit through how you play with Sivir and Nami versus Karma and Jinx in lane, and what how your task in the team goes on as the game goes on.
So the laning, we were even thinking about picking like some stronger AD, like Caitlyn or something, so we have a better laning phase, but we actually fall back to Sivir for the team fights. And then we just had to play passive a bit at the early game because they had like so much poke. And then they were early on the lane because they helped at the blue buff, so they had like the creep pressure. And then we just tried to survive and farm as much as we can. And then late on, like she's like really strong, like around 6, when we can just run them down when they're once out of position. And yeah, then pretty much it's better for the team fight actually.
Yeah, well, good stuff from you guys. 5-0 right now. So I'm going to pick your Bane on predictions for the next game. It's Super Hot Crew versus Millennium. Maybe Trevor first. How do you think it's going to go?
I think there's a lot of pressure on Selfie. I think replacing Moops, we have to see how he does on the stage. It's going to be his first big performance. And that unknown factor could catch Millennium off guard as well. You know, these are 2 teams that are both desperate for wins. So we're going to have to see the unknown factor of Selfie or maybe the confidence of Millennium. We'll have to see.
Nif, what do you think?
I think it comes really down to the mid lane, how he performs. I've played a little bit with him in the solo queue and I like duo queue as well. I know him a bit. I think his K is pretty strong and he has some other really good picks. And it really depends how he's performing offline.
Some other good picks. Don't spill the beans just yet. Thank you very much, Nif. Congratulations for you guys on a 5-winning streak. And we're going to take a quick breather, but stay tuned because next up will be the Super Hot Crew facing off against Millennium. But first, I recently got to hang out with a group of League of Legends fans who made the journey from my home country of Belgium to see the European LCS live in Cologne. Take a look.
We are gamers from Belgium, from Antwerp, Ghent and Brussels. We hang out at the Outpost Game Centers and we've come to visit the LCS tonight. We rented a bus, we got everybody together. Took around 3 hours, I would say, so it's actually very close here. I think everybody's really excited to meet Shox because she's Belgian herself, of course. So all these guys you see here played together over there. So we've come in here as a group to support you and cheer for you, of course.
That's so nice, but you gotta be honest. You hoped Kruppa would be here, right? No? Yeah. It was so fun to meet them. They got a tour around the studio.
It's really awesome to finally see all those gamers in real life and see how it's going. So yeah, this is awesome.
had a great time. Some of them were from my hometown, so I got to speak in my dialect. It makes me feel a little home away from home.
We keep on picking ourselves into bad matchups now. Like, people have figured out how Super Hot Crew play. It's like that hyper-aggressive bot lane that will carry Super Hot Crew and we'll try and get through with these bots. But like teams are just picking full disengage bot now, like Kate Thresh, and you can't get a decent engage into that. So we just have to adapt.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the European League of Legends Championship Series. Coming up now, it is the Super Hot Crew facing off against Millennium, and this is really the battle for last place is getting fierce with just 3 weeks of the spring split remaining. If you finish in the bottom of the table, your choice of teams is going to be very limited, and with the squads like Cloud9 Eclipse and Ninjas in Pajamas being possible relegation matchups, nobody wants to be there, that is for sure. It was a terrible Super Week for the Super Hot Crew, not picking up a single victory. And coming into this match, Millennium also lead the series 2-0, which has to give the Super Hot Crew some extra incentive to finally record a victory today.
Yeah, because nothing worked for the Super Hot Crew players during Super Week. 4 of their 5 players had the lowest KDA, not just for their position, but for the week overall. We had Moops and Mixer both under 1 KDA, and Mixer he managed to die 26 times, putting him as the clear number 1 on the death list in both EU and NA. That is pretty impressive or not so impressive. Now, the only highlight in the Super Week was Mr. Rales. He dropped from a 9.5 KDA in Week 7 to a 3.2 in Super Week, but he kept hitting his CS marks and he only died 5 times in 4 games. And the least, which was of course the least for the team. And it's very important that he keeps the mood up as the team really needs him to keep performing.
And of course, after Super Week, Super Hot Crew felt they needed to make a change within their team. They have replaced their mid laner Moops with Selfie, who was formerly known as Chu-Yu.
And Selfie, he's a very different player. Champion pool-wise, he's focused more on assassins like Yasuo and LeBlanc, and instead of the Ziggs and the Gragas which we saw from Moops. And with this change, I actually expect to see more aggression around the mid lane from someone like Impaler. With Moops, the tactic was always to let him just 1v1 farm and just try and be strong in the fights. Now we can actually see Impaler really focus on ganking the mid lane, but we also have to see if the addition of Selfie benefits the bot lane. Because if he's able to force the enemy junglers focus onto the mid lane, force a lot of ganks in there, set something up with Selfie, the bot lane from Super Hot Crew will be able to just be very aggressive. And they love to play very aggressive. They love to fight 2v2, even 2v3 sometimes. We have to remember, however, Selfie is only 17, and this is his very first LCS game he's playing, so he could have a shaky start. But Super Hot Crew, honestly, I talked with them, they're coming into this week with a lot of confidence because they've been doing so well in the scrims, they've just been winning them so fast, a bit like Alliance actually before the whole LCS even started. So let's see here how they can actually perform, because of course, scrims and LCS, different things, but the confidence, that's the same.
Yeah, and gigantic pressure being on the stage in front of all the cameras with the crowd. It will all stack up. We'll see how he handles it. Millennium, though, well, they had a tough time over the Intel Extreme Masters and then failed to record a win. They got destroyed by KT Rolls the Bullets, losing their first inhibitor inside 20 minutes. But then they put up a solid performance against Fnatic in a 76-minute epic, which they unfortunately eventually lost. However, Millennium Super Week gave them bottom place team a little bit of hope as they went 2 for 2, including a win over first place Roccat.
And a player we really have to highlight from the Super Week was Kerb. He was so impressive. He played a very strong Ziggs in 3 games, going 12-4-15, and he was just dominating his lanes. And while Kerb isn't roaming on the Ziggs, like he still applies a lot of pressure. And he showed that he can also still pull out the assassins like LeBlanc, where in the game against Fnatic, despite them losing, he went 4-0-3, and he even killed Peggy a few times 1v1. And then we had Aranea. He played both Evelyn and Lee Sin with actually pretty good success. He was setting up the fights, and while Jiri then, he was playing these hook champions like Blitzcrank, and he just hooked people in. We saw it against Roccat to actually very good success, and that's also one of the reasons they won the game. And then we just have to say, they face a hard road to get to 6th place, which would give them a spot in the playoffs. They need to start winning a lot of games, and we need to see them play a lot more consistent. Because we have seen good games from Millennium, but we've also seen absolutely terrible games from them. So they just need to sort this, they need to be more consistent, because it is the main issue for them.
Well, we'll see how this one works out as we get in towards picks and bans in just a moment. But first, let's check out those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is the Super Hot Crew, and that means it's going to be Mima in the top lane, Impaler in the jungle, the new man, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Rales as AD carry, and Mixer as support.
And on the red side, we have Millennium with Kevin in the top lane. We have Aranea in the jungle. Kerb, of course, is the mid laner. Creaton as AD carry. And Jiri, he's the support.
So, picks and bans. Super Hot Crew have had a week to prepare with this new guy. Millennium themselves, they were over in Katowice with us. How are they going to approach this match?
2 bans I really want to see from Super Hot Crew. Take away the Ziggs from Kerb. I'm not sure if Selfie even plays it because he's more focused again on the likes of Yasuo. So ban it away, and ban away the Evelyn from Aranea. Don't bother dealing with this early game pressure from Evelyn and also the teamfight pressure from it.
And we already saw a holiday for Kassadin. He didn't go through the picks or bans in the last match. Do we expect him to be used in this one? Because previously, Kerb always used to ban away that Kassadin. Never used to play it, but now up against Selfie, will that be an option?
I can actually see Millennium ban it away. Don't want to take the chance of him playing it. And then the likes of K6. If you don't want to have Impaler playing it, he played it in the Super Week, and they have played against now Insect with it. Maybe they just want to ban it away and make sure it's not going to be played against them.
Well, there is the Evelyn, Yasuo, and Ziggs bans. And there is the Kassadin ban by Millennium.
Okay, so we get the Evelyn and the Ziggs ban here. I like this, taking out 2 of the comfort champions from Millennium. And of course Yasuo. Selfie is a big Yasuo player. He spams it in solo queue, and he's so good on it, so I love the fact that banned away. Try and hit the new guy a little bit.
Exactly. You got to put the new guy out of his comfort zone. You know, he's already going to be in a little uncomfortable situation. The pressure's on him. He's the mid laner. He's the superstar of this new team. We'll see how it works out for him. Rise also being banned away, taken away from Kevin, but possibly there. And Lulu, well, a standard ban so far in the LCS, but it does mean that Selfie is going to be playing LeBlanc in the mid lane.
So they simply say, we want to make sure you get one of your comfort champions. We don't want to risk anything, so we just instantly give you this LeBlanc here. No chance taken, because Yasuo and Kassadin and Lulu is banned away from the mid lane.
And a big smile on that new man's face. He seemed very happy with that pickup there. Millennium, well, they're going to be maybe taking a leaf out of Insect's book and looking at that Kha'Zix jungle.
Yeah, so we have the Kha'Zix. We didn't see it in the last game. And then obviously we have the likes of Renekton being able as a possible pick for Millennium. Rise already banned away from Super Hot Crew, so clearly they were fearing Kevin playing it. So Renekton could be an easy pickup for him to win the lane, try and shut down Mimar early on. Of course, then we have the likes of Fresh is here, and he's here. We have all the supports ready, and of course AD carry-wise, Lucian actually at Intel Extreme Masters was such a pick champion. I wouldn't even be surprised to see it picked by someone like Super Hot Crew.
At the moment, it looks like it's going to be Caitlyn for Creaton and Elise for Arane in the jungle. Of course, Elise still very strong. It's 4.4 he gets hit, and still really a highly contested pick in the 4.3 patch.
Yeah, the objective control with Elise, the fact you can smite and you can execute with your own Q in spider form is very, very strong, of course. And just overall, Elise, you provide everything you want for the team. Good early game damage, you have CC, of course, you have decent enough late game. That's very nice. And the Caitlyn pick for, of course, I just forgot his name. Yeah, Creaton, of course.
Right there in front of you, man.
Right, Creaton, of course. Caitlyn for Creaton will possibly shut down Super Hot Crew if they want to pick a Sivir, so it could be one of the reasons they wanted so early.
You know, you talked about the Renekton that it could be picked up, the fact that Rise was taken away. We do see that Renekton for Mimar, as well as the Karma once again for this time Mixer.
Yeah, the fact actually that Millennium invests the early pick into this Caitlyn simply means that Super Hot Crew could get the Renekton. It could be the reason they decided to ban out Rise, because they wanted to play Renekton. And of course Karma. As support we see more and more now in Europe. We saw it in last game as well. So much utility you bring to the team, and the very strong early laning phase, which is something Super Hot Crew absolutely loves, because they have Mr. Rales, and him and Mixer together are one of the most aggressive bot lanes we actually have in the European LCS.
I would say we haven't seen too many successful Karmas though so far.
That is true.
Support. Looks like it will be Shen for Kevin. It's a champion he's played a number of times already in the LCS, and it will be Thresh for J-Ree. He went hook after hook when last time he got through on Thresh. Let's see if he can do it again.
And we saw the Shen pick from KT Bulls against Renekton as a counter pick, because you can farm in the laning phase and you can become this very tanky Shen that in the late game team fights are just so hard to deal with, and you can always split push. So that's the cool thing for Millennium here. And with Caitlyn, you can keep her in the mid lane, just constantly wave clearing, put Shen in one lane. We can even see now from Curb possibly picking up something that can split push the other lane, so you can do a 1-3-1. But let's see what they decide to do.
So the Lucian and Kha'Zix were picked up by the Super Hot Crew in the final pick. We'll see what that is for Millennium in a moment, but what do we make of those?
Well, looking at the picks here from Super Hot Crew, they've gotten pretty much everything they wanted. They got the early Assassin onto Selfie. They have, of course, Renekton with the Rise being banned away for Mimar. And then you have the new early pick here for the likes of Mixer with Karma, a lot of early game aggression. Combine that with Illusion, your laning phase is so strong. And of course, you can actually, as one of your last picks, get Kha'Zix, one of the best junglers in the moment. Super Hot Crew are going to be very happy.
Well, they're going to be very happy and very aggressive, but look at Millennium. They just can counter that so hard and just get away with it with the shields, with the mobility. That Super Hot Crew are going to be finding it hard to lock them down.
If Millennium can survive the laning phase here, get into the mid game and just start grouping up as a team, 4 members, and then have Shen split pushing, and then you just land spear after spear on the Nidalee. You have the poke, of course, from the likes of Caitlyn. You have so much siege potential with this combo, and if something should happen, if Super Hot Crew engage, Shen ultimate down towards whoever is being engaged on, and just join in for the fight. So Millennium here, 2 completely different combos. One combo that just want to get kills, want to find targets all the time, and another combo who wants to play it slow and just poke away, and whenever someone is low and force them off the turret, they can take the turret then and just take the objectives.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Remember the new man, Selfie. He's going to be taking portraits of himself throughout this game, I feel. Let's check out the lolesports.com vote to see how you voted for this matchup. According to the clicks, 53% of you have picked Super Hot Crew. And that's actually probably how I would call it as well. This is pretty close to 50-50.
Yeah, it's so close to 50-50. There's only one win between these two teams. Both have been struggling. Millennium had a better Super Week than Super Hot Crew. And also now, of course, they went to Intel Extreme Masters. It didn't work out too well for them. But at least they got to try their luck against someone like Kitty Bullets, see maybe if they can pick something up. So let's see if they're deciding to change up the playstyle a little bit.
Yeah, well, they'll be enjoying the experience. Kevin probably didn't enjoy the experience at Intel Extreme Masters.
I don't think so, no.
I mean, last year he was chasing Peke around the inhibitor.
Yeah.
This year, well, he wasn't too happy about his performance against KT Rollstar Bullets. However, this is a different day, and this is a different game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Super Hot Crew up against Millennium, and you can see the new man there, Selfie. Let's see how he performs on LeBlanc. He had a big grin on his face when he managed to get that pick in there. We'll see how it works out for him because he's up against Curb, who, as you pointed out at the top of the show, had a pretty OP performance last week.
Yeah, and he's deciding to go with Barrier here on Italy. It's very normal against LeBlanc because you want to make sure you can survive this burst. And for Italy, the first 5 levels, you just want to try and farm. You don't want to try anything because without your cat form, without your ultimate, you don't really have the damage or the mobility to set anything up. You can just try and land your spears. That's where we need to see if Selfie can stay behind the minions or at least not get baited into something. And Millennium here, they absolutely love these early level 1 tactics. So let's see what they decide to do here with 3 members. And also notice Kevin up here. He can come in from behind, trying to catch out someone.
30 seconds until minions.
Nope, looking towards Mima. Nope, he's going to step away. And, well, Millennium are one of those few teams that do put a lot of stock in that level 1 play. They try and go for those invades. They try something out, and it sometimes works. Sometimes it gets countered hard. But the fact is that most LCS teams just play very passive in the opening levels.
With the level 1 they tried here, it's very risk-free of the way they actually approached it. With Shen going in first, you obviously can taunt away and flash away. So yes, you might burn a summoner, but if you can burn a summoner on the enemy team without using anything, it is a perfect start for them. Kevin, he is up in the top lane here, so we're gonna get standard lanes. Let's see how it works out for Karma in the bot lane against this Thresh, because we have a Dorn shield, so we have some combat stats onto Jerry, but we have, of course, the Spellfire onto Karma, so a lot of early poke.
Yeah, Spell Thief Central key. Gaining in gold every time he either gets a poke on a champion or whether he fires a spell at the champion. Whatever he does that hits that opponent, of course. If he takes CS like a scumbag, which no support should be doing, then it will start that 12-second counter, I believe it is, on him.
It is indeed.
Is going to be starting off on the blue buff. The blue buff also was being picked up by Impaler. That was leashed out by Mima. Aranea has had to do it all himself.
And let's see how Aranea decides to play this leash, because if you look at the mid lane, it's going to be very hard for him to gank. With Nidalee, of course, there's no CC being provided by Curb. Top lane-wise, Renekton could be a target. You can taunt him with Shen, of course, lock him down, then Aranea can join in. Bot lane, it's going to be hard, but it's going to be pushed up to the turret of Millennium all the time, and they want to land a hook from Jerry before Aranea then joins. Otherwise, the mobility on Karma and Lucian will make it very easy for them to actually escape.
We'll see how the poke works between them. Looks like level 2 may well be going to Super Hot Crew first, although Millennium are really trying to keep that pressure down. I feel it will be Super Hot Crew. There we go, level 2 landed. Not really going to go for any poke. No, they just try and keep some pressure on towards him. Jerry, of course, has just hit level 2. Will have that hook and flay. That's what Mix is being careful about.
And from talking with Mr. Rales, how they've been performing in the scrims, he said we just win early game every single time. We play so aggressive everywhere. That's why we see, of course, the LeBlanc now in the mid lane. Wanna have the pressure in mid lane. We see the bot lane with the Karma. Wanna win this lane and just push every single lane up to the turret of Millennium. But they're gonna be so, it's gonna be so hard for them if they go to the late game part against this poke combo from Millennium. So they have to win the early game.
Well, Mima, as you mentioned, has been aggressive, has pushed up that lane, and that may be to the detriment of him, because look at that river. It is Aranea getting ready to pounce on Elise. He's going to come in towards there. There's the taunt. There's the cocoon. Wow. It lands just as Mima tries to slice and dice away. I don't think they're going to quite have the follow-up on this one, and he will get himself free to the turret.
But they get some very good damage onto him, force him to use the health pot, and also now he needs to be careful. If he's staying around and Aranea decides to come to the lane once again, they will be able to take the kill. It's a very good move here, making sure Kevin can get some early farm on the Shen, become tanky so Renekton can't even touch him.
Impaler is thinking of a counter jungle, counter gank here on Kevin. Kevin is fairly safe though. He's got himself flash, he's got himself ignite if he needs to use it, of course, but it looks like Impaler is not going to be able to make a move there. it actually makes it tricky for Impaler because, as you mentioned, all the lanes were pushed up so heavily. You can see the mid lane. LeBlanc, Selfie is literally living on the turret of that mid lane of Kerp.
And that's where, as a jungler, you can either go and try and dive a lane, which is risky here early on, or you can just focus on farming. Simply just wait out and see if you spot Aranea somewhere, you can try and move to lane for counter gank. Otherwise, you just focus on farming, get the early level 6 onto the Kha'Zix, get your ultimate involved, so you're going to be so strong and annoying to deal with.
Selfie is keeping good farm up, but Kerp is doing just as well himself and actually has the slightest of edges over Selfie so far. But there you go, you can still see the poke coming out from him.
Yeah, the lane is definitely in the advantage of Kerp. You need to punish Nidalee early on. The first few levels, she's so weak. That's where LeBlanc have to shine, get ahead in the CS, and Kerp is doing a great job, and Selfie just taking a little bit slow here in his very first LCS game.
And then he's going to come around towards, he thought about the bot lane river was warded out, so it may well be a mid lane invade on towards Selfie. It's going to be very hard to land the cocoon on such a high mobility champion as Selfie has on LeBlanc though. He's just going to sit off at the side. Impaler is making his way towards the mid lane at the moment, so we'll see whether he takes a right or a left. He's going to go to Wolves.
Yeah, Aranea is more here for the counter gank because Kerp has pushed off the lane, so he wants to join in if Impaler shows himself. You want to try and turn around, get an early kill onto him, because that's where also Elise is so strong. Because, again, how is Aranea ever going to get a kill onto a LeBlanc in this position? She can just jump straight to her own turret, no CC from Nidalee. So he was just there for the counter gank, and now he's moving towards the spot lane. Let's see if Jerry can actually land a hook.
Well, he's going to have to throw it out. He's in a great position. The Super Hot crew put themselves in a dangerous position. There's going to be the jump away, and would you believe, not even close there from Jerry. The cocoon as well doesn't land, and now Kerp does get aggressed upon. Selfie in there, Impaler jumps in, does manage to get a claw. The Rockets land as well, but it's just not enough damage.
And down in the bot lane, there was even the chance for Jerry to simply just flay Karma into him, then land the hook, or even flash flay him just to set up this kill, because Aranea was in a great position. The flash was already used from Mixer. Decided not to do it, and hook was missed. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, nothing else happened.
Let's check out that bottom lane. You can see difference of builds as well coming out here. We do see Mima. Oh, hello, Kerp. He's had to use that barrier. Selfie has got Ignite. There's the Ignite. That's a good kill. He didn't need to flash for that. That was a mistake there. Arenea's going to come in and try and make him pay for this one. Does see Selfie stepping off to the side. Impaler's trying to run defensive duties.
So with the flash burned early on by Impaler, Selfie decides to go very aggressive. And the barrier from Kerp, he didn't use it when the damage actually hit him, so the barrier did nothing. And Selfie, very smart, just waited for the barrier to disappear, and then he ignited, but Scumbag Impaler jumped in and took the first blood.
Took the kill away from him. Not probably going to be best pleased about that one. Flash being used, a little too aggressive, a little bit of nerves kicking in, maybe just a little bit of that adrenaline surge that he had there, maybe trying to make that land that kill on Kerp.
Probably have to give him credit. As soon as he got a small advantage in the lane, he took it and he punished Kerp for using the flash early on onto the gank from Impaler. So very nice play actually by him, and a good start. This is what he needs just to get some breathing room.
So what I wanted to get to before all that happened was the builds. We see it looks like it's probably going to be a Hydra build for Mima in that top lane. He's going to be up against Kevin, who, well, it looks like he's going full tank, as you would expect from a chef.
As you would expect, it's all he needs to do, because he's going to hit the point when he's having the Sunfire. Didn't get the blue buff.
That didn't work there, Kerp. Spears are not quite doing as much damage as you thought, buddy. And he finally goes back in and picks up the blue.
But yeah, again, for Shen, he just wants to be so tanky that Renekton can't kill him. And then he can just stay in this lane. And if Renekton stays up in the top lane with him, then Millennium can just force something elsewhere and you can join in with your ultimate. Of course, Kevin have to be careful that he's not getting interrupted when he's actually ulting. And we see here, Impaler decides to involve his ultimate. As we have seen they do in Korea, we saw Insect do it. It's very smart.
Mixer in trouble, he's going down. Who's going to pick up the kill? It will be Kraton. That's the one they needed. Millennium get themselves the first kill of the game, but we do see the invade here coming out from the Super Hot crew on red.
And this time around, we had the hook from Jerry, setting everything up. And Aranea here, closing in towards the red buff. Kerp still in the mid lane, and Selfie, he's far away.
Kerp could come in here. Don't forget, Kevin could also use that stand united to come in at any time. Impaler's going to use that ulti. He's going aggressive on Aranea. I'm not too sure this is the right choice to make. Kevin's coming around the side here. He's going to get the shadow dash on towards him. He's going to hold his nerve right now, because we do see Selfie coming in there. He tries to go aggressive over towards Kerp.
And the ultimate was used by Impaler, but it didn't manage to pick up the red buff. Aranea got it, so smart move here. Very good play by Millennium, making sure he gets the red buff. And of course, with the kill down here in the bot lane, it's very even.
See how this game develops at the moment. As you say, the bot lane very even between them. 72 to 73 CS. Impaler is going to be taking his own red buff. Didn't manage to get that invade working on Aranea, who did get that red buff and is now looking to pay a visit to the top.
And of course, what we have to say here with Kha'Zix, if people wonder why do you evolve the ultimate early on, is simply because now in 4.3 it lasts for a second longer, which is very strong. You get an extra charge, so you can stealth 3 times with it, and you take 50% less damage while you're in your stealth. So what you can do is simply jump into a fight, pop your stealth, and you're so hard to kill, and it's so annoying for the enemy team to deal with.
Selfie just uses distortion there. We do see Aranea going to go aggressive. Does not manage to catch on towards him. Selfie is safe once again, and straight away going full on aggression back on towards Kerp, and actually looking maybe going aggressive to Aranea.
He wants to make sure Aranea cannot walk down to this very overextended bot lane. He is a very smart move by him, showing that at least he knew where Aranea was and stopped him from going down to the bot lane.
And heading back towards the comment about Impaler with that ultimate, it's what is it, 50%?
50%
50%
in stealth
damage reduction in stealth. So it's very, very strong. If used, you have to use it at the right moment, though, which is what, of course, these top players will be doing. At the moment, though, it is all square between the teams, and Aranea again looking to make a play in this bottom lane.
There's a ward in the bush Jerry is standing on, so it's going to be hard for him to actually sneak in here. Again, we needed the hook to land so he could get the lantern and then they could set something up. Going back to Impaler and Kha'Zix, let's see if he decides to build tanky like Insect did, or if he's going to focus more on damage. It's going to be actually very different for the playstyle he wants to use. He's catching out Kevin here.
Yeah, Kevin face checking, not what you want in towards a Kha'Zix, because he's going to have that unseen threat passive, but giving him that bonus, 25% damage or so on towards Kevin, despite the fact he is on a Shen. He is the tankiest member. You can see just how much damage that already did to him.
But Kevin had been doing a good job catching up in farm. He was about 20 CS behind early on. Now, with this wave coming towards his turret, he's getting almost even with Mimir acting. It's very good for him on Shen. And now Aranea catching out Impaler. Who's catching out who?
Oh, he's walked straight in towards Impaler. He's managed to repel, but where's he going to go? He's going to get locked up. He's going to go down. It's Impaler that gets himself a second kill of the game, and now they turn that aggression on towards Kevin.
And the single target burst from Impaler, he was definitely the one catching out Aranea and not the other way around.
Speaking of that aggressive play, Selfie has now come up. Kevin's going to have to back away from this turret. You can see he's already used that shadow dash to get himself away. They can take that turret. They're leaving the mid lane exposed, though.
But this is the early game aggression Super Crew were talking about. They have been using in practice, but they want to win the lanes and then rotate around, gank somewhere, find kills, and then take the turrets down early and make sure they can win.
Instead, it seems they're going to turn that aggression on towards Kerp in that mid lane. They have that ultimate. Void Spikes do not land, which is what you need to slow that Nidalee down. It seems Kerp will get away.
Kerp is at the point now when he's having his cat form, he's so hard to kill because he can jump around. He's so mobile. He has his flash, of course, also the barrier. So Kerp is going to be very hard to shut down, and that's why he just wants to stay in farm. He just wants to make sure he's getting the items. He wants the fiends. He wants the death cap, so the spears can really start hurting.
Selfie out of mana as well. Kerp, meanwhile, is just going to farm up quite happily, quite passively. Impaler looking to make plays. Manages to land the rockets on Dragon, knows that that's been untouched so far, so that seems to be where they may pay a visit to next time around. I'm looking towards Mimir, though. He's heading back towards the top.
And Dragon-wise, just like you talk about Mimir going towards the top, that's where Millennium have the advantage. That's why they're starting it now, because Shen can always join in with his ultimate, and Mimir, he's far away. They don't actually have vision on him, but they know that the rest of Super Hot Crew also recalled. The mid laner was gone, so they just quickly started, just like we saw last game with Alliance. If you spot the enemy recalling at a bad time, you just quickly go Dragon.
Quickly straight on towards that one, no problems there. So let's take stock of how it is playing out so far. We see a theme's being picked up by both mid laners. Will get completed by Kerp shortly. Just needs to back away. The spear this time does get himself the blue buff. He is falling behind a little bit on farm to Selfie, despite the fact that Selfie has been roaming pretty heavily. That may well start being a problem for Kerp.
It could end up being a problem for him, but he's having about 2,000 gold at the moment, so he will be able to pick up their fiends once he actually decides to recall. And Selfie, meanwhile, putting a lot of pressure onto him, but as long as Kerp can just continue farming, it is fine. And as long as Millennium can avoid dying if Selfie roams around.
Impaler continues that aggression. Let's have a look towards the top. We can see, actually, they are having a little poke back and forward. Mima is taking away those golems. That's taking it away from Aranea, and also the red buff looking towards it. Impaler wants to try and invade. Aranea's jungle has a little insect and a crocodile all over it.
And Super Crew, they really want to fight these 2v2 or 3v3 because they have Renekton, of course, they have Impaler on Kha'Zix, and you have LeBlanc, so they want to fight for these buffs. They want Millennium to actually contest them.
Mima getting the reset and starting off, clearing out that ward and going towards the red buff. Aranea is going to stick around for this on Curbs just off at the side there. We'll see who manages to get it. Oh, the spear simply helping Impaler take that red buff.
But look how much Millennium respect this combo from Super Hot Crew. Instantly, as they start the red buff, they just back off and try to steal it. And going on Aranea.
Ultimate used. He's trying to jump on towards him. Cocoon didn't come out there, but he flashes for it. He may well have enough damage here. Aranea is going to have to dive on towards the tower, but Kevin is there. The presence will be enough to force Impaler away.
So Flash and ultimate used by Impaler, playing very aggressive here 1v1 and bot lane wise.
Mr. Ral is also trying to get some damage down towards Creaton. Selfie does manage to move back down towards that mid lane, and that turret going down. Super Hot Crew now 2-0 in terms of turrets.
And they need to keep this pressure up. We have only the bot turret left. They can rotate down there unless they can actually take it this turn, just 2 members. Get all the outer turrets down and then continue just pushing up. This is where we need to see all the wards from them in the enemy jungle, gonna give them so much vision. If Millennium ever decides to run in there, they know exactly where they are and can try and catch them out, like we saw Impaler trying to do with Felice after the red buff.
So 3 turrets to the good for the Super Hot Crew in their new form with Selfie in the mid lane. Quick poke on towards Kerp there, and he goes once more, a little bit aggressive on towards him. Gives that cameraman heart palpitations every time he tries to follow a LeBlanc in play. And of course, if you missed that amazing play, it was Peke, wasn't it, that pulled out that crazy move at the Intel Extreme Masters on LeBlanc. We've seen some fantastic plays as well over in the North American LCS. Millennium making a move here. Looks like they're going to try and group up maybe towards his mid lane turret, but the pressure is all from the Super Hot Crew now in this top lane.
Millennium just want to get to the point where they can have 4 members in the mid lane, sieging down a turret, and then Kevin has to hold his own against Mima up in the top lane. But Mima is having all the pressure here, and Creaton, he doesn't feel like he's farmed enough to actually group up yet. That's why we see Millennium trying to continue the laning phase, and that's what Super Hot Crew have to punish with this combo. We need to see Selfie roam around or Impaler setting up another kill.
Not afraid to use abilities in that mid lane farming. Selfie got to be careful he doesn't get caught out by one of those hooks from J-Ree, though, who's just waiting off at the side. But we do also see Mixer coming in there. He goes aggressive, throws out the leash on, actually landed on Aranea, but chose not to follow through. J-Ree, though, he's caught out. Mixer's in there, and Impaler's going to try and jump on towards him. Isn't caught out separately, though. He hasn't got that unseen threat. Bonus coming down towards him. Aranea, though, he has been locked up, takes the lantern, and manages to escape.
And look how much damage you can do on Karma support onto J-Ree. Took him down to 50% all alone. He has a very nice damage, and again, we see from Super Hot Crew, they just want to find Millennium, they want to catch them out, and with this very good vision they have around this jungle, they know exactly where Millennium is.
And they're waiting. Gus managed to land the cocoon, doesn't want to follow through on that one. He's going to take a big chunk of damage from both Selfie and Impaler.
I have absolutely no idea why he's decided to move forward here, trying to get some harass onto Impaler. Too easy simply for Selfie just jumping in. Very good play again. He's actually showing very confident play.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out at the moment. It is a nice break-in game, it seems, for him. They have a 3-1 advantage. Mr. Ral has put some damage back onto J-Ree as he just passes on by, and they've got a big wave with that siege minion here on towards the tower, but they're not going to take advantage of it.
And Super Crew is giving Millennium no chance to actually group up as a team. They just push up every single wave, every single lane, like we saw early game. Look at Mima up in the top lane, look here in the mid lane, and of course in the bot lane with the big wave. So every single lane getting pushed up, forcing Millennium to just stay and defend.
Super Hot Crew trying to choke out that pressure and keeping the advantage. They've had a full rotation, 4 members in towards this mid lane. Meanwhile, Mima keeps Kevin very busy in that top lane, not able to get away from this lane so far, and continues pushing him on towards that inner turret.
But we have hit the point where Shen is not going to die to Renekton. 1v1, he will be able to just stay at his turret, clear the wave every single time, and then he can join in with his team, possibly for the dragon coming up in 55 seconds. But look at all the wards here, again, from Super Hot Crew. I love the 2 pink wards they have, giving some key vision or denying vision from Millennium. So if, in case, they decide to camp in one of these bushes here, Millennium have no idea. They have no vision.
Kevin not allowing Mima to back off there, actually. Mima did have a ward on top of him, but they are going to stick around on that top lane. Mid lane, you see it's actually being pushed up by Mr. Rales at the moment, who is stealing himself a bit of an advantage over Creaton in terms of farm.
And Super Crew wants to make sure they can fight for this dragon. That's why Mima has rotated all the way from the top lane down towards this dragon. It's going to be up in 18 seconds. Again, remember, Kevin will be able to join in, so we could actually see a big 5 against 5 fight.
We see the blue buff going across the curb. He's going to be quite happily taking that one away. Needs it for those spears, of course. Keep that cooldown and that mana going. Impaler, where are you going? He's going to try and sneak around the side there. May well have got himself caught out of position.
And this blue buff was actually something Subaru should have been fighting for. That's why also they were in position to go in there, but they weren't fast enough. They have started the Dragon, however. Let's see if Millennium wants to fight.
Mixer getting caught out. Aronair trying to jump on Mixer. Not the target they should be going for. There's the stun United. Aronair taking the damage. We do see Selfie coming around the backside. Mima does manage to get himself a kill. Aronair goes down. J-Ree in trouble. He gets dropped as well. Next focus will be Kevin. He's pretty much 5v1 right now. Mima does finally drop down. Kevin managed to land out one of those daggers on towards him, but Mr. Rales is going to finish the job. Kevin, he's tanky, but is he going to be tanky enough? Yes, he is, because he gets the heal from Kerb.
So Subaru, they pick up 2 kills for themselves. They win the fight here. Dragon is still up. They didn't take it yet. They will back off here, or will they actually try and take it? Because Millennium decided to fight despite having a weaker combo at the moment and actually still got a kill. So fair enough for Millennium here. They got what they wanted and they managed to stop the Dragon.
Selfie still looking for kills there in that bottom lane. Seeing if he can get on towards Kraton, will wipe out the wave and keep it pushed in there. The top lane is pretty heavily pressured. Mr. Rales without mana, really not feeling that he can duel against Kerb.
Yeah, Subaru, they have to back off now with the main lane. Look at this team fight. Actually going into the edge here. Notice Jerry with the Shin ultimate, he flashes into the middle to get Jerry in there, to get Kevin in there. But then Impaler, down in your bottom of the screen here, actually gets out of the fight with his ultimate. He's taking so much damage, but he's tanking it up. Kevin going very aggressive, gets the kill onto Mima, and then he still managed to actually get out due to the heal here from Kerb, saving him so Mr. Rales can get the last hit.
Well, while that was all happening, we saw the Dragon down in that bottom corner was picked up by Millennium, so they get themselves the second Dragon of the game. There is the red buff, though, being stolen away by Impaler, and the rest of Millennium are simply left chasing shadows. 5-2 in kills currently for the Super Hot crew. They're trying to keep that aggression going, but you talked about it at the start. We're 20 minutes into the game. Millennium are far from out of this game so far.
Yeah, and Subaru crew, with the very aggressive start, have still been making some mistakes. Giving up the second Dragon here, they decided to stay in the lanes despite actually, after the fight was over, they stayed without any mana and Lucian. Of course, Selfie went to the bot lane to push it out, so they didn't recall. The rest of Millennium, they just recall instantly and walked down towards the Dragon, so Subaru couldn't fight for it, and that's a big mistake because they need to get these objectives early on. Yes, they've been controlled the red buff, but it's not enough.
Impaler sweeps out the lens. The ward, in the tri-bush there. Mima continues to keep on shoving that wave, but you can see in terms of farm, he hasn't really got himself a great big advantage over Kevin, which he'd like, and Kevin, well, he's not too worried about that big giant crocodile anymore. Super Hot crew, they're going to have to defend off this mid lane because Millennium, they've got a 4-man stack pushing out mid lane.
So very good here by Millennium because they can finally get a chance to actually group up in the mid lane and just start sieging away. If Kerb can land a few spears, he will force Subaru to back off.
We do see Selfie shows himself in the bottom lane. Let's see if Millennium try and take advantage of that one. Mixer tries to get a poke out. They have got that ward placement. And now with those 4 members there, Kevin, of course, Stan United is available. Could get interrupted by Mima. The hook not going to land from J-Ree. And the siege will begin for Millennium. But Selfie, he's going to try and interrupt it.
He was spotted by the pink ward. Same goes for Mr. Rales, so they know exactly what's going on here. 4 members from Subaru defending. Millennium, they're going to back off. They don't want to fight this one.
Selfie tries to sidestep, goes in on towards Aranea. He has got the leash, but the Lantern saves him there. J-Ree pulling him away from danger.
So again, very aggressive play by Selfie. He really wants to try and set something up, and I love to see the fact that he's not afraid to try and make plays. That's also, if you play a champ like LeBlanc, you cannot be afraid. You have to go in there and try and set something up.
Trying to set the tone early as the new mid lane for the Super Hot crew. Bottom wave, that's going to have to get defended by Kraton. We do see Impaler and Mr. Rales heading down there.
And look how Subaru crew once again are playing the map. As soon as Millennium backs off from the mid lane, they just instantly go to every single lane and push them up. Force Millennium now to not be able to group.
Impaler has evolved his wings. He could jump across towards Kraton. Remember, he also evolves at that ultimate, so he will be able to take the damage. Aranea this time around is caught out by Selfie. He's going to repel. The Ignite was running. He's going to drop straight into it. Takes the Lantern, but it's not enough. Selfie gets him. Down the bottom, Kraton, as was spotted out. Impaler, Mr. Rales take him down with ease.
And Subaru crew playing it perfect once again. As soon as Millennium are split up, they find a target in the jungle, and also they dive onto Caitlyn in the bot lane, picking up 2 kills and also a turret.
They're going to keep that pressure going. They're on towards the inhibitor turret, and well, Millennium are slow to react to this one. They have to either give up the top or try and fight for this one. That turret is going down fast, and they're going to have to try and do something here. They're going to go across. Mr. Rales taken low, but turns that burst damage back on towards Kerb.
And they managed to back off here. Mr. Riles, he had to use the barrier and he dropped very, very low, but they got a lot of damage. And also, of course, the top lane turret here. So Super Hot Crew punishing Millennium in every single lane.
And the ping comes straight out. Mixer, the support player, saying, hey guys, I'm taking the turret down all on my own in the mid lane. Anyone want to help? He's going to step away instead. Actually use the shield on the minion that the spear hit there.
Well, it's actually very, very nice to see a European team play so aggressive early on and using the pick combo they have to find these targets. It's something we haven't seen too much in Europe yet. And vision control-wise, again, we see very good wards in the jungle of Millennium. They want to find these picks all the time. Let's see, however, though, with the Dragon being far away, Millennium have time now to reset everything and actually start pushing down a wave. If they can force Super Hot Crew to stay with 4 members in the mid lane, they will be able to at least extend the game a little bit and try and land some spears with Curb, which has been a non-factor so far.
Yeah, you can see every single member is trying to shove out those waves, trying to push them in there. Selfie keeping them on their toes in the mid lane, and nobody really wants to stand and bang with him anymore, so Selfie is doing a fantastic job. Mima, well, he finds himself a nice juicy stack. He's just going to push that all the way back in. Kevin has just pushed it out, hasn't got himself a CS advantage, but that will quickly be reclaimed by Mima, and they'll keep on pushing now in towards the inhibitor turrets. Final lane is with the inner turret is that mid lane. That may be where Super Hot Crew are going to focus, and look at this, they're maybe going to try and set up a play here on Millennium.
And the Millennium have actually moved to 4 members here. Mima, he's just left in the top lane. He's going to rotate down with the team. Let's see if Millennium can actually land some of their poke and then force Super Hot Crew to just back off.
Well, ace in the hole being used to try and poke
There we
Selfie
go.
down. Does manage to land a spear. That's for the first time in a long time. And that may actually force the Super Hot Crew to step away. Mixer does land step on a trap, which gives him the vision towards Millennium, of course. And that means that they will all back away.
Now, I actually like Mixer on this Karma. He's staying a lot more back. He's normally the guy who dies all the time.
While this is all happening, check out that bottom lane. We can see it's Mr. Rales pushing up on towards that inhibitor turret. Remember that inhibitor turret was taken very low here. He's taking it down. We didn't quite see it on the screen there. Kevin was being pressured the whole time, and that's the turret down.
And this is, of course, the downside about Shen. You build full tank, you don't have enough damage, especially not against an AD carry with some lifesteal. You won't be able to stop him from just pushing up and hitting your turret over and over.
Well, as it stands, Millennium are under pressure now. 6-0 in turrets. This is something that shouldn't get underestimated because they have not took a single turret away from Super Hot Crew. And the Super Hot Crew, they're just staying off at the side here. Red Bull's going to be picked up here, and Millennium, they're undecided. They're pushing themselves up. They're all still on top of a ward.
But Millennium are doing the only thing they can do with this combo. Stay together as a group, try and land your poke, and then hope you can actually engage the fight or get a turret or get the dragon. They have been doing a good job getting 2 dragons already, and as long as they can keep Super Hot Crew from taking an inhibitor or the Baron, they can still stay and extend the game.
So, Super Hot Crew, the spear being thrown to Self. He quickly uses his distortion, but he zips himself back, and this could be the first dragon of the game for the Super Hot Crew. We don't see Millennium getting close enough to contest this one, and they will take it.
So finally now, dragon for Super Hot Crew, just what they need here. Next 6 minutes is where we need to see if they want to just go to the lanes once again, push them up, force Millennium to just try and defend 1v1 or 2v2, and then just kill them every single time, because Aranir, he's been the target for Selfie. Every time he finds him in the jungle, he just jumps onto him and kills him.
Oh, top wave was shoved in. That's going to get cleared out by Mima. Bottom wave's being shoved in. We do see Impaler heading that way. And the mid lane, well, it's all been pushed out. So Millennium are doing a good job at keeping the waves pushed in, keeping that pressure on towards Super Hot Crew. Impaler should be able to defend this one out. Kevin will just simply keep the pressure down towards him, but that will all get farmed out. No problem for Impaler.
And this time around, Millennium didn't care about Super Hot Crew splitting up. They just stayed here in the mid lane. But the wave beyond is calling, destroying pretty much the entire wave, forcing Millennium to just stay here. And once again, you need to land a few spears before you can do anything with this combo.
And Impaler just goes home, tries to take the golems, comes straight back to lane and thinks, this is great, I'm getting lots of farm down here. Impaler 3-0-2 so far has had a pretty good impact on that Kha'Zix. Meanwhile, Millennium with those 4 members continue to try and keep them at bay in towards this mid lane. Can they get themselves that first turret? Red buff was being picked up. Impaler puts some damage down and Kevin realizes he doesn't even make a scratch.
And Impaler is going towards his very damage route, and a hook actually to Mimar.
It's on Mima that's got a Dominus available. Doesn't use it, doesn't need to use it. And Millennium still trying to poke out there. There is the ultimate U being used. Selfie's going to chase this one down. He does manage to land on towards him. Oh, a flash comes out from Kevin. Much needed there. And that will maybe alleviate the pressure in this mid lane.
Yeah, Kevin was waiting with his flash till he saw the change so he could avoid the CC. And Selfie had to use his jump just to get into the fight so he couldn't jump onto Kevin.
Selfie going to try and come around the backside on towards Millennium here. They saw him coming. They know he's coming around there. Stan United is available. The hook on Mima, but that's just going to trigger. They're all grouped up. That's perfect placement. And Selfie just catches all four of them with his distortion. Millennium just absolutely shredded down by the Super Hot crew. Selfie continuing to chase it. They're having to back away. As you mentioned, Stan United was available. He used it on J Reed. It's already been cancelled straight away. Selfie are terrorizing Millennium.
Yeah, J Reed just got exploded there, and the fact he hits 4 members with the distortion, so much damage. So now Curb's
going to get caught out. That's going to stun him up there. The finish should come through. Wow. There it is. And now on towards Aaron Air. Can he get a second one? He will not.
It's a clone.
Oh,
it's a clone.
It's the clone though. Oh, and he gets Aaron Air. No, not quite managing to finish him off there. Good turnaround from Kraton.
But the fact that Super Hot crew actually 5 against 4 with the Shin ultimate from Millennium just destroyed them because of Selfie coming in here from the side. The ultimate from Kevin did absolutely nothing. Jerry just exploded there. And that's actually what Millennium wanted. That's why they stayed with 4 members, because they wanted the fight to start. They wanted Kevin to join in and then be 5 against 4, but they simply couldn't due to all the burst from Selfie.
Yeah, I mean, that ward right there on the screen, he walked past it. They knew
it was
he was
all
coming.
planned.
They were completely prepared. But you should not stay 4 members grouped together when there's a LeBlanc. He can do that to your team, and it just happened. And maybe a little bit of overconfidence in their tactic there, not quite working out for them.
Look here, he's actually building mobility boots onto LeBlanc because he wants to walk through the jungle of Millennium all the time. He wants to walk from lane to lane and try and set something up, so he wants this mobility. Same goes, of course, for the Karma with also mobility boots. So you have so much mobility on Super Hot crew side. That's what they've been using all the time. But credit to Millennium for actually staying in this mid lane, despite Super Hot crew grouping up, doing what they can do with their combo and trying. And Mima did drop low, but it wasn't enough.
Mima's just going to get himself some farm in that top lane. Jerry had come up here, but he's just going to step away. Selfie is coming in towards the tri-bush. If he's going to go, he's going to have to go quickly. They do ward it out. And Selfie is still on the hunt. He's actually going to get himself a big chunk of farm in that top. Impaler just been back to buy. We talked about whether he was going to go tanky. Well, the answer is no. He's gone full damage.
So he's got a lot more damage than we actually see people do in Korea, where it's very tanky focused with maybe a Brutalizer and the Elder Lizard. But that's simply also because they are ahead. He wants to duel people, he wants to fight, he wants to catch out someone like Kevin with this last Whisper now, have some armor penetration to do some damage to him. So I actually like the way he's building, and he's definitely not fearing Millennium when it comes to AoE in team fights.
The ultimate used out from Selfie there, and you saw 1,000 hit points blasted off Kevin instantly. So he has to be careful. He's not as strong as he'd like to imagine in terms of magic resist. He doesn't have a great deal, you can see, which is why he's just picked up that Spectral Cowl. He's trying to try and build into something, realizing that the danger may be coming in the form of LeBlanc. LeBlanc himself has gone down the bottom there. Selfie will be clearing that one out. Impaler is looking towards that mid. J-Ree throwing out the hook, but Badge's Veil would have stopped that nevertheless on mine.
Yeah, the wards have disappeared a little bit for Super Hot crew, so they don't feel confident enough just pushing up all the lanes and try and catch out Millennium. They need to get in there as a group, get some wards down. That's what we see them do here. Going in and actually going on Aaron Air.
Jumping on Aaron Air, he's gone. Oh no, the lantern almost enough, but he skitters away like a little spiderling from the Hobbit.
So now the jungler is gone, Smite is gone. Super Hot crew can take this dragon here, the Baron, sorry. There's nothing Millennium can do to stop it, unless they want to face him with Nidalee and Caitlyn. Not really.
No, not going to happen. They can try and throw a spear maybe, but that's about all it would be. Not going to happen, and Super Hot crew get themselves a very deserved Baron after taking down the jungler.
And absolutely love the new playstyle of Super Hot crew with Selfie on LeBlanc. He just so aggressive with this pick combo. They just, every single time they catch out Millennium, they get something. This time it was the Baron. We've seen him, of course, down here in the bot lane where they picked up 3 turrets already. Inhibitor is open. They just need to walk straight up to it with this Baron buff now and take it.
10 seconds until that dragon spawns. Baron was already taken. May well be the next target. Bottom lane turret. Can Millennium get themselves that second turret? I think they may well have just enough time in here for Kevin to take this turret down. We do see Mima heading this way, but the damage should be enough from Kevin now.
And Kevin needs to just continue split pushing, and then the rest of the members just have to wave clear and avoid being instantly blown up by Selfie whenever Super Hot crew decides to push up, because if they can extend the game, they can get the defensive items to avoid some of all this damage from Super Hot Crew and actually really start using both Caitlyn and Nidalee to the full potential.
So pressure is almost certainly on from Super Hot Crew. We are seeing a Leandris now picked up by Mixer.
It's the style of Karma. People like to build some damage on it because, again, I like this Lissandra against something like Shen, because you get some more damage onto him, you can get him a little bit lower, and of course, you just want some damage onto this Karma. We don't see a Talisman, however, and that's because they don't actually need to group up as 5 unless they want to go for this one.
They're going to go in towards Kevin. Are they going to land it? No. Instead, a spear will come out from Kerp, and that will slow him in his tracks. Something we didn't mention on Super Hot Crew is the fact that they have 4 members that can pass over those walls. It's something we see a lot from the Korean and Chinese teams. Super Hot Crew maybe trying to adapt some of that play. Remember, there's no turret here to defend Millennium, and they're going to keep on pressure. Spear does land on Selfie, a second spear. That may well give them pause for thought if the third one comes in.
And that's what they need. They just have to land a few spears from Kerp, followed by a very good hook by Jerry, and then they can actually engage. But the taunt is gone now from Kevin, so this inhibitor should be very easy for Super Hot Crew to pick up.
Now he's going to go down. Will they follow through? Mixer does get caught out by Jerry. The hook was enough, but it didn't get followed through by Millennium. And while Super Hot Crew happy to just rotate around, spears coming through after a ward was placed from Kerp. But the rest of the lanes, they do need pushing up.
Yeah, again, even though it was a hook onto Mixer, the combo from Millennium have absolutely no chance in a straight-up fight unless they poke people low from Super Hot Crew. And because they are so far ahead, they can just back off if they choose to, if they get too low. So Super Hot Crew are in a perfect position, and as long as they can continue putting pressure here, pushing up the lanes, and of course don't let the game go for the next 20-25 minutes, they are in just such a good position. I would even say, actually, going full late game, despite having Renekton, the combo from Super Hot Crew in a team fight is stronger.
Well, it is certainly now, that's for sure, because they've got themselves a 12,000 gold advantage, along with a Baron buff, which you could equate to another 8,000 on top of that, makes it around about 20,000 gold advantage. Not to mention all the pressure they continue to keep applying. Super minions going down that bottom lane, of course. Looks like it's the mid lane where they're going to apply that pressure. We're going to see Mima split pushing in the top.
And let's see here now. Notice the pings from Super Hot Crew. 3 spots into the jungle of Millennium. That's where they want their wards. That's where they want to camp and wait for Millennium to walk out and face check them. Of course, Millennium, they won't do it. They're just going to stay around their base here. They know they're safe for now, but as soon as they spot one member of Super Hot Crew, they have to be careful and just start backing out of the jungle and let Super Hot Crew take the full vision control in here.
Impaler is trying to see if he can jump on anyone. Follow through with Selfie. It's a scary, scary combo of damage that can jump onto you if caught off guard, and Sweeping Lens picks up 2 wards for Super Hot Crew, taking away that vision, as you mentioned, from Millennium. It does mean that top turret, along with this middle turret, are now going to be pressured.
This simply means for Super Hot Crew, they can push out both lanes here and then rotate between them. If there's 5 members from Millennium up in the top, you just keep one guy down the bottom to push it. Look at Selfie's position. You want to catch someone out.
Wow, the Shadow Dash from Millennium. Zeus managed to land on Mima, though he didn't even care about it. They just tanked that turret down, no problem at all. They got so much damage. Talisman from Millennium. They're going to chase on this one. Quick distortion on towards Jerry. The combo doesn't quite land, but the culling does. And Jerry's taking all sorts of damage from this one. Now we're going to see him. Bailey's going to jump in and gets the reset. He does get stunned out, though, which managed to pop that ultimate once again. Mima goes deep. Nexus turret does go down to the super minions. They're going to catch on towards it. RNA gets away. The second Nexus turret's going to go down. And the Super Hot Crew are going to take a well-deserved victory over Millennium. Millennium themselves, well, they land themselves continually rooted at the bottom of the table. But what a great turnaround, and what a great first game for Selfie in that mid lane.
And Super Hot Crew, they just played their pick combo absolutely perfect, constantly pushing out every single wave, so Selfie could just roam around it in with jungle, catch out in here again and again, kill him and get the lead. The only downside was the fact they gave 2 dragons early, but still, they dominated the map, got the Baron and got the game.
Fantastic first game, and what a turnaround. The Super Hot Crew have had that week practice with their new member, seemingly just giving a new lease of life to many of these players.
Just like they talked about from their practice with this new mid laner, they have a whole new style. With moves, we had the very passive early game because they wanted to farm up on Gragas, on Zex. With Selfie, they just want to fight. They want to find the enemy, constantly go towards them, they even first pick the bond for it.
And I feel that maybe he just gave a new lease of life to Impaler. He suddenly realized, I can go aggressive. I've got somebody that's going to back me up every step of the way, and more to the point, would actually start things off.
Yeah, but if you have Renekton against Shen, you have LeBlanc against Nidalee, you have the full control around the enemy red buff. That's why you can go in and you can start these fights whenever you want to, and that's what they did. They went in for the red buff 2 or 3 times, took it away from Millennium, and if Millennium tried to fight, they would have been stronger.
Fantastic performance. And you got to wonder for Millennium now. They picked into that. They knew what they're up against, and they lost almost every single lane. They knew the top, that was going to be a tricky battle. They always knew that one. But the bottom and the mid lane, when they lose, there's problems.
The fact they ran this poke combo, as you just said, it forces you to win the early games, because if you start falling behind against a pick combo, you start losing the vision war. There's so little you can actually do. They try to just group up as 4, push down the mid lane, but then we saw Selfie coming in from the side, just jump onto them, and they didn't even care from Super Hot Crew's side. So Millennium tried to do what they could with the combo, but the lanes, especially the mid lane, all the pressure was onto Selfie, and he just managed to take it and win the game.
Well, of course, we do have a fantastic highlight from that game, Deficio. It has to be the new man, Selfie. He may as well took a Polaroid while he was there.
Well, he's 4-man distortion in the mid lane when he roams around. If you just bring it up on the screen here, we can actually see the whole setup, and also why Millennium, they knew he was coming. They have full vision of him. When we start this one and he runs in, you notice they have vision. They want, of course, Kevin to ultimate down. You see, they actually ping him here, so they know exactly what's going on. Kevin is, of course, telling the team, I have ultimate, take the fight. They also saw Kha'Zix in the bot lane, so they knew he was gone. He's not in this fight. That's why they want to go for it. But look at this distortion. Onto 4 members when he actually activates with his Mimic. And that's so much damage. To read the guy who's actually being ultimated by Shen, the guy where Shen is supposed to spawn, instantly blows up, and Shen is not even joining.
Yeah, and that blew through the shield that Jerry had, the shield that he had from Stand United, and of course all his hit points on top. Crazy, crazy damage. And remember, you can share your own heroic moments with us by tweeting them at LOL Esports and using that hashtag LCS Big Plays. Fantastic performance coming out of Selfie in the first game.
Absolutely
Do
love
you
the new
think
play
this is
style.
going to be enough for the Super Hot Crew to just claw their way out of that danger zone?
If they can fix the few mistakes they did have, for instance, again, giving up the 2 dragons to Millennium was not okay with the combo they actually had and when they had the lead. But if they can fix these few mistakes with the way they played here, as long as they can continue winning the early game and getting these early game picks, they will be able to take wins like they just did here today. Millennium, they didn't even play like bad. They're not a bad team, and still they managed to just control them around the map.
Well, let's hear from one of those players themselves. Shocks and Quickshot are standing by from the Super Hot Crew. It is Impaler, the only Englishman in the LCS. Take it away.
Freddie.
Thank you very much, D-Man. Quickshot and I have Impaler from the Super Hot Crew here, indeed, to talk about that win versus Millennium. Let's talk about Kha'Zix going into that one. We saw him a lot this weekend at IEM. You've picked him before. Why in this situation?
I just think Kha'Zix is generally really strong. Like 40% damage reduction on 3 ult charges is crazy damage, like crazy good damage reduction.
So why did you pick him 2 weeks ago on 4.2 when you were paired with Orianna from Moops? What was the decision making then?
I don't know, like Kha'Zix is really punishing on the enemy jungler because you can just do so much. Like isolation damage is really strong.
So when you pick the rest of your comp, is their enemy jungler the thing that you wanted to target the most, or what was generally the plan?
We had like a strong top sector of the map with LeBlanc, Renekton, and Kha'Zix on me. So like anyone gets caught out, we can just pick them off and then go for an objective.
So I want to take a step back and think about this. We don't tend to see junglers being the last pick for teams very often, especially in this meta right now. You guys first picked the LeBlanc. We know this is a comfort pick for Selfie. And Kha'Zix was the last pick. So did you know going into Picks and Bans you wanted that pick composition, or did it just evolve that way?
We knew we wanted the pick composition because pick's just really strong for us. And from there, like, we saw them pick Elise, and then we're like, oh, I can just leave Kha'Zix till later and get the other picks we want.
You were talking about picking people off and then getting the objective, and then you mentioned, but we didn't get any dragons in the beginning, so what happened that you lost control of that objective?
I don't know, like, there was a time when their bot lane went missing, and we were like, oh, they're probably taking dragon, but we just shrugged it off as, nah, they won't do it. And then I go and ward it, and it's like, oh, dragon's dead.
Bugger indeed. Now, you guys picked up a win. It was very well played. You worked on that pink composition well. Talk to me a little bit about Selfie. What does he offer the Super Hot Crew? You know, this was his first game on the big stage. In my opinion, he played very well. What does he bring to the Super Hot Crew that wasn't there before?
He's a really young guy, so he's like really vibrant. You can get behind someone who's so enthusiastic, and yeah, he's just really fun to play with.
Did you talk to him especially about playing on the stage and on LAN experience before, try to make him ready for it, or?
No, he's really good, so it just transitions nicely to LAN.
So I've got a question about his playstyle. We knew that Moops, for example, favored those farm-heavy mid laners, the mages, so to speak. We've heard that Selfie likes to favor those assassins. I mean, first pick LeBlanc. Do you fear there's a possibility he's only the assassin player, so you're sort of swapping one style for another?
Maybe. We've played a few mages as well, and that also worked out really well. Our record in scrims is going through the roof right now. And like that assassin mid lane, it's so fun to play with as a jungler because you know there's someone who can just deal a ton of damage on the enemy.
Well, you also seem extremely happy with the play server team right now. Congratulations on that. And today, at the top of today's show, we asked you to hit us up on Twitter and tell us who has been your favorite European mid laner so far and why. And here are a few of your answers. The first one is from SFF Punk. Overpow is my favorite mid. Why? That Pantheon, that Mordekaiser, that Spirit of the Spectral Wraith on Ziggs.
So two of them are good. The Mordekaiser's a bit hit and miss. Didn't work out in Super Week. I think Overpower's one of the mid laners that's willing to bend the rules of the meta more than other people, and it's definitely enjoyable to watch.
Yeah. And of course, we're going to see him in action in just a bit. The second tweet is from @Fugitive. SK's Jesses. He's come into the LCS with almost no hype, and he has been showing up big in a lot of games thus far. A little bit the same as Selfie. No hype coming into the LCS. What do you think of Jesses?
He's kind of the opposite of Selfie. Like, he plays a lot of poke-oriented champions, whereas we play the assassins. So like, if you could combine the two, I think you'd have the perfect mid laner.
The last one is from @DurGelo. I'd say Expeke. He had some great combos with LeBlanc. Also, he never plays defensive, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Peck has been a player that when he is hitting his combos and on form, he is able to decimate opponents, but we're not exactly seeing that as consistently in these last few weeks.
We'll see what Expeke comes out in the game that's coming up here. Thank you very much for sending those in, and keep talking about today's matches with us and other League fans by tweeting @LOL Esports and of course using the hashtag LCS. Thank you for your time again, Impaler, and congratulations on that win. We'll recall to base for a short break, but keep it right here because we're just moments away from Roccat versus Fnatic. Don't touch that browser.
Let's see if Millennium wants to fight.
Mixer getting caught out. Aronair trying to jump on Mixer. Not the target they should be going for. There's the stun United. Aronair taking the damage. We do see Selfie coming in around the backside. Mima does manage to get himself a kill. Aronair goes down. J-Re in trouble. He gets dropped as well.
Welcome back to the European League of Legends Championship Series. I'm Joe Miller and I'm joined here behind the caster desk once again by the steadfast Trevor Quickshot Henry. And it's time for our third game of the day as Roccat take on Fnatic. Now the series is
which is fantastic.
is he has the second last average CS at 10 minutes and the last average CS at 20 minutes for his role as AD carry.
Yeah, Saliver has been struggling, but it's not only Saliver because Jankos also needs to find his form once again. His KDA for week 7 and 8 was an incredibly low 1.2 and 1.83 respectively. And if you recall, for Jankos from earlier in the splits, he was a large reason as to why Roccat was securing all of those wins and why Roccat were sitting at the top of the table at the beginning of the split.
And their opponents in this one, Fnatic, seem to be on the up and up. They went 2-2 during Super Week. They lost to the Wolves and SK Gaming while they beat the Super Hot Crew and Millennium. That may not be the most impressive, but more recently they also placed in the finals of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship, where they did, of course, get beaten 3-0, but the tournament has to be considered a success overall for them.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. Fnatic did really surprise at Intel Extreme Masters last weekend, and I actually think it has a lot to do with them breaking their losing streak and performing much better during Super Week just prior to the event. Individual mistakes are, however, simply costing them, and as a team, they are playing their mid-game significantly better, but I think it's because of that strong mid-game play that allowed them to get all the way through to the finals. I do have to call out Fnatic solo lanes though. Soaz and Peke have not been as consistent over the last few weeks. For example, during Super Week, Soaz had one game where we went 5-0-14 on Malphite, Peke went 8-3-9 as LeBlanc. Now those stats look like anomalies when you compare them to the next 3 games, where Soaz ends up going 2-7-7, and Peke ends up going 8-9-10. It's these two players, when they perform well, their team wins. When they perform average, their team's losing.
The one shining light and solid rock, though, has to be Reckless. He's an AD carry that always has a positive effect on the game. During Super Week, he only gave up 3 deaths, ending 12-3-10. And during Intel Extreme Masters, he once again shone in his role.
Yeah, he always does. Reckless is a fantastic AD carry with great positioning and a really good ability to CS even when under pressure. The only complaint or really argument that I could call out in his gameplay is that he does tend to err on the side of caution. So we need to see if he's gonna maybe change that up a little bit to help his other solo laners when they're underperforming and how they handle the duo lane of Roccat.
Well, both teams are coming into this match with inconsistent records after leading the table during this spring split. The question is, which squad will shake off their losses and bring their A-game to the Rift today?
I think Roccat is like every team. Sometimes you play really good, sometimes you play worse, sometimes you play better. I think they are going through one of those times that they are not playing super good as before. But it's all about just knowing how to handle it. Like, don't let it get you too down or you will end up like us.
I don't know, it's hard to predict how will they play because they're not consistent. Once they play really good, another time they play bad, so I can't predict how that match will look like.
Playing against Roccat would be a really tough match because they had some hard times as well. They lost their 2 last matches.
Individually, I think Overpower is not such a great player, but he always comes up with this new stuff that works and can surprise people, and that's really one of his strengths. But if you actually know his picks in advance and you know the counters, I think it can be easy to counter him, perhaps.
We are not afraid of Fnatic. I think we can win versus them. We are 1-1 versus them. And I think we are going to take third game.
We know that they want to as well because we want to be at the first place.
And some wise words there from Peke about, you can't let this streak of bad results really get to you because, well, you could end up like Fnatic.
Yeah, that's the case. And the problem is, I don't know if Fnatic have resolved their problems. And the reason I say that, if you watch them at IEM, many of the mistakes that cost them their massive losing streak are still there in their gameplay. They really need to find a way to iron out those bugs and level up their game again.
Well, let's take a look at the starting lineups for this game. Starting on the blue side, it's Roccat with Zazas in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Overpower in the mid lane, and the duo of Saliver and Vander.
Yeah, and over on the red side, it is Fnatic with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in the mid lane with Reckless and Yellow Star as the AD carry and support for Fnatic.
And our featured matchup of the day takes place in the jungle in this one. We have our eyes set on Cyanide and Jankos as we kick off the battle.
Yeah, before we start, I really want to highlight how these players perform on the same champion, starting with Elise. Cyanide has gone 16-7-23, 3 wins, 1 loss, whereas Jankos has gone 15-12-22 with 3 wins and 3 losses. The reason I highlight that champion, the way Cyanide played Elise at IEM was phenomenal. Both junglers sit at very similar kill participation at 68 and 69%, and the interesting difference in their overall season stats come in the additional assists that Cyanide has accrued over the split. It also does explain his higher death count. When you look at the junglers, I think there's quite a big contrast in styles. Cyanide is arguably one of, if not the most supportive junglers in the league. He gives up his jungle camps to his solo laners all the time, and he's often a primary initiating force for Fnatic. Think about his Wukong games. Whereas Jankos on the other side, he focuses much more on early ganking and controlling the lanes. I also feel like Jankos' individual performance, it's much more integral to the success of Roccat. Whereas for Cyanide, it's his solo laners that determine the success of the team.
So coming in towards champion select then and having a focus on the jungles, let's start off with them. What kind of bans are we expecting from both of these teams?
I have to feel that if Roccat do not want to first pick Elise, it has to be a consideration maybe to ban away. Something that is sitting on the side of Fnatic as well. If we look back to IEM performances and considering how many times Jankos has played it, that would be my number 1. I also think Ziggs is another consideration. It's something that was banned against Peke multiple times at IEM, and it is a champion that you can play well on, even if you're underperforming as a player.
Well, here we go then, in towards champion select. What are we going to see? First out the gate, Roccat banning straight away the LeBlanc against XPeke. We've seen some great performances out of him on that recently, as well as the Elise, as you just mentioned.
So keep in mind, Cassidy is still available. It's something that both of these teams have an ability to play. Overpower and Roccat left Cassidy open against Alliance during Super Week. So we'll see if one of these teams removes it from the table. Remember, it is 4.3, so it hasn't been reworked like you're playing on live at the moment.
We do, however, see a AD carry ban in towards Reckless here. Sivir taken out of the mix in this matchup. And again, another one that's becoming more and more popular here in Europe after seeing masses of popularity over in Korea. Other ban was Kha'Zix coming out, another one that's risen to performance on the 4.3 patch.
So slow picks and bans here for Fnatic. I think the Kha'Zix ban is because Insects simply tore Fnatic apart at Intel Extreme Masters. They don't want to fall prey to that one again. On the same token, Fnatic played against and with Sivir multiple times at that event. So I think it's quite a smart ban from Roccat. What it does mean though is Caitlyn and Lucian are still open, and we've actually seen many teams in the past banning one or more of those champions against Roccat, targeting Celiva out.
Other bans coming in. Cassidy, final ban for Roccat against XPeke. Now, Cassidy, we've had questions about it. Obviously, we are on 4.3, so it's not the totally new Cassidy in this one, but certainly a little bit less popular, that's for sure. On the other side, Lulu, we talked about it in the pre-game show today, a master bully in lane and something that Fnatic don't want to deal with.
Interestingly, Fnatic are one of the only teams that don't run her in the mid lane. It's something that we've seen from Fnatic time and time again. It's Soaz that runs it for their team, and we haven't seen Peke on that little Yordle. So removing it from the table, they simply do not want to deal with it at all.
However, first pick, not really surprised because Renekton sneaking through here, so I expect that comes into the first round of the picks, and as it falls, it comes to Roccat as their favorite choice in the top lane here for Xaxus.
So the question is, where does Fnatic go from here? We've seen Renekton in the top lane being super dominant and super consistent over the course of the split, and something that Soaz himself has played very, very well. The other sort of top priority top laners are still there. You've got Trundle still in the mix. You've got Shyvana if you want to go that route. We've even seen Soaz running those AP tops like Gragas, like LeBlanc in the past. So there's a lot of options for Fnatic. I almost wonder if a Lucian Thresh might not be the safe route to go. It's something that we see from these teams many, many times.
Well, right now they are hovering over the Lucian. That'll be locked in. But Gragas will be the choice here for Fnatic. XPeke has shown us many a time how strong he can be on this Gragas. That leaves, of course, the likes of Ziggs open, to be honest with you. Really wouldn't surprise me to see Overpower going for in that mid lane over the other side. But the AD carry at least taken away there from Celiva.
Yeah, so Celiva's most likely going to default to Caitlyn. It's what we've seen him doing in the past. He did try Varus a couple times in Super Week. Was not particularly impressed by it. What we have also seen from both Jankos and Cyanide is a trend towards the Pantheon the Evelynn and the Wukong as far as the junglers are concerned. What I like about the Gragas lock-in here for Fnatic is that Peke played it an immense amount of times at IEM, which is just last weekend. He had some very good performances on it. But we also know it could go to Soe. So there's always that little bit of doubt in the mind of where are they actually going to stick that champion and who's going to get their hands on it at the end of the day.
What will Roccat here lock in for their second and third choices? Looks like we're going to be seeing Jankos actually bringing the Lee Sin into the fold of this one. A champion which, you know, is not up there with his most played champions, but he has had some success on that one as well. You think back to the good win against Alliance, and earlier on even in the season where they took down Alliance the first time around. This time against Fnatic, we also see Thresh taken away, not allowing them to have that Thresh Lucian lane that we talked about earlier.
So what I like about the Lee Sin is it fits Rockat's playstyle. It fits Jankos's tendency to early ganking champions, to getting in the face of Fnatic and trying to disrupt them. Vander on Thresh, for the first 5 weeks of the split, was the best Thresh player. He landed multiple hooks, he was always saving his teammates. But you've also got to be honest and call him out. The last 3 weeks of games, he has not been on the same level. He hasn't been able to find those picks. He hasn't necessarily been able to sway the tempo of a game with that champion. So we'll see if Vander's maybe got some confidence back after heading to Poland, having some fan meet and greets and a little bit of time off.
So we did see Siva banned earlier on for, you know, the utility that she brings in there as well, you know, being an AD carry, a big force in the side. They've picked up a Karma support, which can offer that whole big speed up for your entire team. Also taking Pantheon here in the jungle for Cyanide.
So this is only the 4th player in the LCS to pick up Karma. We've seen Mixer, J-Ree, and Nif running Karma support in the European LCS, and now it's going to be Yellowstar getting his hands on the pick. What we did see from KT Rolls to Bullets at IEM was when they didn't have Siva, they replaced her with Karma, using that big AoE speed boost from her Mantra and Mantra and E, if I remember correctly, and just gives that team basically a mini Talisman of Ascension. It's great for engage, it's great for disengage, and knowing how safe Reckless and Yellowstar do tend to play in the lane, I think it'll work out quite nicely.
Well, Roccat now on their final 2 picks, and AD carry is going to be Caitlyn. So Caitlyn Thresh that Roccat have now in the lane, and also going to be picking up Yasuo here to go in that mid lane up against Peke's Gragas.
So the thing that I don't necessarily like about this pick is there's a limited number of knockups. Yes, Thresh has got a knockup. You've also got the kickback from Lee Sin, but what worked for the Chinese teams was comboing a Shyvana knockup into a multi-man last breath from Yasuo. We'll see how Roccat plays that one out. As far as the mid lane matchup goes, Yasuo against Gragas, as long as Overpower times his wind walls perfectly or properly, you can mitigate all of the bursts from Gragas. You actually have kill potential on Gragas because you can avoid the explosive costs. You can mitigate them, put that wind wall up, and make sure that Peke has no kill potential on you.
How Fnatic gonna lock in this Shen? It's a champion which Soaz was very vocal about disliking the playstyle of. In the end, though, they switched last second in towards Shyvana. So it's Shyvana versus Renekton top lane. I feel like we've talked about this one a few times, a few hundred times it feels like almost by now at this stage of the season.
So the one thing that we are seeing about this matchup is that there's a ticking time bomb on Rockat's side. We once again see an all physical composition here as far as the damage is concerned. And if Roccat don't get themselves an early gold lead and an early advantage in the game, Fnatic's well-rounded composition is going to outscale them. You've got magic damage from Gragas and from Karma, depending on Yellowstar's going to build up. And thanks to the strong engage and disengage of both Gragas and Karma, I actually feel like in the big 5v5s, there's a very strong advantage here for Fnatic. So we need to see Roccat pulling ahead and far ahead very early on.
Well, we do have that Renekton in the top lane that's going to have the advantage. And you have to say, we talked about it in the pregame, Jankos is an early game jungler that loves to get involved. And if they don't have that kind of pressure that he's had earlier on in the season where Roccat were doing so amazingly well, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, I completely agree. Thanks to the picks and bans that Roccat does have right now, I think the laning phase is in their favor. I think they've got a lot of things they can work with, but it always matters. You know, the theoretical composition versus the in-game decision-making, that's where you've got to make it work, and we'll see if Roccat can do it.
Well, with the picks and bans behind us, let's take a look at who you guys think has the edge in this game. According to the vote, 61% of you have gone to Fnatic. decent amount considering where both teams are right now. Also like to remind you guys that you can get tickets and join us here in Cologne and watch these games live. Just head over to lolesports.com and click on tickets for all the details.
Yeah, I definitely think the performance last weekend is playing into everybody's mind. You don't make it to the grand final of the Intel Extreme Masters World Championship unless you're doing something right.
Yeah.
And Fnatic did. They had mistakes, they had problems that they need to work on, but at the end of the day, they still delivered.
So here we go then. In-game, it's Fnatic versus Roccat. We will be able to pick this one up. A very much, it was a top of the table clash. We can definitely say that when we look back at the previous ones. Right now, though, it's between two teams that are definitely not stable in terms of results right now.
No, that's definitely the case. And this is 2 of only 4 teams in the European LCS that have sat in that first place position. And we'll have to see how this works out in their favor. I mean, right now, Fnatic, they have fallen from glory. They had a massive window, this massive buffer of safety. And now, you know, if they continue losing, they actually run the risk of being placed in 6th position and getting relegated into, you know, the playoff bracket.
Still so many games to go. And because the table's so close, it's hard to even talk about those final positions by now because there are still so many different outcomes here in the European LCS. Well, we saw how that went in the end of Season 3 in the summer split, where we had to play tiebreaker games at the end of it to actually figure out who was going through and who was going to the playoffs and promotion.
I'm racking my brain right now. Was it 8 extra games that we had to play? Or 6 extra games, I think, at the end of the Super Day. It was 6 games already. It was an incredibly long day. And the way things are looking right now, we've got the possibility, but a lot of these head-to-heads are actually sitting 3-0 in favor of one team. So maybe that head-to-head tiebreaker rule could shorten the last few days of our Super Week, I think.
Well, the more games, the merrier from my side. I'll put that out there now. Roccat here, we can see, are initiating a lane swap. It looks like they want Celiver and Vander to go in his top lane up against Soaz, and they're going to be seeing Renekton coming down into the bottom lane, where Yellow Star and Reckless will be waiting for them.
So I wonder what the thinking is behind this decision, whether or not they're just trying to control the jungle path of Cyanide, or whether they were anticipating a lane swap from Fnatic. Because Renekton into Shyvana is a matchup that Renekton wins. Soaz already in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, a bit of a face check here going on. He may just be forced to flash. Ignite is going to be used. There's a lot of damage coming in. Peacemaker comes down. Flash not used there by Soaz. He played it very, very patiently. Did manage to get away, but that means that he's getting no farm for these first couple of minutes.
So Soaz also did not pick up his trinket right at the beginning of the gate, tried to make it out of the base as quickly as possible. It doesn't even look like he's picked up another one this time around, so maybe foregoing trinkets this game. We'll have to see how long it takes him to get that. But, as we said, Renekton into Shyvana is a matchup that Zaza should be winning. So if Roccat have done this lane swap, it was either in anticipation of Fnatic swapping, which didn't happen, or because they want to try and control maybe the red buff of Fnatic or something similar. We'll see how Janko's paths and tries to work the map.
That's the great thing about this week, that some teams have had that break. As you mentioned, Roccat were actually in Katowice. They're doing some more promotional style stuff with the fans over there in Poland, but I'm assuming that they've had a bit more time in terms of preparation for this week, other than Fnatic, who obviously had a long schedule in front of them and got through to that grand finals. We do see Zazas there just doing himself. The Golem's going to go decently low from that, but will actually be headed home here in just a second. Level 2. Safe. No need to be worried about that one, Roccat fans.
No, what I really like about Zazas doing that, he's got himself CS already. He's got a level advantage over Soaz. And if you notice Reckless and Yellow Star on this bottom lane, they're not shoving the wave. They're not actually pushing that wave super hard. Xpeka's in a little bit of trouble. Here comes Jankos.
Jankos coming in there, flashes away from the kill and the knock-up out of Overpower. Perfectly timed there by Xpeka, showing how cool he is in these kind of scenarios.
So at this point in time, the flash is down. So if Overpower and Jankos repeat that in the next couple of minutes, there is first blood potential. We do see Jankos now moving to this bottom lane to try to support Zazas. And the point I was trying to make earlier, Celiver and Vander are shoving that top wave against Soaz. They got Soaz out of the lane, and they're trying to put some pressure. They've caught him!
All coming in on towards Soaz, and they got the damage here, though. No, sorry, there is that flash, obviously, for Soaz, because he didn't use it at level 1 after face checking that bush. Meanwhile, Cyanide is coming around to try and help out on that top tower.
So at this point in time, this is the advantage Roccat have gained for themselves. They've got 50% of Fnatic's top tower already dropped in HP. In the bottom lane, we'll see in a second as Reckless and Yellow Star get onto the Roccat tower, but this is Poke in the mid lane. Overpower playing very aggressive.
actually sliding through the minions there. I think taking a bit more damage than he would have hoped for from that one. And Peck is like, okay, you're sliding around. I'm just going to throw a couple of auto attacks your way and we'll be good. But Overpower does have that slight experience level over Xpeke plus the CS lead here. That'll only be just a few, but this turret is definitely not going to be up there for long. We can see that Roccat not relenting any pressure on that side of the map.
I really like the advantage Roccat have given themselves. We talked about how the early game and the laning was going to be so important for Rockat's all-physical composition. They've already got a noticeable more amount of HP off that top tower. If Jankos and Xaxus can defend the bottom tower and allow Celiva to secure this top one, then rotate, it's immediate gold and map advantage to Roccat.
What definitely could be the final push onto this tower is well underway. A couple of minions actually in there still from that one, and as the last minion dies, Celiva gets the last hit on it, and that will be the first turret of the game going in favor of Roccat.
So very, very well played. They've got a small gold advantage, and now we should be expecting Roccat to actually lane swap. I think Xaxus should be going to the top lane. He's already got a small lead over Soaz and CS, but he's actually behind on XP, thanks to being a little bit late to that lane. So we'll see if this Renekton Shyvana matchup still plays in Xaxus' favor, even though he is a little bit down on the experience bar.
And funnily enough, when we compare that whole 2v1, if you look at the AD carries, Celiva are actually behind by quite the margin at this point. 14 CS that Reckless has in his advantage, and we said it earlier on that Reckless is always solid when it comes to the farming game. Even when Fnatic as a team start to fall behind, you always see him up there in terms of the CS numbers. But now it's going to be that 2v2. We'll see if Fnatic actually try and change things around, and with a Shyvana recall and the duo recall in there on your minimap, it looks like they may see that switch again.
We'll have to see. I wonder if that isn't just an opportune recall because neither of those laners had gone back in a moment or two. You do see that it does look like they're going to be going to the straight, 2v2 matchups. And I think the CSD that Reckless has gained is more because of Celiva and Vander's attempt to force Soaz out of lane and focus the tower down. So they've lost CS by trying to get the global objective. The one thing I do want to highlight, a moment or two ago, we actually seen Overpower being super cheeky on Yasuo and denying farm from Peke by windwalling his barrel and just preventing him getting those couple of CS. So it's just showing some good play on Yasuo in this mid lane.
Both of those mid laners, though, now up at level 6, so we'll see if they get called into action. Currently, Overpower is headed towards the top side of the Fnatic jungle. Jankos is already in there, and that's because that red buff was just about to spawn in, is now on the map. Soaz is there on the top side. We've got Cyanide, who's not quite level 6 at this point, so he has no man drop if he needs to come down, but he will simply walk in there. Soaz coming from around the side, and actually, they left Jankos alone. The barrel from Peke actually will knock him back, but the flash from Jankos straight over the wall keeps him safe.
That was half a second away from Jankos being dead to getting away. Thanks to an early flash from Jankos, the barrel from Peke actually knocked him further to safety. So good reactive play, but Jankos maybe shouldn't have been there to begin with. He had no support from Xaxus. Overpower didn't appear to make any intentions to leave that mid lane, and it just meant that he basically got caught out of position and blew his own flash.
I have to give you some news in terms of trinkets. Soaz now does in fact realize that he doesn't have a trinket. I assume he came in when he was like, I'm just going to put a ward down. Oh wait, I don't have a trinket. I should probably fix that one. Has got himself a trinket in there now, so that's all good. However, he is behind on the CS. That was already the case earlier on. We expect it in that 1v1 matchup against the Renekton anyway. We still await a first blood at this point. 8.5 minutes in there. Roccat picking up that early advantage and 1,000 gold lead by now, simply by taking down that first turret of the game in the top lane.
Yeah, and you can also see that since Xaxus has returned to the lane, he is still controlling Soaz. He's kept that small CS advantage, and he seems to be applying some pressure to Soaz and Shyvana. We'll see how that matchup continues to play out as both of them now have their ultimates. And there is kill potential if Jankos or Cyanide decide to roam. Cyanide is level 6 with Grand Skyfall, so there's also kill potential there if he jumps into a lane. We tend to see Cyanide ganking either mid lane with his ultimate coming in behind the opponent, or if his dual lane is playing defensive, coming in behind the AD carry and support. But it doesn't look like Celiva and Vander are really hard pushing that bottom lane, so Cyanide's targets might be in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think that's always the danger, knowing that the Pantheon is on the map, that if you push too far, you kind of freeze yourself out of that one. Meanwhile, Blue Buff's coming in there. Peke going to be taking that one. He is still 20 CS behind, having to go that Seeker's Arm Guard and double door and ring combo to keep himself early safe here, because we already have the workings of that Static Shiv in for Overpower.
Yeah, core itemization on Yasuo. Static Shiv into your Infinity Edge, and as long as you've got that 10% additional crit from your Runes of Masteries, you get 100% built up. The one thing that I do want to highlight about Overpower's play is just the fact that he's still got a CS lead on Gragas, who is one of the best farming champions in the game, and it's because of the way Overpower's using that wind wall to interrupt and disrupt Peke's gameplay. It means Peke is going to be a little bit delayed hitting a power spike, because Peke is also going for the Seeker's Arm Guard first, working his way towards an Hourglass. So that massive burst that you come to expect from Gragas will be a little bit later in this game.
So, where is that first kill going to come down? Cyanide had just wandered in towards the bottom side of the map, but there was a ward in the tri-bush, which Roccat realized actually did use a sweeping lens currently on Vander to search that one out and make sure that they could try and sneak that Lee Sin back in there to force some action on that bottom side of the map. But we've already seen pink wards going down around the Dragon area, which could indicate that Fnatic were thinking about that one. No, they just want to keep the control of that area of the map.
If Celavan and Vander keep pushing up that lane the way that they are right now, I think First Blood could come in that bottom lane. Cyanide really likes to jump in behind his opponent's AD carry and support and give Reckless and Yellowstar some kill potential. Overpower almost caught up. Peke was just waiting out of sight. The one thing that Fnatic can also do with their combo of Pantheon, Karma, and Lucian is tower dive pretty effectively. You've got a shield from Karma, a movement speed increase, and Pantheon can block turret shots. So if they wanted to go underneath the turret, they could go in. Here's the man drop on Jankos.
Coming straight in towards that Wraith camp, and Jankos just going to head straight off towards that ward, but they're chasing him down here. Soa's now getting involved. Peke not quite in range, but there's the stun. Jankos going to go down, and the man drop from Cyanide secures first blood here for Fnatic.
Very well played. That was just reactive play from Fnatic. The moment they realized Jankos was in their jungle, they jumped on the opportunity. Jankos, even though there was some decent vision, you can't really prepare for a grand Skyfall. It lands on your head, all of a sudden Pantheon comes out of nowhere. What I liked was how quickly Soaz responded. He was there the moment Jankos was revealed, and it was a very well coordinated gank from Fnatic. It does open them up to secure the first dragon as well. It doesn't look like anyone from Rockat's going to contest this.
Now, Vander just off to the side here. He's going to throw a ward down, but that will only give them vision and at least the timer on that dragon for the next time that it does come into the game. That puts Fnatic ahead now in the gold with that single kill, with the first dragon of the game as well, as we do see Yellowstar after that one just coming up to this mid lane with Reckless as well. So looking like they want to put a 2v1 against Yasuo, whose CS lead, I wouldn't say continued to grow, but stuck around the similar good lead that he's had over Peke so far.
Yeah, Yasuo is really sort of keeping Peke in line, is I think the best way to highlight that fact. Peke roaming down to the bottom lane, maybe to not face the static Shiv Yasuo, because there is, as we said, that kill potential. Alternatively, it could also be to deny Overpower. If you stick both Karma and Reckless and Karma and Lucian in the mid lane, it's much more difficult to wind wall everything that gets thrown at you. The one thing we do need to just keep reminding everybody about is that Rockat's team composition needs to be ahead by a significant amount in gold in order to win straight up 5v5s. If, however, they do get a good wombo combo, a Dragon's Rage that knocks up 3 or 4 people into a good last breath from Yasuo, that could be a determining factor in picking up kills.
Oh, right now we see Overpower going in on towards Peke. He'll be having flashbacks of critical strikes coming his way from the Intel Extreme Master. Katowice is done well here. Actually will get the kill onto Overpower. A good bit of kiting around the tower. Did go down though at the same time.
Traded 1 for 1. If Peke did not flash that knockup from the Steel Tempest of Overpower, Overpower would have been able to get that kill and make it out with his life. But some good tap dancing shoes there from Peke allows him to survive, and that was the kill potential we were talking about. The moment that static shiv was built up, Overpower had the damage to solo Peke, even though Peke has that additional armor from that Seeker's Arm Guard. So well played by Overpower to get the kill, but even better played by Peke to get a reply.
And speaking of Peke, look at that CS now, bang, even almost. So he's really come back nicely in that little encounter. We see a lot of wards down on this bottom side of the map. Dragon, of course, was already taken away by Fnatic, and Reckless and Yellowstar now moving in on towards Fnatic's possible first turret of the game. Yellowstar got a lot of zoning potential there, throwing out that damage towards Selva and Vander. We do have Jankos coming around. Fnatic need to be careful here. That turret is a very juicy target for them, but wisely they do back away.
Yeah, so they did. What we did see, though, was Cyanide is moving towards that tri-bush. He has his ultimate available, so if a fight were to break out, Cyanide could have actually jumped in there and potentially helped out. I want to keep my eye on the support item that Yellowstar's picked up. He's got the Frost Fang right now, so it is the upgrade to that Spell Thief's Edge. And what we've seen from most of the international supports elsewhere in the world is they'll upgrade it once, sell it in favor of the coin later in the game, just because of the strength of that Talisman of Ascension. But because you're Karma and you've got a built-in speed boost, maybe Yellowstar feels that he doesn't need to go that route, and he can go for the additional slow from that Frost Queen's claim, if memory serves.
On the other front, in terms of items, Morella Nomicon picked up by Xpeke, of course, was forced to go in there to that Seeker's Arm Guard, first of all, trying to deal with Yasuo in that early game. Speaking of Yasuo, he does have a Vamp Scepter now added into that static shift, so should be feeling a little bit more confident about sticking around in these lanes. And while we're on the front of the Vamp Scepter, Bloodthirster was now completed by both AD carries.
Yeah, so they're going to be stacking those ones up. I think as both of these teams are playing up, Fnatic should be fairly happy with this early game. Even though they are a tower down, they were able to get the first dragon of the game, so that's where the gold is evened out. In addition, the CS disparity from earlier on is now actually growing in favor of Fnatic. Soaz on Shyvana is now going to be able to deal with Xaxus on Renekton, so he's ahead in CS. Pekka has evened up that CS gap behind Overpower, and Reckless is still holding on to his big lead. We did see Fnatic grabbing themselves that tower in the bottom lane. I think that is Grind Skyfall now in the mid lane.
Well, Grand is named, but Grand it sadly wasn't there for Cyanide. Comes in and Overpower's like, nah, I'm not having any of that one. Just takes a couple of steps back off towards his turret. And Cyanide realizing that that's not going to have any effect in that mid lane whatsoever, he goes back off into the jungle to the Wraiths.
It's such a difficult situation as well, because against other mid laners, Fnatic, they could have used Gragas to body slam forward and then explosive cast to knock the mid laner into the Pantheon ultimate. But Yasuo's just going to sit there and say, Wind Wall, no, do not want, get rid of that cost. So we do see now Sonic Wave does land on Reckless. Jankos has gone in.
And they're going in there as well. They managed to land the hook on towards Reckless. There's the combo going down. Reckless surviving there by the shields, and now the focus comes on towards Overpower. He takes the lantern away. Jankos will fall though. It's Peke that picks up that one. Look how low that entire Roccat team is.
That was a phenomenal hook from Vander, but it didn't manage to get the kill. We see everybody getting away incredibly low, and Jankos just getting caught out by the members of Fnatic. He was the only victim. It does allow Fnatic to grab themselves another tower to their name, and with Dragon spawning in a minute, they should be able to get a lot of vision control for the next objective.
And they're actually going to be going home from this one. Let's take another look at that one. Starting out with a dive in from Jankos and the hook from Vander.
So this was a really good kick. Vander actually realized the direction that Reckless was being knocked. The one thing you have to notice is Overpower only caught Reckless with his ultimate. Nobody else was knocked in the air, and nobody else took damage from that last breath. So Overpower dives in. It wasn't even enough damage to really burn through the Shield of Karma and Barrier on Reckless. Reckless gets out with about, a third of his life, and the damage from Fnatic was able to secure them that kill. So decent attempt, but they needed to hit more people in the air and get more people with that last breath.
Close little fight there coming in. We did see that turret taking all the damage, and now it's all about Dragon, because Fnatic took out the first one of the game. Roccat trying to get in there, a barrel roll through onto Vander as he keeps putting those wards down, and that Dragon is going to be well and truly started. But watch Jankos here. He stood on the backside. Let's see if he can land a Q. That goes in, lands onto Pantheon here, and we can see that Fnatic slowing down on the damage, and there they do finally finish it off. The smite from Cyanide comes in, Soaz was just zoning the rest of the team away on that top side. Solid pickup by Fnatic.
Yeah, and coordinated as well. They were waiting out the time of that Sonic Wave. You actually seen Pekka putting a barrel down, and you could see everyone Fnatic just sort of stalling for a brief second so they could combine all of their bursts together. They grabbed the Dragon fairly safely, and now they're grouped, much better grouped in the middle. They've gone on the turret, but it doesn't look like Roccat can make anything of that engage. Xaxus was looking for a stun, he couldn't find it.
Edging forward from that one, and it would have actually been a perfect time to get that one started. Note Reckless's position there, already pushed up towards that top lane. Roccat have noted his position and are saying, well, you are completely out of way of this one. We're going to reply here, taking our second turret of your game. The outer mid lane turret is going to go in favor of Roccat. The top lane, I think, will be taken down by Reckless on Lucian. And we'll see that in a second. There we go. So that turret is going to be taken down. So that keeps Fnatic 3-2 up, a trade of turrets.
Yeah, trading turrets, but I think a little bit of a mistake by Fnatic. They weren't grouped tight enough, and because they had to run through the forest, They needed to run the long route across the river, past the Wraith camp, to get in position to defend that middle lane. So it does mean that Roccat at least open up the blue buff area of the map. Now Cyanide is going to man drop into this top lane. They're going for another turret.
Yeah, they need no reaction here whatsoever from Roccat. That's 3 big sources of damage onto this turret. That is going to go down. That puts Fnatic 4-2 up. No one from Roccat could come through the jungle. They had no vision of that one. Karma had come across as well. Peke was down in the bottom lane, making sure that that wasn't pushed up and they lose a turret on that front. Overall, great strategic play and good calls from Fnatic.
Yeah, completely. And you have to see that, you know, it's one of these chess games. Roccat can force Fnatic away, so they leave the mid lane. Roccat say, we can get mid tower. You see Reckless continue to push the top tower, and Fnatic respond by saying, look, get Shivani in there and Pantheon on that top inner turret, and we grab ourselves the 4th turret of the game and have even more control of the map. The whole top half of the jungle for Roccat is completely open and exposed to Fnatic. Now Overpower wants the tower, but he's going to be jumping on Pekka. Here comes Jankos as well.
Oh, is this, well, I was going to say a bait, but Soaz is far too far away from this one. Peke goes down. I think as he threw that barrel in there, he realized, okay, that didn't quite have the damage I was hoping for, and that is a kill back for Overpower. He's now 2-1-0, got himself that pickaxe in since the last time I talked about his build.
That is very important for Overpower to get a little bit further ahead. He needs to get items that he can potentially split push. One of the things that Yasuo does incredibly well is duel 1v1s in those sort of solo long lane positions. And because Roccat are behind on gold, on a composition they needed to be ahead, and because they don't do very well in siege situations, their wave clear is not necessarily the strongest, and Gragas and Karma can just poke them out under a tower. Roccat never want to be sitting underneath their tower trying to fend off Fnatic. Their composition does not work in that regard. So vision and finding picks is what Roccat need to do to get themselves back in this game.
You see Yasuo down on that bottom lane. Actually, Soaz was there as well. Big tanky Soaz, who has that Sunfire cape and probably has the money to finish off his Randuin's Omen at this stage of it all as well. He's decided, you know what, I'm going to go up towards the mid lane because there's not much doing for me there. I don't want to go up, even though I am quite tanky, against that Yasuo at this point, who could throw a few crazy crits my way and catch me off guard completely. Fnatic actually pushing on both the mid and bottom lane out now, just trying to keep that pressure. And as you said, as soon as one lane goes a little bit too far in, that's where they're going to be at their strongest, throwing the barrels down constantly under the turrets. Roccat will have to fight them all back off at that point.
I think with the amount of armor that Soaz has right now, he should actually be able to deal with Overpower until Overpower gets more items. Vander, you don't want this fight. No one else from Roccat can support. He's in trouble.
He's picked up the hook, but I'm not sure. As you said, that's really what he wants. There's a slow coming down. Celiver actually comes across the side. Vander was forced to flash away from that one. Meanwhile, Jankos is coming in. He's landed the Q on towards Reckless. Are they going to follow through? Ace in the hole was put down, but that was blocked nicely by Cyanide.
Roccat reacting a little bit slowly to that hook. There was nobody in range to jump in there, and you actually see Jankos thinking about going in. He has already once gone in on Reckless to do that sort of insect type play, knocking somebody into the dangers area of your map. Now Jankos clearing out a pink ward. He's got caught by Reckless and Yellowstone. Here's a man drop. Cancelled.
Cancelling that one out, and I think Cyanide realized, okay, that might be a little bit too deep there. We don't really have the vision that far down on the map. Let's not get caught out from any of that one. However, Fnatic have pushed 3 men, make that 4 now over towards this bottom turret. But we can see that Roccat actually in position. Jankos has to safeguard away, but the rest of Roccat coming in. It's all about the hook. Misses from Vander. They can't follow up.
Yeah, Jankos misplayed that one a little bit. Ends up knocking Yellowstar basically to safety. He did the ward dash and then tried to get a Dragon's Rage kick. Did not send Karma the direction he wanted to. Now, Fnatic are quite smart. With 1 minute before Dragon respawning, they've got a lot of vision in the red buff area of Rockat's jungle. And because they're sieging this bottom tower, knowing Rockat's composition doesn't necessarily do too great if Fnatic continue a siege, Roccat had pushed it out, and Fnatic had backed away. I thought they were going to try and siege up the tower and roll back to Dragon, but it doesn't look like that's the call. Playing this one a little safe.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. We say that all the time here as we see those recalls coming in. Actually, Reckless, I didn't see, has got his Phantom Dancer already done, and I'm assuming has, okay, 600 gold to spend. We also saw a few other pickups coming in from that one as well. Zhonya's Hourglass, for example, done for Peke, along with another blasting one. That Randuin's Omen is finished for Soaz as they start to come back out into the lanes.
So there's a lot of damage and a lot of items on the side of Fnatic. Thanks to them spending the money, they're going to have to retake control of the Dragon Pit area. You can see with Roccat in the river already, they've actually got a slightly stronger starting position. They're going to jump on Saliva.
Here comes the man drop. Can they actually get in there? Cyanide a little bit far through. As the hook does land onto Cyanide, he flashes away. Zaza's trying to get in the front of him, but he's all alone from this one. Is he going to get off? Another barrel comes in. Jankos now at the front. There's the dragon from Soaz. Roccat all down to about half. There's a good Randuin slow. On to 3 of them. Peke is chasing Jankos down. He tried to get up towards the golems. He flashes instead there as the golems weren't available. The ignite won't be enough, but Peke does flash in there to secure the kill.
Flash body slam to grab the kill, and another moment where Fnatic do not hesitate. They pull the trigger with the Grand Skyfall. Cyanide picking the battle with Saliva, and even though Saliva actually got away, he charged his 90 caliber net and actually caught Pantheon the millisecond he landed. It wasn't enough. Now Saliva's dead.
Yeah, Saliva is going to be dead here. There's no way you're getting away from that one. The dragon sticks to him. So Yellow Star, constant slows coming in his way. And that's just an unfortunate case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. They also should probably add with no vision while you're doing that.
Yeah, and look at Fnatic. They've left Reckless to basically push the side lanes. About 10 minutes ago, he was pushing the top lane. Now he's pushing the middle lane alone. And the rest of Fnatic, they were sieging that bottom tower, at least pushing the wave into it. As it stands, Fnatic have got such a nice safety cushion. They've got a gold and an item lead. And because they're... No, didn't get it. And because they've got a comp that is actually stronger than Rockets in this portion of the game, in the sieging time frame, that lead is actually compounded even further.
So a couple more items being picked up there. Yellow Star gets himself the Mikhail's Crucible so they can cleanse off something that Roccat throw their way. Probably the hook that's been something really crucial to getting things started from Rockat's front, and another Randuin Zoman coming in, this time for Cyanide.
Yeah, remember this is an all-physical team from Roccat. And we talked about in picks and bans, and we seen it earlier today. When you run an all-physical composition, the moment your opposition grabs enough armor to not be worried, with very little armor penetration from anybody on Rockat's side, it just becomes so much more difficult to get through that effective health. I mean, as far as armor pen is concerned, not a single member of the Roccat squad has any of it. You know, there's potentially going to be Lost Whispers picked up soon, but it's too late because they're already 7,000 gold down, and they've got to get through a Gragas explosive cost, and they've got to run through all of the slows of Karma. It's a difficult position for Roccat to be in.
And Peke obviously moving that Seeker's Arm Guard earlier to the Zhonya's Hourglass, which makes him all the more difficult to take down. He can afford to be belly slamming right in the middle of them and then spreading them out with that explosive cast. Meanwhile, we do see Fnatic getting some wards down by the Baron. Roccat have one right in front of that as well, so they actually have full vision of what is or isn't going on at this point in time, factually, around the Baron area.
So what you are going to see is Overpower and Yasuo trying to control these side lanes for most of the rest of the game. It's actually something we've seen from Froggen a few weeks back, where he gets his items and he's able to split push. He's jumped on Peke.
There's the knock-up and the ultimate. Is Peke going to be able to get away from this? Doesn't use the Zhonya's instead. He knocks him back with the ultimate. Overpower dashes in there as well just to scare Peke off from that. And that's going to allow Overpower to actually keep pushing this bottom lane, or if you felt safe enough, didn't know where the rest of the Fnatic team was.
Yeah, but at what cost? The rest of Fnatic are now starting to group up on the inhibitor turret. Soaz is so tanky and so strong right now. He's not even afraid of multiple members of Roccat. The rest of the Fnatic team are getting more wards and more vision in the blue buff area, and it's really just going to be, you know, a crapshoot for Fnatic. Where do they want to go? Which tower do they want? Because they've got all the tools to take it down.
Last Whisper added in for Reckless as well. So from what armor that they've got stacked up here, Roccat will be chewed through by Reckless on Lucian. Meanwhile, Fnatic have started to back away. Is still that Roccat ward there. They need to scan that one out. They've got 3 sweeping lenses. One of them was active and available off cooldown. They've actually scanned the middle of the Baron Pit and missed the ward that's outside.
Yeah, stroke of luck there for Roccat, and not having their vision denied to them. You can see the rest of the members of Fnatic are peeling back to the Baron, so Roccat are going to be aware of this, but look at the positioning from Roccat. It's going to be so difficult for them to even clear the gap with Soaz running interference. The only member that's going to get there in time is going to be Zazos. We'll have to see how Fnatic do it. They may just peel and fight.
Karma so strong in this scenario as well, able to zone people out there. We see the ace in the hole coming through, and Yellowstar will block that one out, and actually that's going to force them off. There's a mix hook. Here comes the man drop as well. Vander dropping low already. Where's Cyanide going to go? Xaxus at the back is the one that gets stunned up in the end. A lot of damage to him. No kill just yet, but that might come down towards Jankos, but here's Overpower dashing straight through. He's got one kill. The wind wall goes down, but Reckless will chase in to finish that off. It's currently a 1-for-1. Everyone trying to run away from this one, but Soaz continues to chase over towards Celiva. Will they back away? Will they go back to Baron? It looks like they're too low to risk it.
That was the fight that Roccat needed 10 or 15 minutes ago. That was a decent last breath that caught up both Reckless and Yellowstar. But unfortunately, because Xaxus was forced out of the fight so early on, he wasn't running interference for Fnatic. He wasn't keeping them focused on him, which meant the moment Overpower dove in, he just got shut down. This is the replay that I want to talk about. When you see Overpower getting in range, keep an eye how both Reckless and Yellowstar get knocked out. And Xaxus, he's already, lost a half of his life. He just gets melted by the members of Fnatic. Xaxus is running away. And look at that, Jankos solo in the team. Xaxus was solo in the team. Now Overpower, he's solo in the team. Because Roccat were not grouped together, it just allowed Fnatic to focus the targets individually, get them low, and get them out of the fight.
Could have been a lot worse there. You saw Jankos kind of running around in mini circles in the middle of it, and as he realized he was going to get leashed up and stunned by Yellowstar, he actually just kicked the closest person. That allowed them to get in there, and I think they can be almost grateful that that didn't go even worse for them in the long run. But kill's a kill at this point in the game, and Roccat will take whatever they can get their hands on. We do have Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. I wonder if Roccat are going to be thinking about going for that.
They have to try and steal it. I really don't know if Roccat can actually pull off a team fight at this point. I mean, 7,000 gold lead, and knowing all of the power that Fnatic has in the pit, Roccat would need to get a 3 or a 4-man knockup and last breath in order for that to work. You see Fnatic, they are here on the second. Barrel is even thrown out already. So the moment this Dragon spawns, it's going to get melted in. As we thought, Roccat just, they're too far behind to really risk giving up more kills, because if Roccat did and lost a fight, it would just give Fnatic a Baron.
Brilliant Dragon control this game so far by Fnatic. 4 out of 4 that have been spawned on the map Fnatic have taken, and that gives them a very, very healthy lead in this one. Meanwhile, they're starting to move up towards the Baron area. In fact, we're going to see the man drop coming in. Only one can take the Lantern. That will be Xaxus. Jankos basically shielded up an entire damage that the Colleen could throw his way. They forced them away though. That's going to give Fnatic a bit of time to weed out the wards that Roccat put down and place some of their own.
Yeah, and very importantly, Cyanide actually cancelled the Grand Skyfall as well, so it will be available to him the next time he wants to throw it down. Fnatic could decide to tower dive with the strength of Soaz, and knowing that Cyanide could just force them out. Just going to siege it down. Soaz in a little bit of trouble, and Jankos doesn't connect with the Sonic Wave, so again, nothing really comes of it. And you see how Roccat are not, they're not sitting under the tower. They're not trying to wave clear and just stall the game out, because their comp doesn't do well in those situations. They're trying to find a flank, trying to find a way in to find a pick.
Yeah, we saw how much damage Karma does there to Celiva, and that's just the support after all. If Gragas lands a big barrel in there, you can kiss him goodbye if the combo does land for Fnatic. Meanwhile, blue buff is going to be up here. We are going to see the man drop coming in, and once again cancelled actually by Cyanide as he realized that was already gone.
Yeah, so Cyanide not wasting his ultimates this time around. I think Fnatic may be looking for some confidence. They haven't actually had an extended siege at all. I mean, if you go all the way back to about 2 Dragons ago where Fnatic were pushing the bottom tower, I thought they were going to use their comp to sit and just throw barrels and Karma poke out. Doesn't look like the case. Jankos going in. He's caught Reckless.
Oh, the kick's surely going to come down. There we go. And there is Overpower to finish things off. That's the first kill here for Roccat. Can they get any more? Yellowstar going to take a big hit. The Q had already connected from Jankos. Good counter barrels here from Peke. And Overpower still chasing in. There's the poke back. And there is the push forward. Cyanide going low. Celiva gets himself that one. That's a 2 for 0. But now the Dragon is in here. Celiva the focus from Soaz. They get that 1 kill back. Xaxus going to get stunned up. Not sure they've got the damage to deal with him. They need to get rid of Overpower and Vander, and that's exactly what they do. Both of those go down. Xaxus still at about a third of his HP. Barrels force him away, and Fnatic turn it around, come out 3-2 ahead of that one.
It all started so well for Roccat. They found a kill onto Reckless. That was a good last breath, and even better wind wall from Overpower. He put the wall up, blocking the projectiles coming out of Fnatic. It actually blocked one of Xbeke's barrels. The problem for Roccat is they kept chasing, and as they chased Fnatic down the lane, Soaz was able to re-engage, come from the side, and when you've got Soaz on Shyvana in Dragon form with all of that armor, it is impossible to take him down. Soaz has even grabbed himself now a Warmogs after that last after this last passage of play. He's had that Thornmail for quite a while, and again, there's just not enough armor penetration. Even with the last Whisper and a Brutalizer on the side of Roccat, it's not enough. Fnatic are on Baron now.
Going to see them kicking this one off, and who's the man around here for Roccat to stop it? It will be Jankos, but once again, Yellow Star just poking him out again, will leash him up, stun him out as well. Jankos has to back right away from this one. Baron already falling low.
Yeah, Baron's most likely going to be secured without contest here. Jankos doesn't have his flash. He wants to try and steal, but simply put, there's no way to get through that front line of Fnatic. So again, complete and utter objective control on the side of Fnatic. They've got themselves nearly a 10,000 gold lead out. Well, I call it 9,000. And all the Baron stats, now they need to siege. Now they just need to let the poke from Gragas and Karma do its work and then grab the towers as Roccat are forced away.
You have to wonder if Roccat had not fallen quite so far behind leading into that last fight, would it have looked different for them? Quite possibly it would have. I mean, they did so very, very well at the start of things. Now, though, they're facing an even tougher struggle up against Fnatic, who won that fight in the end 3-for-2, have secured themselves that Baron. There's only one inner turret left up on the map right now, and that is down the bottom lane. We can see that Overpower is just pushing that wave out as far as he possibly can to make sure that Fnatic don't take that one easily.
Yeah, and Overpower's just going to keep doing that. It's the only option Roccat have available to them. But at this point in time, what Roccat needed to do was force those fights and force those engages much earlier on. You know, if you're in a composition where you've got this Renekton, Lee Sin, Yasuo at the sort of the 12 to 25 minute mark, you've got an advantage. The physical damage dealers, they don't necessarily need as many items to scale up and get those kills. And unfortunately, Roccat just took too long to find those moments. Now all of a sudden, Fnatic, they grouped up in this mid lane. They've got Baron. You see Soaz pushing in the top. And we'll have to see how long this siege lasts, because Roccat are doing a fairly good job at wave clearing, but it is quite risky.
Fnatic switching around from the mid to that top tower. Roccat going to try and react to this one as well, as Zaza's going to stun Soaz, but he just does not care right now. He is so ridiculously tanky, but there's a knock up towards the back. Reckless has to flash away, throws down the Culling. Peke now on a rampage to get one. Zazas is going to go down. Jankos will actually dash away. They pop the talisman, but this is going to be the first inhibitor, and Fnatic might not stop there.
Yeah, Fnatic have got so much damage, they can grab themselves another inhibitor. They don't have minions to necessarily get onto the Nexus turrets though, and we just seen in that situation a multi-man knockup on the side of Fnatic for Roccat, but unfortunately, because of the shield from Karma, plus Mikhail's, plus her shield, couldn't do anything, and Fnatic were just on a rampage.
Absolutely destroying Jankos, who came in there as a last-ditch attempt, the ace in the hole, trying to get it through onto Yellow Star, but again, Soaz, so very tanky, just takes that one for the team, doesn't hardly lose any health for it. That's two inhibitors down. As we mentioned, bottom lane was pushed by Yasuo earlier on in the game, so that's going to take Fnatic a while to push back, even if they even bother to push it back, to be honest. We've just seen that Soaz can just walk straight under those towers and not really care.
Yeah, the way that Fnatic have been playing this game, though, it has been very defensive. You know, we haven't seen Fnatic pushing unless they're 100% confident that they're going to have an advantage. They've got themselves another dragon this game, and I expect Fnatic to shop, spend the money that they've earned over those last few plays and getting those towers, and then shove down the bottom lane. Wait until the super minions are in the base, and then siege. So League of Legends basically textbook by the numbers, and I think Fnatic always felt that their team was going to scale better into the mid to late game, and they didn't take risks. They played fairly safe, and it's worked in their favor.
I think one problem we saw during that last fight, and even the one before that as well, that Overpower, they can set up these two-man knockups that can get him in there for that ultimate, but he just gets destroyed straight away afterwards. He's blown to pieces. He's got no defensive items in there whatsoever to help him get in, but then maybe more importantly, stay around and do more damage to the rest of the team.
Yeah, and also remember, on 4.3, the shield from Yasuo's flow has also been taken a hit. It was 690 at max rank at level 18. Now it's only 470. They're going on Soaz, but this is a lot.
Well, he's going to get bounced around here in Dragon form. We can see the control they've got in him. He puts down the Randuin. He's still walking away, and that was the entire Roccat team outside of Celiva taking down Soas. But in the meantime, Fnatic have used that extra time to just go in, take down the final inner turret. Vander then knocks around. We do see the knock-up coming in, but the ulti was already used in that last takedown by Overpower. It's going to come up here quickly, and Fnatic looking like they will back away. They've got super minions pouring in the top side of the map, though.
Yeah, so a very good play from Vander actually prevented Soaz from getting away in his Dragon's Descent. It allowed Roccat to pick up that kill. Unfortunately, it hasn't actually accumulated to anything else. Dragon's Rage is still available here for Jankos, so look for a knockback. Last Breath is up as well. Here comes Jankos from the side.
Is he going to be able to kick anyone in there? Overpower is getting ready for that one, and there is the knock-up. Ace in the hole goes through as well. Cyanide going to be tracked down, but look at the hit towards Overpower. He almost loses his life. Fnatic do have to back away, but will they start to chase now? Gragas has full HP. Peke looking to get onto someone. Yellow Star slows down Jankos. Well, have they got the speed to get in onto him and push this one down? The super minions are flowing through towards those Nexus turrets. Fnatic buying time for them to do the work on their own.
Yeah, Peke's got explosive cast available again, and here comes Fnatic. Look for the big barrel from Peke to get them this tower. They don't even need it yet. Celiva will always be so brave going that far forward. He is at risk of being blown up.
Celiva's a target, and there is the combo from Fnatic. And it was so obvious. He steps one step too close to Peke, and he throws everything his way. They do get the knock-up onto Yellow Star, though. Ulti comes in. Yellow Star taking a while to go down from that one. The third and final inhibitor turret is now down. An open inhibitor stands. Let's have a look at the Nexus turrets here and see how much health they have got left from them with those super minions from before. You can see at the top one, down to less than half HP.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to just keep holding Roccat in place. They don't have the Baron buff any longer, but they don't necessarily need it. They've caught Soaz again. There goes Reckless with the Culling.
Not the Dragon you're looking for here from this one. Jankos is going to kick Reckless away from the team. The knockup comes through from Overpower, but they're going to destroy him here. Jankos now the next target. That will be another kill for Peke. The inhibitor will be finished off as Vander gets knocked back by the barrel. Finished off as well. Man Drop will come in to help the team out, but that was an ace for Fnatic. And the game, a spectacular victory here over Roccat.
Fnatic come into this game with a game plan. They don't make any mistakes in the laning phase. Their patience pays off. We talked about how their composition was just going to handle those 5v5s better, and how they were better at sieging. And simply put, Fnatic just waits until they hit the power spike. Very well played by them, and I just feel that Roccat needs to go more aggressive earlier on.
You have to feel that that is the Fnatic that won 7 games in a row, not the Fnatic that were losing and had no real answer to whatever was thrown at them. They showed tremendous control, some amazing individual plays as well. I mean, look at Gragas, look at Peke, 11-2-3 by the end of that one, and we saw how dangerous he was. Celiva, one step too close to the steps, blown to pieces.
2 barrels just instantly deleted him from that inhibitor. And, you know, we talked about how Gragas was going to take a long time to hit that power spike, but he did. That's the key. We knew it was going to happen. We knew Peke on Gragas was going to find the farm that he needed, and he was going to be in a position where he could blow up Decent or Yasuo or Caitlyn or even Thresh at that point in the game. And Fnatic, they just worked their comp very well. They played safely. They bought all the armor that they needed to. And you never really felt like Roccat were going to threaten them for objectives. There was every Dragon, every Baron.
Every Dragon, every Baron, and that continues the woeful run here, obviously, by Roccat. I was going to say the only win that they've had recently in the last 8 games now, in fact, was against Gambit. They lost 3 in a row, beat Gambit, lost now 4 in a row. Not looking good for what we were. We didn't quite know what to expect from Roccat coming into this season. They proved us all wrong, I think, at the start of it, but now they're really struggling to find their groove and stay consistent.
You have to draw a comparison to Meet Your Makers from last year. How Meet Your Makers came in, they hit super hard in weeks 1 and 2, and then fell down, you know, very sharply after that. Now Roccat, they lasted longer. I think they had 3 or 4 weeks of good performances, and now teams have just figured them out. They're not falling prey to Jankos' ganks early on. I also feel like the pick and ban phase from Roccat is not necessarily the strongest. They tried double AP a while ago. They had LeBlanc top, they had Vladimir mid. You know, we talked about the A structure, talked about the Wukong. I think Roccat are experimenting to try and find their groove.
Well, we did see some interesting plays from them there. The Yasuo pick for Overpower in the mid lane wasn't without its spectacular moments, I think we can say, but overall just didn't really get to a position where they could really challenge. They could get 1 or 2 people low, maybe even burst down Reckless, but more than that just didn't work for them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the Yasuos that we're seeing in Europe have not been anywhere near the same level of Zitai that we've seen at IEM last weekend, because he is just phenomenal. We've actually got a replay of one of those Yasuo knockups. Let's pull that one up onto your screen. It's sitting in about 33 minutes on the clock. Let's start the replay. And what you guys want to be looking for is Reckless's position. And then immediately after Reckless gets knocked up in the air, you've seen Overpow jumping on him with Last Breath and putting down a great wall. Take a look at this now at slow speed. Reckless is about to get knocked up, instant Last Breath, and the moment that we see, hey, what's up, Cyanide? The moment that we see Overpower landing back on the ground, the wind wall comes out. It actually blocked another one of Pekka's barrels and some more of the damage coming out of Yellow Star. It was a good combo from Overpower. It just came too late. They needed that much earlier on.
And that's actually Cyanide's face from when that happened, because they were able to turn it around. They didn't have enough damage to finish off that game. Good win for Fnatic, and remember that you guys can share your own blockbuster moments with us by tweeting them to @LOL Esports with the hashtag #LCSBigPlays. Overall, Fnatic, I said it in the start of this one, on the up and up. Intel Extreme Masters World Championship seems to have given them quite a lot of confidence. That's a scary, a confident Fnatic is a scary one. You want to play Fnatic when they're completely down and out and feeling like they can't beat the worst of teams around.
I would go as far as to say that it was confident, controlled, and patient. Because there was a lot of times, especially in the mid game, where I sort of felt like Fnatic could have pressed their advantage more, but they played it safe. They played it a bit cautious. They didn't want to run the risk of those knockups. They didn't want to run the risk of getting caught out, giving up kills, and then being in trouble. So I think overall, it was a good performance, and I can't wait to see how they perform tomorrow, because the last sort of 5 or 6 games for Fnatic have been very up and down and very shaky.
Well, let's send it over to Shox and Deficio. We're ready to talk to Fnatic Cyanide after that great victory.
Thank you very much, Joe. Deficio has joined me here, and we have Cyanide from Fnatic here with us after that win. Very good game from you guys versus Roccat. Before we go into picks and bans, maybe tell me how important it is to win a game here in the European LCS after, of course, doing very good at IEM, but how much of a confident boost it would be to win here?
Yeah, like obviously we didn't play any European teams at IEM, so we don't really know our own level compared to the other European teams. So of course it feels really good to win here, to know that we can still beat the European teams.
And talking about obviously IEM, what's the difference actually for you guys when playing against, let's say, an Asian team or Cloud9, and then coming back here and playing against Roccat? Like, is there a difference in the way you play against teams, if it's European or international?
It's a bit different playing internationally, because like Asia has a bit different like meta game, and NA as well, like the heroes they pick and what objectives they do, stuff like this. So yeah, it's really different. Like internationally we are of course really experienced, so we adapt really well. And yeah, well, gameplay-wise, there isn't that much. You just do your best to win.
Well, how does it work then preparing? I mean, obviously going into Intel Extreme Masters, you guys prepared a lot, you wanted to win. Now coming here, going back again to the LCS, is there a difference in the way you prepare for the matches, or do you just go in and play no matter what?
Yeah, well, here there isn't as much pressure, because it's like, well, there's so many games, obviously. At IEM, it's like you do a couple of bad games and you're out. So there's that. We prepared more for IEM. Here we just mostly, because we don't really know what they're going to play. Maybe they're going to take something new. So we don't scout that much. We just go with the feeling what to do.
So just went with the feeling going into picks and bans. What were your thoughts overall about both comps when you saw them coming out?
Like I said, we didn't really have a game plan for this game. And we were a bit surprised about the Yasuo. We expected them to go Ziggs or something, but it looked pretty good because we had a comp to pick off and they had a comp to, I don't know really what to do, but they couldn't really push us or anything, and we could just wave clear anyway, and yeah, it was pretty good.
I'd then like to hear, actually, talking about picks, of course, you're like, let's say, top 3 junglers at the moment, because we see so many different junglers. You obviously still play Pantheon. We saw Kha'Zix at IEM. We've seen it in Europe as well, and there's so many different junglers here for you. Like your top 3 jungle picks, what would that be?
After the nerfs, I don't know, but now Kha'Zix, Elise, and the third one depends. Maybe for me, I would say Pantheon, because I feel like he really suits our playstyle. But I don't know, for other teams, it's different.
You obviously did very well in this matchup. How is it playing versus Jankos and Roccat now? Difference to how it was in the beginning of the season when they were a lot stronger.
I don't know really about the difference. Like, we got better. Like at the start of the season, we were doing really great, and then we might have lost a few games in a row when we were not doing that great. But yeah, now we are getting stronger again. Like, we got a confidence from IM, so I don't think they are like getting worse or something. But other teams are getting better and catching up.
Right, very interesting. Finally, I'd like to ask your guys' predictions on our next match: SK Gaming versus Copenhagen Wolves. The Fisho.
SK Gaming, honestly, I think they are, if not the best team in Europe at the moment, then definitely one of them.
All right, what do you think, Cyanide?
Could go either way. Maybe SK because they have been doing really great lately, but I think Wolves can beat anyone if they just play their A game.
All right, well, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory here. As for us, it's time to step off the rift for a moment. But when we come back, Amazing and the Copenhagen Wolves take on Svenskeren and SK Gaming. Don't miss it. We'll be right back.
Oh, that was not intended.
Not the dragon you're looking for here from this one. Jankos is going to keep Records away from the team. The knockup comes through from Overpower, but they're going to destroy him here. Jankos now the next target. That will be another kill for Beke. The inhibitor will be finished off as Vander gets knocked back by the barrel. Finished off as well. Mantrop will come in to help the team out, but that was an ace for Fnatic and the game. A spectacular victory here over Roccat.
That's it, even for the goal, it was so funny.
Welcome back, everybody. Up next, the Copenhagen Wolves will be facing off against SK Gaming. But first, let's take a closer look at the Wolves MVP jungler Amazing and see how League of Legends is a family affair for this popular player.
I would consider myself laid back. I like to spend time with friends, family, other people. My family is really supportive overall. Especially my father, my mother, and my younger brother. They actually spend a lot of time with League as well. Whenever I'm not at home and I'm actually playing games, they're watching.
Mein Mann und ich, wir gucken nicht nur ihm sein Spiel an, sondern die anderen Spieler auch. Und wir müssen sagen, jedes Spiel ist interessant, auch jedes Spiel, von den anderen Teams auch.
They just became more and more supportive. They actually understood what's going on, how big it is, how big League is, how big I am, or like somewhat big I am in the scene.
Mein Mann und ich, wir waren da gewesen, als sie sich für die LCS qualifiziert haben in Köln und waren mit viel ein solcher Stein vom Herzen, dass Kopenhagen Wolves es in die LCS geschafft hat. Das war toll.
Sports, especially basketball, has been a big part of me. My younger brother introduced me to League. He is also a basketball player, so we were actually in the same team for some time. So we're also always like competing with one another.
Damals im Sport, also im Basketball, habe ich auch versucht, der Beste zu sein. Aber Maurice war immer noch ein bisschen besser als ich.
You can make obvious relationships between basketball and League. 5 players, you have a map, you have a court, and you just have place to make everywhere. You just have a ball in your hands on the basketball court, but in League, everyone actually has that ball in their hands. It's just not just one guy having the ball in their hands, but also like every one of those. The shot calling per se lays in the jungler's hands, so I actually have the bigger ball, and I just throw it to people and show them, well, this is what you got to do, this is what I want to do, this is what we should do as a team. Actually, League, I think, helped me a lot in getting through a bad phase of mine. I'm a school dropout. I have basically the basic degree, which is not the greatest. So I still got to finish my A-levels, which is kind of bad for me, but it's also good for me in some way, because basically what League enabled me to do is basically getting out of a bad phase of mine, getting out of a bad sedation, actually focus on what I really love to do, focus on what my heart wants to do. I think that if you don't work hard enough, even the greatest talent will go to waste. The thing is that I actually want to have my education in some way. I want to go to the university, I want to have a family at some point or something like that. For now, I'm still pretty close to League, obviously, because I'm in the LCS and I will hopefully be next season as well, next split. I'm just focusing on that and not trying to get ahead of myself in any way.
For exemplary gameplay, this week's MVP goes to the Copenhagen Wolves jungler, Amazing.
I'm happy that I had 2 MVPs, especially during the win streak, because it just shows that we have improved, and I think that also showed a lot of growth in my play, because I showed that I can be a really good jungler, can be really active, and can be a dominant force on the map.
Great video there, and great to see that Amazing's entire family really stand behind him in his career choice.
Yeah, and it's even more impactful to know that they support you and they're behind you and, you know, really pushing you forward. For a player that did get Week 6 and Week 7 MVPs because of his phenomenal performance, I think there's a lot of expectations on him now, because he can no longer be mediocre without everybody saying, but what the hell, you have the ability to dominate.
Well, we'll see what he can do here today. It's time for the Copenhagen Wolves versus SK Gaming. And this is another series where the teams are tied with 1 win apiece. SK Gaming managed to take down the Wolves in the opening week of the spring split, while the Wolves got 1 back during week 4. Both of these teams had last week off due to the Intel Extreme Masters, so we'll have to see who comes into this match better prepared. During that Super Week, the Wolves' winning streak drew to a close as they went 2 wins and 2 losses, taking down Fnatic and the Super Hot Crew, but dropping games to Alliance and Gambit.
Yeah, you know, as the split has gone on, the Wolves have continued to demonstrate strong, objective-based play. It is patient, and I guess you could call it passive in some ways as well. I think the Wolves have secured the most dragons out of all European LCS teams at 56. And this is a testament to their focus on early to mid-game map control. Unfortunately, it also means games get a little dragged out, because the Wolves don't always find quick ways to take down their opponent's nexus. Quickly, I really want to highlight this because the Wolves have the longest average game length for all EU LCS teams at 42 minutes and 6 seconds. It isn't a bad thing that they end games slowly because at the end of the day, they are closing those games out. They have, when they have a gold lead, when they have an advantage, they do finish them, albeit slowly. And I just want to see if during the break, they've been able to work on their mid to late game to actually finish games a little bit sooner, because if you allow your opponents to get items, there is always the risk of a comeback.
That lead and finish things out quicker than the average time this time around. And one thing for sure, it's going to be a tough game for the Wolves. SK Gaming is a team that can be extremely aggressive in the laning phase, and thanks to Svenskern's fantastic performances in the jungle, their mid game is incredibly scary as well. With SK Gaming continuing to improve and going 3 for 1 in Super Week just a couple of weeks ago, they came into Week 9 tied in the top spot. But with Gambit's loss earlier today, a win here will give them the sole control of first place.
Yeah, it's definitely something they want to be looking for, because during Super Week, SK Gaming took out Millennium, Fnatic, and Roccat. They only lost to Gambit. But thanks to that performance, they've climbed away from the bottom half of the table to the top. And considering where they were at the beginning of the split to where they are now, this is a team that truly has grown. I think two of the reasons that SK Gaming continue to perform well is thanks to Candy Panda and Svenskeren. Candy Panda had another fantastic week, ending with an average KDA of 5.33, while Sven managed a game of 4-1-1 as Evelyn versus Roccat. Both of these players continue to have brilliant performances in all of their games, and they're key components to SK winning.
Let's not forget that we also saw Jesus pulling out an assassin for the first time there as well. He played Zed and ended up 3-5-2, and whilst it wasn't the most impressive performance, it definitely wasn't terrible either.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you bring that up, because mechanically, he played the champion pretty well. I think I want to highlight the fact that we haven't seen Jesus on these types of champions before. And with a full week of practice, the team may have been training with and around assassins. It adds another level of gameplay to a team that looks to challenge the top spots and potentially going in first into the playoff bracket if they can continue to win.
Incredible story so far for SK Gaming. Let's check out the starting lineups for this one. Starting on the blue side with the Copenhagen Wolves. They are Youngbuck in the top lane, Amazing in the jungle, Coutard in the mid lane, and the duo of Forgiven on Unlimited.
And of course, on the red side for this matchup, it is SK Gaming. Freddy is up in the top lane, Svenskeren in the jungle, Jesus in the mid lane with Candy Panda and Enrated as the AD carry and support.
So let's talk about picks and bans here for this one, because we've seen, as you mentioned, the first assassin-type champion for Jesus. Previous to that, he's been drawing bans on some of the more farm-heavy mid laners.
So I'm still expecting him to play a farm-heavy champion. We've seen him playing things like Ziggs, things like Gragas, things like Nidalee, and using them to great effect. If we do see an assassin, something like a Zed or a LeBlanc would be a consideration. We'll have to see how Jesus decides to go that route. What we've also seen targeted against SK Gaming in the past has been the likes of Annie. You know, those supports are very aggressive. Over on the other side, I do not think that Lee Sin's going to make it through this ban phase, because Amazing is amazing on that champion.
For lack of a better word, double MVP back-to-back weeks. Don't mess around with players like that. We see the bans coming in, and so far both aimed at Jesus. Nidalee taken away, LeBlanc taken away by the Copenhagen Wolves. On the other side, a good old red side ban for Kassadin once again, along with Annie.
So one thing we do need to keep in mind is Svenskeren tends to prefer playing Pantheon over Elise. During Super Week, both champions were available, I think, in 2 separate games, and both occasions Svenskeren preferred to go for that Pantheon. It's, in my opinion, his strongest champion. While we have seen those winners taken away, he defaults to the Evelyn, and he's got a very good presence with that jungler as well.
Let's see then. The final ban for the Wolves was Kha'Zix, a jungler that's really come into fruition in the jungle role since we've moved to 4.3. And, well, we saw it, I think, most prevalently at the Intel Extreme Masters, where Insect caused all kinds of problems for everyone that had to face him on that Kha'Zix pick in the jungle. Final ban coming out is Lucian, aimed, of course, straight in there at Forgiven, the man who has been farming up a storm constantly and has had great games on Lucian, but also has shown that he can play other things, but has maybe not been quite as comfortable as he is with Lucian.
So I think SK Gaming will have to have been aware or prepared for that Lulu pick, because it is something that Copenhagen Wolves have first picked and run multiple times. What we've also seen from SK is when they ban Caitlyn, they're expecting to play Vayne. So that AD carry ban is just to put Forgiven onto something uncomfortable. You can see they've locked in the Caitlyn, once again denying that from Forgiven, and Svenskeren making me eat my words. In the past, when Pantheon and Elise have been available, he's trended towards that Pantheon. For this game, though, I think there's a double-edged sword. Locking in Elise, not only because it is a great jungler, but also to deny it from Amazing. Elise is one of the few champions that can also deal with the Lee Sin in the jungle in terms of those 1v1s at low level. So we'll have to see if Svenskeren wants to go for some form of invades, because Lee is available here for Amazing and the Wolves.
And you have to really expect that one to come out of this one. I mean, if you look at games played from him, he's been absolutely fantastic on that Lee Sin choice. We see Karma, actually it was the Copenhagen Wolves that really brought Karma out for the first time. That first appeared in Game 5 against Millennium, up against an Annie. There's no Annie this time around, but that will still be a choice for Unlimited. Those speed boosts from both Lulu, from Karma. Wondering if Forgiven has been practicing a bit of Sivir for this one, but we do see Lee Sin nonetheless coming out for Amazing.
Sivir would be an incredible pick now for the Copenhagen Wolves if they put something like a Shyvana or a Trundle in the top lane. Trundle is a champion that Youngbuck has trended to often. 4 out of his last 6 games have been on Trundle. Renekton is still available as well, which is something that we know both Youngbuck and Freddy love to play. The question is, what does Forgiven want to do? Where does he want to push that champion? We have also seen, we've still got the likes of Ezreal available, which is something that Forgiven has also played a handful of times. But, you know, with so many questions up, we'll have to see what SK lock in to allow a counter pick from the Copenhagen Wolves.
Kayle, support, something that N-Rated has brought to the table twice so far this season against Alliance and Roccat. Both were victories, and he went unkilled for both of them. His performance against Alliance in particular, 0-0-13, very impressive. Adding that in there with the Orianna. The last time we saw that for Jesus was against Fnatic, where he played a 6-1-2, again great, and also both those champions have that speed boost with them as well. This is 2 very mobile teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of utility on the side of Copenhagen Wolves, first of all, because they've got Karma, Lulu, and Lee Sin, who all have utility-based spells. They've got movement, they've got mobility, you know, knock away from Lee Sin, etc. Over on the side of SK Gaming, there's a lot more damage, though. I feel that you've got Orianna and Kayle for upfront burst. Even Kayle without you know, ability power is still going to hit pretty hard with Righteous Fury, and shreds armor and magic resist, which you can't forget. You've got Kayle, Elise, and Orianna, who, if they get on targets, they will melt them. The problem for SK is, if they don't hit multiple targets with the likes of that Kayle and Orianna combo, I feel like the single target damage of Elise and Caitlyn is going to be difficult to clean up a whole fight. So SK needs to make sure they hit multiple targets with their abilities.
Jinx locked in here for the Copenhagen Wolves, and Forgiven, statistically, it was highly likely. He's only really played Lucian, Caitlyn, and Jinx so far this year. One Ezreal game is all that really spoils that. Only 3 champions played from Forgiven side. Also seeing Shyvana going to be locked in here for the Copenhagen Wolves, and their top laner Youngbuck.
So with the Jinx lock-in, you don't want to pick Jinx into an aggressive bottom lane. Kayle is not really going to be something you're necessarily super afraid of. If Kayle comes at you with the Righteous Fury, you can put those Flame Chompers down and back away. The divers that are sitting on the side of SK Gaming is currently only Elise. Elise is, however, going to be able to get to Forgiven. So if you get Elise with a Command, Protect, and Shockwave, and maybe one of the following, either it's the Renekton or the Warwick, for example, for Freddy, they want to try and remove Jinx as immediately as possible, because if Jinx is able to get excited with her passive and chase down members of SK, that is a lot of damage that can follow up.
And we have to say that Forgiven has been very, very good this year so far. As we mentioned, not just on the farm side of things. When he has a good game, he tends to die very, very little. He plays very safe in these team fights, and that's why you often see him, you know, against Millennium 7-0-3, against Fnatic 5-0-5, 4-0-3 against Millennium. Again, those games where he's really on form, his positioning is perfect.
Yeah, and that's the thing SK is going to look to try to disrupt. And I think when we look at these 2 compositions, I actually feel like Copenhagen Wolves have got a slightly stronger composition. They've got pretty good early game, they've definitely got a strong mid game, and their late game scaling is going to be very good as well. Shyvana, Lee Sin, Lulu, that's a strong team fight combo that can run around and protect Jinx on that front line. Over on the side of SK Gaming, you've actually got a Season 3 composition, basically from last year. You know, Renekton top, Orianna mid, Elise in the jungle. I just feel like if SK don't get their combo to work in a team fight on multiple members, I actually feel like Copenhagen Wolves have got a stronger comp here for those fights.
Well, we are getting closer to the game, so let's take a look at your votes for this match. With 70%, it looks like the majority of you put your faith in SK Gaming. That is a big number.
It really is, and considering their run of form over the last few weeks, I don't think it's necessarily, I don't want to say the word right or wrong, but it's not unsurprising is a better way to look at it. Copenhagen Wolves, they went 2-2 in Super Week. SK Gaming went 3-1. And I think in general, SK just seem to have a slightly higher level of play. In this matchup, though, they're going to draw all of that because I actually think the champions are in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves.
Yeah, and if you look at form, just to point this out, last 7 games, 1 game lost by SK, only 2 games lost by the Copenhagen Wolves. These are 2 very much informed teams here in the European LCS, but we are in game with Copenhagen Wolves taking on SK Gaming, and with a win here, SK can go top alone in the European LCS.
Well, we'll see if they can secure that first place position. Immediately out the gates, we see both of the supports have grabbed themselves that Spell Thief's Edge. So this is the 3rd time we're seeing support Kale, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah.
3rd time we're seeing it on Enrated, and he's gone for the aggressive GP10 item. Rest of Copenhagen Wolves, they've snuck themselves up into this bush. So if Freddy steps a little too far forward, there is a root from from Karma that could come down, and there's a lot of damage from everybody else. So there is some potential, but it does look like he's going to play it safe.
Let's see, sat right at the back there of that tri-bush, and we see often enough that Svenskeren likes to throw a ward down into the death bush more often than not. Currently, the Copenhagen Wolves wouldn't spot that one from coming in, but if they've watched SK's early games, they'll know that that is something that they like to do. Freddy, I'd imagine, will play this completely by the book, stick around, but if the Wolves stay here, we can see that one of them already recalling. That is Youngbuck, as far as I can tell, that will be recalling back off towards base. That Renekton is going to maybe step out here and face a bit of trouble.
So this is a lane swap that I prefer for Copenhagen Wolves a little bit more. It's going to give Youngbuck a slightly easier time in that 1v2. He's not necessarily going to get bullied by Freddy's Renekton. When Freddy has played Renekton in previous weeks, he is not afraid to farm in between the towers and get behind his opponent's top lane. Right now, the rest of the Wolves, they're going for an invade. Freddy's going to spot them away, and this is 3v2. So Freddy and Sven, they can't really challenge this one. I think the Wolves are going to realize that they've been spotted, and they're going to get a successful red steal.
That red seal will be done, but look at the bottom side of the map now. We see both Candy Panda and Enrated moving in. They were trying there with Shyvana to take away their own red buff at the same time to stop that one being stolen by SK Gaming. We are going to see Svenskeren coming around to help things out. Youngbuck is sticking in there as well. Youngbuck needs to be careful that he doesn't go too far on this one, but Svenskeren is going to smite it down. They exchange reds at the start.
So very good counterplay from SK, realizing that their buff was being stolen. I think it was a good call from Candy Panda and Enrated to actually go immediately into the Wolves jungle, challenge Youngbuck off the buff, and then basically stall for Svenskeren to get in range to secure it. So nothing gained, nothing lost, maybe a little bit of time for SK's duo lane, but it's almost balanced out because Youngbuck is going to miss some experience as well from being forced to recall and now walk the long way back to the lane.
So that mid lane then, Coutard on Lulu versus Jesus on Orianna. Both players that play, or have played at least, similar roles in these games. They love to have that farm time of themselves and wait definitely until those junglers get involved to get things going. We have seen, of course, that lane swap coming in. There's a ward over the top. Freddy's going to spot Amazing coming in. He has landed the Q. He's got double buffs on here. Freddy needs to be real careful. Couple of turret hits tank. Well, the minions are coming in. Freddy has to make a decision. Flash now will go down. In the end, he saves his flash. First blood goes to Amazing.
I don't know why you give him Lee Sin. A level 3 gank comes in at 3 minutes 10. That's a little bit sooner than even we're used to seeing at this point in the game. And Freddy just gets dropped down. He didn't use a single one of his summoner spells. He's going to lose his tower at 3.5 minutes on the clock. And luckily for him, he may not lose all of the CS. He should be able to get to the top lane. But that is a massive advantage for Copenhagen Wolves. SK are trying to reply in the bottom lane.
They replied in the bottom lane, but one thing that differs there is that Youngbuck didn't risk going down and sitting underneath that turret to be stunned up and by the spider, to be slowed down by Kale and locked up there for the kill. We will see SK Gaming taking a tower trade here, but the Copenhagen Wolves aren't stopping. They continue the pressure. Freddy's still level 2. Freddy has to back away from this one. There's the leash coming in. Flash goes in as well, but the Q doesn't land. This may well be turret number 2, though.
I think it's going to be. When you've got a Jinx on your side with that minigun and attack speed from her Q, she's going to melt through these towers. Take a look at Jinx just continually smashing away. This is going to be the second time for Copenhagen Wolves. This is not the first time we've seen a game like this in the LCS. It has happened over in North America, and if memory serves, it was TSM versus CLG. They traded inner turrets. They crippled their opponent's top laners. And what it did is it actually stalls out the next 10, 15 minutes of the game, because once these lanes reset and the teams fall back a little bit, it's so difficult and so risky to push into your opponent's jungle. But the Wolves, they're not stopping. They're still pushing on the inhib tower on top.
Oh, amazing. Coming down here, Jesus in all kinds of trouble, but he will flash away back towards his turret safety. We are going to see Candy Panda continuing to push on the bottom side, but Kale and Elise have gone back. Candy Panda is now left alone on that side. They do have wards. They know Amazing's position, so they're feeling okay with that one. On the top side of the map, we did see the Copenhagen Wolves back away as well. So 5 minutes in, I tell you what, we've seen slower games. It's 2-2 in turret kills already.
Yeah, advantage to SK though. They've got better position on the Dragon. You need to remember that Amazing has got great kill or Dragon steal potential with this Lee Sin. We need to see if he goes in with a Sonic Wave. Copenhagen Wolves have got vision. SK pulling the Dragon away.
Pulling the Dragon away, but the Dragon doesn't want to come too far out. There's the Q landing. Here comes Amazing, but the Dragon is taken by SK, and Amazing is going to fall. Jesus gets that kill back. It puts SK in the leading gold and ties us at kills.
So because of the position that SK were on the bottom of the map, not moving their AD carry top, it allowed them to have more members on the Dragon pit, which made that Dragon not only safer, but almost guaranteed for the SK Gaming squad. Amazing needed to try and steal that one. It didn't work out. He gave up his life as well. So net gain or net advantage is sitting with SK. The kill also went onto Orianna, which is a slightly more impactful person. But now Jesus is going to get caught out.
Jesus is going to get caught out, and he's got no flash to burn here. There is the lockup. Jesus going down here. There's the finisher. Took him a little bit of a while. Unlimited's like, you've got this one. Oh, do you? I'm going back in. In the end, Countout does have the damage, though. That puts the Wolves back in the leading kills.
Yeah, so Command Protect just gave him a little bit of additional armor and, you know, HP to burn through, so a couple extra auto attacks were required from Countout and Unlimited, but Unlimited was roaming. He was in the mid lane. Jesus was not necessarily expecting it because most games at 6 minutes don't have 4 towers and a Dragon and 3 kills down, so Jesus just getting a little caught up by that very mobile Karma support. And Copenhagen Wolves now setting their sights on Candy Panda. You can see Amazing Buzz bump into N-rated, but he's going to back away, so nothing comes of that.
While we're on the topic of AD carries, surprise, surprise, Forgiven is farming up a Storm already. 30 CS, he is ahead of Candy Panda, something that he's done over and over and over again in the European LCS so far, and that's part of what's made the Copenhagen Wolves so strong. Candy Panda down to half HP. The poke from the Wolves duo is just so strong.
Yeah, the Mega Death Rocket is going to be available for Forgiven right now. So if Candy Panda sticks around, that Super Mega Rocket is going to be able to poke him down. And because Unlimited has got such strong base damages on that Karma, Candy Panda's got to be so careful in his positioning.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that could be countered by the intervention, but N-rated and Candy Panda are only level 4 right now. They don't have that available to them. They need to be very careful about this one or think about dropping back as another zap is going to land. Will they push through from this one? There's no jungle interference coming in the immediate time. Svenskron, we can see there, is moving on to the Wolves' red buff, which he may just well get.
If Forgiven and Unlimited don't back away, there is also the potential of a gank. There is some decent vision here from Svenskron. I'm almost wondering if he's going to try to grab the buff and then roam straight for the gank. And touching on the CS advantage that Forgiven has given himself, that basically stems from the fact they killed Freddy in the top lane. So it allowed Karma and Lee Sin to bash on the tower, and Forgiven could stop auto-attacking the tower to grab CS. Now we'll see how the 3-on-2 plays out. That's a flash from Forgiven.
That was a flash into the wall from Forgiven. He's going to use a barrier, but he's going down. Unlimited might not be looking up to escape that one either. He does have a bit of mana left to speed himself up. Where's the cocoon from Svenskron? That should be coming up out here shortly, but there's a lot of damage. Auto attacks coming in to pilt over Peacemaker in the end from Candy Panda that picks them up another kill.
So flashes from Candy Panda and N-rated, but they grab themselves 2 kills. One of them lands on Svenskron, one of them lands with Candy Panda. That was a pretty good play. I think Forgiven and Unlimited needed to be more aware of the fact they had no towers in the bottom lane. They had no vision in their own jungle. If you go for this very early map play, you need to counter the objectives lost, the turrets lost, with your own vision. And it was simply too early in the game for all of those wards to be placed and littered across their jungle. So Svenskron with very good awareness and presence gets the buff, grabs his team 2 kills, and buys Candy Panda some time to close that CS lead.
We talked about how much of a bully and a pain that Lulu can be in the mid lane. Orianna being able to keep him at arm's length this time around. Yes, did die earlier on, but also has a kill of his own and is just a little bit behind there in CS. So Jesus doing a good job of this one. We'll see how it continues now that Coutard working his way up to that Athene's Unholy Grail. Actually slightly behind there in terms of the build if you compare it over to Jesus, who's already got that Fiendish Codex in there, and it's two champions keeping themselves as far away as possible from each other, trying to do damage at the same time. But SK, they're grouping up in mid.
Oh, here comes Coutard in the mid lane. Jesus, he's going to go Shockwave.
Shockwave coming in, Ace in the hole will follow as well. Coutard forced to use the Wild Growth on himself. Big wave of minions coming in from this one. Let's see if SK can siege it down.
Now, there's no Shockwave if a fight were to break out, so believe it or not, Copenhagen Wolves, if they could poke, could be in a strong position. The Mega Death Rocket comes down, mostly to force SK away. Because there's no threat of the Shockwave, Copenhagen Wolves can just sit under their turrets and force SK to either stay and be in a disadvantageous fight, or in that situation, as you've seen, they backed away.
Lots of pings going down as well. Svenskeren gets a good ward in there, getting 5 junctions, if you like, of that jungle with one single wall to see if Amazing will be coming around and actually will be waiting there inside of the brush. There's a possibility of a 2-man dive on towards Shyvana, but Youngbuck does have himself a chain vest, got the boots in there as well, maybe even more crucially, and he's level 7, so he can use that Dragon's Descent to just back away if needs be.
So it's very difficult to dive a Shyvana because of that Dragon's Descent, the mobility as well as the additional defensive stats that it gives you. So I think wise play there by Svenskeren to back away. Freddy has now got a situation where he can try to force Youngbuck down, but if you look, he's got no towers to fall back to. So if Freddy doesn't have good vision in the river, there's the potential of Amazing going up there to gank. Right now though, Amazing has set his sights in this bottom lane. Candypan is well aware of it. There's a river, there's a ward in the river, so Amazing was standing on it, and as you see, nothing comes of it. And it's this really interesting dynamic where both of these teams have got such vast areas of non-protection. The team that can take advantage of their opponent's open base the soonest is the one that can grab these next dragons, etc. Amazing has caught Svenskeren, and here comes Coutard.
In no man's land, but he gets kicked over the wall, but there's a follow-up. Where's he going to go? Repel quickly brought down, gets the command protect as well. Super Mega Death Rocket goes flying by. Flash from Svenskeren. Unlimited will miss his shots, but is he going to get the stun off? No, not quite. There's a Shockwave as well. 3-man Shockwave from Jesus. They don't have the manpower to follow up, and Svenskeren still so very low. Dodges the Q, the zap doesn't land, the spider lives.
So that was a very good Shockwave, a lot of damage on the side of the Copenhagen Wolves, and that's without any major items being completed yet. That is exactly what Jesus needs to do. He needs to find situations where he can hit multiple targets. Now, Svenskeren was a little bit lucky to get away from that one. If that Dragon's Rage kick had sent him towards Lulu instead of over the wall, he would have been hit by a Glitterlance, he would have been turned into a Munchkin, and he would have been killed. So Svenskeren needs to be a little bit more wary of his positioning. Also, if you look at his build, he's foregone any tanky items yet. He still hasn't finished that Spirit of the Ancient Gold. He's got straight for a Haunting Guise. Svenkeren's wants kill power early on, and because of the play in the jungle and forcing Copenhagen Wolves back, SK are going to grab their second dragon of the game.
Yeah, dragon the clock, or maybe even 1.5 minutes past at this point, but they get the dragon. That's the crucial thing. SK now 2 out of 2. It leaves them 1,100 gold in the lead, and they're closing the net around this mid lane as well. Svenskeren, we saw there, walking inside towards the side brush, was pinged out though. He stood on top of a, actually don't think he was on top of a ward there, actually. That was just a feeling from the Copenhagen Wolves. Either way, they're losing this turret.
Yeah, so SK are going to grab their third tower of the game, this time opening up even more entrances into the Copenhagen Wolves' red buff side of the jungle. I think what SK need to do, though, is try to find a way to shut Forgiven down. Because at this point in the game, I think Jinx arguably has the most damage of any late game carry, maybe barring Vayne, for example. And right now, Forgiven has got a 40 CS lead over Candy Panther. He's got a Bloodthirster that's getting close to being fully stacked. And if Forgiven is given all of this free time to continue farming, he will be able to melt Renekton, Elise, and Orianna. So this is a big priority and a big threat for SK that they need to try and find a way to deal with.
Melting champions is one thing, but we've seen how quickly Jinx can take down turrets as well with that minigun coming out. Gambit, I think, no better than quite a few teams after that game against the Bullets. Either way, we are going to be seeing here Copenhagen Wolves making sure that that top tower remains safe. Coutard in the mid lane is just ahead in farm, but that lane, in terms of the farms and the kills, has been very much even throughout. They are pretty much in the same position when it comes to build as well. We do see the Sorcerer Shoes coming out already for Jesus, but both have got that Fiend's Unholy Grail.
Yeah, you see the number crunching on the pregame show today. Jet was running through the help picks plus 2 Glitter Lancers, which a Lulu with blue buff, and it means Unholy Grail can get down. And it works out close to 1,000 damage before resistances. So that is hitting very, very high. When you consider Jesus only has 1,220 HP at max. So when we see how Counter plays this one out, Jesus has been using that ball command attack to zone out Counter. So because Counter has to walk over the command attack ball, it means he can't get in range to help picks and Glitterlons. So Orion a pretty defensive pick, but they're going even. So it just means who's going to have the bigger impact in team fights.
Buff here for Amazing. Actually, Svenskeren has done a good job of keeping the pressure up on that side of the map and actually led to kills the last time that one did come in. And Forgiven's always got to be very careful about it. They've been caught out once in this bottom lane after that happened, and look what they've done to stop that happening. They've got a big line of wards throughout their entire jungle here to stop Svenskeren once again getting around the back and causing problems for this duo lane.
And the Copenhagen Wolves need to keep doing that. They cannot afford to get caught out. They cannot afford to not have vision on their side of the jungle or run the risk of being ganked. One of the things that we talked about when those towers were being traded in the opening 6 minutes is how, because of the risk of pushing into your opponent's jungle, it actually slows down this little bit of a mid-game, because you'll notice now how Renekton is still fighting Shyvana left on his island in the top lane. Candy Panda and Rated are trying to do battle with Forgiven and Unlimited. They back away once, and this tower just gets melted, thanks to the damage that Jinx already has.
SK looking for the counter. Actually, counter going to go in on towards Jesus. There's a shockwave. Wild Growth going to have to be used. Will Jesus chase in for this one? He will do more. He'll flash in for it. There's the Glitter Lance to slow him down. And there we see the fight between these two. We do have Youngbuck coming in. There is Command Protect going to come out. Oh! Nice move back there from Jesus. Speeds himself up. Amazing's going to join the chase. Jesus has got some godlike moves to pull out to escape. No, the Wolves have backed away. They didn't have any vision of the top side of their own jungle. They didn't know if Elise and Renekton were coming.
Field goal as Youngbuck just runs wide of the mark, does not manage to connect with Jesus. So Jesus just backsteps that Dragon's Descent. Even though he was hit by the Ignite, Command Protect was able to help him stay alive. Now we do see Svenskeren's coming from the side, instantly booted away. Amazing did not want that fight.
Kicking the Spider straight back out of things. Freddy in this top lane, 20 CS there or thereabouts he has in the lead over his opposite. And we see the workings of that Sunfire Cape. Got himself the Spectre's Cowl as well. So Freddy feeling himself, in a comfortable position at this stage, knowing that Youngbuck is going to be getting stronger and stronger as Count out here, getting caught out by Sven, but he knows this is a dangerous champion to go head-to-head against. Countard offers a bit of damage back, and Rated had already started to come up, though.
Yeah, Svenskeren had the support of both Jesus and Rated. They were pretty close by in that lane. So if Countard had taken the bait, and if Countard had gone in for the kill, I think the intervention was going to be within range. You see that Rated actually had his flash available as well. So trying to make something happen, but Countard played that one safe enough, didn't take the bait. So SK have actually got themselves a small gold lead thanks to those dragons. That's the thing you need to remember. Dragon is going to be up in another minute's time. Copenhagen Wolves have very good vision of their jungle, so they may want to challenge, and that's Youngbuck going in on Freddy.
Yeah, that is more than a challenge here. Youngbuck goes in, forces the Dominus to be popped, so they don't really want to fight. I just thought we'd have a bit of a dragon versus crocodile matchup in this top lane and then end up backing away from each other. In fact, Freddy just recalling there in the mid portion of his brush. That's exactly what Youngbuck's going to do. So it was a case of throwing down the ultimate's mine. Meanwhile, Amazing is going to kick Jesus back. Have they got the damage this time? We have seen the Wild Growth Juicy of Jesus going very, very low. There is a kill for Counter. Super Mega Death Door Kick came in as well from the bottom lane. Svenskeren now in trouble. Good repel away from Amazing. He's coming back in behind the turret. They need to push the minions up. They decide against it. 1-0.
Very good play from Amazing. What we've seen him doing that Jankos did not in the previous game is the instant flash kick. Amazing did not hesitate. Now Unlimited is going to take at least a couple auto attacks, but that's not too much damage. The shield was able to block it, and here comes Youngbuck.
They're turning things around here. The leash doesn't proc, and they don't get the stun, but Youngbuck dives to the front. Svenskeren, you've gone too close. Last second intervention. The repel will bring him back down, and there is the heal coming in as well. He does die nonetheless. Youngbuck did go low. Right now it's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, but Freddy and Candy Panda, maybe even more crucially, still alive from this one. Candy Panda got no mana, but look how low the Wolves are. They can't do it. He's got an ace in the hole, but he's got no mana to throw it down.
Now we've seen Candy Panda dancing on the edge of the danger zone. Copenhagen Wolves were trying to get to the front line. They needed to kill Svenskeren and Enrated in order to get to Candy Panda. And because they couldn't touch him, it actually meant that SK comes out in the lead in that fight. They lost more members, but it's going to allow them to grab the third dragon of the game and hold on to this gold lead. Copenhagen Wolves had no way of diving through all of that sort of CC and front line of SK to get to Candy Panda, and he just sat there free damaging the Wolves.
5-4 in kills, 4-3 still in turrets to SK, but let's have another look at that. What was a very prolonged fight again.
So the thing you want to keep your eyes on right now is Candy Panda's positioning. He's just out around the corner, so in order for the Wolves to get to him, they need to get past Freddy, Svenskeren, and Enrated. Enrated manages to save Svenskeren for a few seconds thanks to intervention, and then with his heal and the Mikhail's Crucible, it actually gave him a massive chunk of HP. Both of us were like, whoa, where did that HP come from? Now, because of Candy Panda's positioning around the corner and the fact that the Wolves, their initiation had already been used. You know, Lee Sin had jumped in, he didn't have a kick. Shyvana didn't have a Dragon's Descent to dive to the back line. It just allowed SK, because of their superior positioning, to win that fight.
Incredible stuff here. Only the 1 kill separating these two teams, and that Dragon, of course, taken after it as well. But the question is now, what is the next move for both these teams? You were right in what you said earlier, that the inner turrets going down so early in this game makes both teams a little bit more wary, but also makes warding so much more important in this encounter.
I think that's the key to this. Because of the vision control, the moments, you know, in the opening minutes where the Wolves did not have their jungle warded, it allowed Svenskeren to get in behind and grab kills. We do see those 2 pink wards that the Copenhagen Wolves put down 5 minutes ago or so. They have basically protected themselves from that invade of SK Gaming. Now, SK have once again been looking for opportunities. They've had much better Dragon control. The Wolves have never been there to contest or challenge. And the one fight they did, it was maybe a little early and they couldn't actually push SK away. So, as it stands, Copenhagen Wolves need to find a way to get back in control of the Dragons.
Both teams facing off here in that mid lane. Aside from the top laners who are, well, in the top lane doing their thing, there was some slow coming down, but actually turned around there. And as SK start to move in, they then have to back away. And this is very much a trade between two teams who aren't quite sure what the other's got to offer in terms of damage until it lands.
Yeah, at this point in time, neither team can run the risk of taking the burst of their opponents. If you eat a full Lulu combo plus Karma, then Forgiven's just going to assassinate you with the Super Mega Death Rock. Jez is in a little bit of trouble here. You see one Glitzer Lance, as well as that Zap from Jinx, is melting him. So, got to be very, very careful.
Candy Panda again hit by the Zap as he comes forward, but SK are actually rotating around here through the Wolves' jungle, clearing out the walls as they go. Youngbuck starts to back away. There's a wave coming, but will actually be a little bit slow to get there. We'll see if the Wolves can hold on to this one. I think SK may have got the jump on them here. Freddy could tank it up for a hit or two. And actually, no, I'm wrong on this one. There's the ace in the hole on towards Countdown. That basically forces him to back off or use the wild growth on himself. We see Q landing from Lee Sin. Poke back from Karma as well. Not much damage left on this tower. Candy Panda's going to tank it. There's the 5th turret of the game for SK.
So SK Gaming have actually played the tower and the map game better than the Copenhagen Wolves. It was the Wolves lane swap into the top lane that gave them the early advantage, gave them some early towers, but because Forgiven was sitting and farming up that bottom lane, not rotating, not pushing mid, not trying to rush down the bottom super early, it has allowed SK Gaming to have the better vision and to roam around the map. We talked about how important it is for this Renekton v Shyvana matchup, for Renekton to bully Shyvana a little bit. Freddy was able to set that inner tower up. He got the mid tower a few minutes ago, forced Youngbuck away, and then called for the rest of the team to roam through the jungle to top lane, worked in their favor.
We look down the gold totals there, really not a lot separating them, and you see the massive CS that we have, a 40 advantage for Forgiven. Actually, he's still behind here because of that global gold that SK Gaming have. He's 202 in their Candy Panda as well, and leads to less than 1,000 gold, which, you know, is still a gold difference nonetheless, but it shows just how close this one, and one fight that goes well or wrong for either team is going to swing it.
So this is the most difficult part, I think, for SK's composition to overcome, is the inhibitor turrets. Because there's some decent wave clear with the splash damage of the rockets from Jinx, from Lulu, as well as from Karma, who she can mantra Q and then, you know, get all the minions together. I feel like SK needs to have some picks before they can go under the turret of the Wolves. In addition to the fact that the Copenhagen Wolves have got slightly superior poke, the Zap coming out, the Karma poke, Lee Sin plus Lulu, etc., means if anyone from SK goes a little bit low, the Wolves can just speed up their team thanks to Karma and dive SK. So SK need to be very, very careful of how they dance around these next line of turrets.
Speaking of dancing, Baron Are we going to see both teams posturing around this one? It's something that the Copenhagen Wolves seem to spend a lot of time on, a very cautious as Kowtow takes a big hit there. Candy Panda getting up in his face as well. The Piltover even lands onto him, and Kowtow wondering where all that damage came from. It was a lot of Orianna, but that forced him away, and that opens up a turret here possibly for SK.
This is exactly what we talked about. In order for SK to get onto the tower, then you get a pick. Even though Kowtow was not killed, he took so much damage from the fully stacked Bloodthirster Last Whisper of Candy Panda that he needed to back away. Kowtow has got no additional armor. He's got some MR from that Athenes and Holy Grail, but he's not going to be surviving all of that damage from Candy Panda. So that's where SK will be looking for the openings. But you see, Kowtow is alive, he gets back in lane, and instantly SK need to back away. Amazing's gone in.
He's gone very, very deep here though, and that's going to cost him possibly. Youngbuck going to be diving towards the front as well, and again, a shockwave comes down by Jesus. Can they finish off? Flash away from Kowtow. A wild growth goes on towards Youngbuck as well. Will SK continue to push through on this one, knowing that they have 3 men from the Wolves down low? They keep the poke up from the sides. They've got no minions here, which is what SK need to push through onto this turret. Finally, the wave comes in.
Yeah, there was no one else from the Copenhagen Wolves. They're diving with Amazing. He went a little bit too deep. So because of all the damage, SK grabbed themselves a tower, and I think the Wolves need to be on the same page. Yes, Amazing had the potential for a great engage, but nobody else was with him. Nobody else was following him in. He really needs Youngbuck on Shyvana to be there behind him and have a wild growth disrupting SK. Now, SK with the Dragon up, they get one of those pink wards down. They've got pretty good position, but Jesus is not with them. So I don't think they can actually contest this Drake without Jesus being there.
And I think the Wolves know that just as well as we. As they push straight in there and have now that good positional advantage over it. Will SK come down and try and poke something back? No, they are just going to leave that one completely. Meanwhile, let's look at the top lane because Jesus continues to push here. We see the recalls coming in from from the Copenhagen Wolves, but Jesus has done his fair share of damage onto that tower. He'll speed himself up, but what will the Wolves do now in reply? That middle outer turret looking like the target.
Yeah, I think SK may be able to defend this one in time. You can see all of the members getting there as Copenhagen Wolves decided to back away. So that's the first Dragon of the game that has gone to the Copenhagen Wolves. And SK, I think, maybe not necessarily expecting that push. The Wolves made a good play. They're still within touching distance as far as the gold is concerned, but they have lost all of their turrets with the exception of those inhibitor turrets. And I think right now is where Copenhagen Wolves need to get much better vision. They've had some pretty good wards on their red side of the jungle, but they need to make sure they maintain it. We see 3 sweepers on the side of SK Gaming, so most likely SK will be invading, sweeping those wards, and once they've got vision control, forcing the Wolves out of their base to look for kills.
Return to the lanes here on most sides of the map. Youngbuck going into the top lane. Jinx just pushing out that mid lane, and I have to give credit over to Candy Panda, who, as I mentioned before, ahead in goal despite being for most of the game about 40 CS behind. That's actually pulled back quite significantly here. It's harder to really judge their later game, I guess we can call it CS, because of the way that these two teams have literally set up a tug of war in that middle lane, and the AD carry's being given a fair share of that one. But the Baron dance, it's going to come down to that now. We saw 3 pink wards being put in there. They've been somewhat cleared out. There's green wards on the top side of it. These sweepers all across both teams now.
So because the SK Gaming has got much better map control, double the number of towers down for the Wolves, as well as the fact that they have forced the Wolves into a position where the Wolves have to ward up the Baron pit, which means they need to overextend. They have no turrets to fall back to safety. Amazing's gone in!
He's got the kick on towards Enrated as well, holding off the intervention for now. Youngbuck's right in the middle of them there, and he won't be engaged upon. He will simply walk away from this one. We've got Candy Panda off to the side here. They don't get the damage they were looking for. Repel from Svenskern, looking to catch someone out, but he needs to be careful now. The Wolves starting to push back a little, but SK have won this war of the tug-of-war between those minions once again. Pushed a little bit further into the Wolves side of the map. SK just going to retreat with that, knowing they've got positional advantage over Baron. Clear out, place their own wards once again.
Another engage from Amazing that seems to be him on a slightly different page to the rest of his team. Yes, this time around, we did have Youngbuck close by, we did have Kowtow close by, but Forgiven didn't get any auto attacks down onto Enrated scale. It wasn't their, real kill potential. Now SK, they do not have Candy Panda with them. He's sitting at the Wolf camp right now, while the rest of The Wolves are actually at Baron. I think in order for SK to play the Baron bait and do the Baron dance, they need to use their sweepers, get rid of the Wolves' vision, and once again, pull them towards them.
This is real dangerous for SK Gaming. They've shown Candy Panda now down on that bottom side of the map. The question is, are the Wolves feeling confident enough to actually push up towards the Baron and draw SK into a 5 versus 4? It's going to be too late even if they do it now. Candy Panda's already on his way up.
In some ways, it's almost smart because the Copenhagen Wolves team will take a pretty long time to get through Baron. They don't have champions that are super, super great at just shredding it. Yes, Jinx has a lot of damage, but no additional attack speed outside of her minigun. Now, Youngbuck has been caught by Freddy. Here comes Fen as well.
That's good moving in. There is a Dragon's Descent. Actually, the Cocoon aim for Youngbuck ended up landing on towards Cowtown. We did see the Wild Growth coming in, the Super Mega Death Rocket as well. Kevin is going to go down. Kevin's on it again. Freddy goes down. Sven's going down to half HP as well. And there is Amazing charging over. He's got the slow. It means a point-blank Q surely here for him. Not quite point-blank. He landed it anyway. Seeing the KO coming in, the Wolves back off.
Yeah, so they don't go for anything further, but knowing that Freddy is down, that is a big portion of the SK frontline that is not available to them. So Copenhagen Wolves have now started off the Baron. Ace in the hole gets blocked up by Amazing. The rest of SK are looking to challenge. Remember, they do have intervention, which makes it much better for them. There's the fight.
A lot of damage. Cowtown going low, but there is a flash in from Youngbuck. He's trying to get down Candy Panda at the back, but he realizes, guys, I'm alone here. The shockwave lands onto Amazing. That's not enough men. Repel comes over the side. Unlimited goes low, but crucially doesn't go down. All 10 members still alive.
Very importantly, Baron has been stopped. Look at that damage on Forgiven. Jesus gets an attack and dissonance melting through the HP, but the Wolves did not get Baron. They were peeling away to try and fight SK. They couldn't stick to a target long enough. And even though Youngbuck actually dove into 4 members of SK and survived, he wasn't able to put much kill pressure on Candy Panda. Youngbuck needs to get a Blade of the Ruined King or similar before he can really challenge the back line. And now, because of all of that damage, SK should be able to pick this one up. I think Youngbuck's going to be there a little bit late, and he's low on HP as well.
Yeah, no way for them to get back there in time. And SK Gaming, despite coming in to challenge Copenhagen Wolves as Baron attempt, managed to force them away, push them away far enough that they can do that on their own. 2 sweeping lenses used to cover out the entirety of the wards that the Wolves had there. Great pickup for SK Gaming.
And something that's very important to note is that both of these teams have got so much utility in their champions and movement and survivability. So in that team fight, you've seen Sven Skjern diving in and amongst the thicker things, using Repel to block so much damage. You've seen the Dissonance move speed and move debuff onto the side of Copenhagen Wolves, allowing SK to back away. Candy Panda used his flash and his 90 caliber net perfectly to stay out of the central damage focus for the Wolves. So as it stands, SK, even though they've got a few mistakes here and there, they're playing the map better. They've got more dragons, they've got a Baron, they've got more towers. They're just playing a little bit more objective focus, whereas I feel the Wolves are trying to find kills and not making it work.
One thing that the Wolves do very well, though, when behind, which is in the last 2 games not been all that often, is that they are very, very patient. As Sven's gonna step out, this could actually be quite fatal for the rest of SK coming around, though. Unlimited is gonna be chased onto, but no, they want Youngbuck. Wild Growth comes in as well. SK continue to chase. They've got the Baron on them, but they can't lock down the big tanky Shyvana. Svenskun comes around again. They land the Cocoon on towards Unlimited. He won't escape this one. The Chompers were down, but that won't do anything to help him out. Meanwhile, Candy Panda waiting on the top side. He's got full vision. He goes in on towards Forgiven. Who's going to win the duel? The Shockwave will win the duel. Amazing falls as well. And that's 3 kills for SK Gaming.
That could be the inhibitor. Candy Panda managed to keep both Jesus and Forgiven busy the entire time in that fight. They didn't manage to chase Candy Panda down. So it's allowed SK to focus 2 of the tanky members, get Youngbuck and Amazing low and out of the fight. Now SK with a 5-man push and with Baron, they get the inhibitor turret and they're on the inhibitor as well.
Lee Sin and Jinx are 20 seconds away. I think SK are going to go for the win here, or are they going to back out of it? Are they going to go? No, they're going for it here. Pushing in on towards those Nexus turrets. First one's going to go down. Youngbuck's trying to get them out of it. Unlimited pushing through as fast as he can, but the Nexus turrets are going to fall. The focus turns around onto the Nexus. Candy Panda has the intervention on him. The Nexus falls, and SK Gaming take down the Copenhagen Wolves.
In a brilliant performance, that game was non-stop action. Within the first 6 minutes, we had 3 kills and 4 towers falling, but SK Gaming simply responded going into that mid-game in a better position. Good ganks from Sven Skjern, good rotation around the map where there was opportunities, And every time we see plays being made, SK were making them for objectives, for towers, for dragons, hoping also trying for kills and not making them.
SK Gaming have won 9 out of their last 11 games. They sit top of the European LCS right now. They are not just on the up and up, they're on some kind of scary roller coaster that I don't like that goes directly up into the sky. These guys are flying right now.
SK Gaming have the best objective-based gameplay decisions out of any European LCS team. I have been praising them for a few weeks, and for a few weeks consistently, they have been impressing. The only constructive criticism you could give them is that there's very little diversity in their play. But you know what? When you're playing to kill towers and dragons, almost ignoring the champions to a certain extent, how can you fault them? How can you flaw that gameplay? The only way to beat them is going to beat them at their own game. You have to have better vision. You have to respond to their pushes, predict their pushes. And at the moment, nobody's doing it.
No one's been able to do it. As I said, 9 out of 11 games they have won, only falling to Gambit and Alliance. Funnily enough, those losses to Gambit and Alliance could prove a little bit deadly to them, depending on how the rest of this season pans out. But SK Gaming don't need to be afraid at this stage. They started off very much hit and miss, lost 2 games, won 2 games, lost 3 games, then they won a couple, but now they seem to have found a very, very good rhythm in their play.
Yeah, and it's head and shoulders above every other team right now. I think as a team, SK started mediocre, and they found synergy within their players. I mean, Enrated was only added about 2 weeks before the split began, if memory serves correctly. And I feel as a captain and as a leading voice maybe in different stages of the game, they have found such a great ability to play amongst themselves. Jesus himself was saying his mindset changed a few weeks into the split. He was playing scared, he was nervous, he was scared of the fan fallout, so to speak, because he replaced Ocelot. And you have to give him credit. He has delivered. Not the flashiest, not the most exciting of plays, but he delivers. He farms well, he gets kills, he lands good shockwaves when he needs to. And as a team, they are performing fantastic.
And that's the thing, if you play as constantly champions like that, and Oriana, who you can farm up, they finish 1, 2, 3 by the end of it. If you don't want a flashy score, that's the kind of score that you pick up, 1, 2, 3. But the fact is, at the end there, he locked up such a great crescendo, I was almost going to say, shockwave to pull them in there. We also have seen him on champions like Ziggs, where a big bomb can push, just be enough to win SK Gaming matches. And if he continues like this, there's no wonder we're seeing bans really focused on Jesus, because he seems to be unstoppable. If it's not in one area of the game, he delivers in the other.
Yeah, he will make up for it. If he has a slow early game, he'll make it up mid. If he has a good early game, the mid game's so much better. I think you were touching on the fact that SK Gaming have won 9 out of the 11 last games. And I distinctly remember the match that they lost to Alliance. It was their own fault. You know, they had an inhibitor down. They had a Baron. And they were picking fights in the mid lane. And Alliance just got onto them. And SK went, let's go aggressive again. Let's do it again. They lost back-to-back team fights. So even one of those 2 losses, it was their fault they lost the game, not necessarily being outplayed. And I think looking forward, with only a couple of weeks left, every team in EU has to be looking to SK to say, how do we dethrone them? How do we stop them? Because they are first position right now.
Excited to see how SK develop over the coming weeks. But for now, we're going to send it over to Shox and Deficio, who have SK Gaming's Enrated with them for some more insight into that thrilling game.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Indeed, joined by Enrated after another great performance from SK Gaming, solidly in first place now. Talk me a little bit through the game plan for this one.
Okay, we prepared a lot for this game. We talked through so many scenarios, and the way they banned was actually playing into our favor, because we kind of, we counted on something else, but they didn't do it. Also, I feel like we were on comfort picks for us, and we just played it down slowly but surely. We knew they were lane swapping, so we were preparing in our mind what we had to do, and since we saw they pushed the second turret, we took the second turret as well, so it was just fairly even from the start. Only Freddy died early on, but we also got a catch, so it was even in kills as well, and it just stayed like that for a long time. We tried to rotate, we tried to force, but it was kind of hard against Lulu as well, so it just took us a long time to actually manage to pull ahead, and I think we played all very consistently good, and we didn't do that big of mistakes, therefore we won the match in the end, but they played very well.
That's it.
That's it, pretty much. But I actually would like to know then, how do you guys prepare for these matches? Because every time in Champs Select, I feel like you guys have a plan ready. You always seem to come out ahead in some way. Who's working with you as the team? Do you have a coach or analyst who helps doing, or is it just you guys doing the picks and bans alone?
We have an analyst right now, and he does a great part of the job. I think when it comes to that, there's like a lot of preparation in the beforehand. So everyone is like kind of need to. Every new patch has new champions that are OP and just like good matchups that you have to play. And we just go into the room here, talk through everything, picks, bans, and just see what we can do. And that's varied based on the opponents that we actually face.
So you're mentioning the patch. Currently we're on 4.3. We saw you starting Spell Thieves Edge on Kayle. Is that your preferred start now if you go for kind of an AP support, or what's kind of the routes you go now?
That's very split. That depends. Sometimes you need a tank. Sometimes you need just someone to deal a lot of damage. There are a lot of supports that actually deal damage, but all of them have to at least have some utility in some of some sense. Morgana shield, Karma, speed up, etc. There's a lot of stuff that you can pull out right now, and I feel like the support got a lot more versatile than just the 3 picks at the start of the season.
Yeah, so about these picks, of course, we have seen Karma 4 times today. I would actually like to know your opinion about Karma as a support.
Very poke heavy, very easy to master. The laning phase is very easy as well, and it's hard to handle as an opponent. I think it pressures a lot, and it's a very good pick right now.
The things you kind of mentioned about Karma are kind of the same things we see in a Morgana support as well. Why do you think that she got picked so heavily 2 weeks ago and now not at all?
It's always because of the meta. The supports that are played, if they are countered by a specific support, that means that support gets hyped. Morgana was good versus any Leona, and even good against Thresh. Therefore, the laning phase was very solid and the team fights were strong. That's the reason it was picked. Right now, Leona and Annie have fell out of favor. Thresh as well. Like, it's just less played as overall, and so you don't have to counterpick them, and that's why Morgana fell out of favor a bit. I think it's going to be pulled out all the time. Just as soon as the support gets picked, which gets countered by Morgana, Morgana is going to be picked again.
It's very true, actually, and a very good point, because we haven't seen Leona that much. But then if we look to someone like Korea, for instance, we see Civi Leona so often played over there. And in general, talking about Korea, talking about the meta, we just had Intel Extreme Master. Was there anything you saw on the Asian teams that you would like to pick up, or something you're very impressed by?
Well, the Karma overall was a good pick. For example, lane swaps, the way they play the laning, everything. You can just take something out of every match. But I feel like the Koreans on support, at least, they completely missed out on Morgana as a counter pick, and that's why Leona is more played right there. I think Leona versus Morgana is not even a skill matchup, it's just very hard to play out.
We mentioned the Sivir already. Why is it that you went for the Caitlyn in this situation? Because Candy Panda, he got a little behind in the laning phase.
Caitlyn overall is a really strong pick to push, and we know it's a favorable pick of them, so it was a higher priority for us. And we've practiced a lot of Caitlyn because we just feel like changing the champion pool just makes you less predictable. And I feel like Caitlyn was a good pick in that sense, because we wanted to go for objectives overall, and it just worked out.
And I have to ask now, because you guys are #1. We have the All-Star trip for the #1 team, of course. For you representing Europe here against, of course, Korea, NA, all these very strong teams, how would you actually feel with it? And how do you think you guys would put up a good fight or actually have a chance to win it all?
We would put a lot of preparation into this, and I would be proud to represent Europe. And I feel like right now we are consistently improving still, and we just get more solid and solid. And I don't see a reason why we would not win against Asian teams at this point. We have to put a lot of preparations into it, and depending on that and of course of the enemy teams that we will face, we might have a shot or not, but I feel like we would put up a strong fight.
Of course, it's not over yet. So finally, tomorrow you'll be going up against Roccat. After what you've seen here today, how big do you think your chances are?
Right now we feel confident going into every match, so I predict that we will win, but we have to put a lot of preparations into it, and we don't take any match easily or anyhow like easy in a sense, but we put a lot of preparation into this, and we know what we are going to do, and therefore we will win.
Well, it's going to be a great matchup. Well, congratulations here on your win again on the first day here.
Thank you.
And now we're going to head back over to Joe and Quickshot to see where our teams are in the standings.
Thank you very much, Oxen Deficio, and Rated as well. Some great insight that he always provides for us. And after our 4 matches today, here's what the table currently looks like. And it's those guys. SK Gaming sat proudly atop of it. 13 wins, 8 losses. The first time that they're going to be there, and if they carry on like this, it's definitely not going to be the last time. In second place, we have Gambit, slightly behind after their loss today, 12 wins for 9 losses. And then, well, surprise, surprise, it's the European LCS after all. We have a 3-way tie for third with Alliance, Fnatic, and Roccat at 11 for 10. Alliance, we should mention, are on a 5-game winning streak. Roccat has pretty much the opposite with a 4 losing streak.
Yeah, that's a very difficult position to be in. And considering how Fnatic and Roccat were top of the table at the beginning of the split, seeing them all the way down is quite scary. But carrying on, it is the Copenhagen Wolves sitting in 6th position at 10 wins and 11 losses. Just 1 game out of that tie for third. 7th position, it is Super Hot Crew. They're 9 and 12. They ended their 4-game losing streak. They dropped all of their matches during Super Week, and you have to give props to the new guy, Selfie. He just took charge of the situation and had a very good game coming in today in his LCS debut. And unfortunately, Millennium are still sitting in 8th position at 7 wins and 14 losses. Considering how many losses Millennium have accrued over the last few weeks and how their performance has yet to improve, you have to feel that they are very seriously looking at relegation.
I have to say, this game today, you know, losing against the Super Hot Crew was so very vital for them. 7 now for 11. They had a 1-game buffer before. They're now 2 wins behind. And I'm struggling to see where these points are going to come from for Millennium. They've tried a few different things. We saw, okay, let's go with that poke comp. See if we can actually come out ahead in this one. In the end, they fell too far behind. They were getting picked off by Selfie, who you have to say is... what a debut for him today.
Very impressive. And we were discussing how for a player like Selfie, it's his first game on the LCS stage. They first picked LeBlanc for him. Now, we knew coming into this from his solo queue games, he likes Assassins. Yeah. He likes LeBlanc. He likes Zed. I believe he likes playing Fizz as well. So getting him on a comfort pick and going up against what is factually the weakest competition in LCS, that is a good boost for Super Hot Crew going into more games. And hopefully, as long as they can get Selfie back on those Assassins, he can keep up that level, because if they can keep grabbing wins, it almost guarantees themselves that 6th or 7th position, which means they get to pick the challenger team they want to play. They don't get that bottom seed. They are not forced to be in a situation that NIP were, MYM were last split, where they had to play against the Copenhagen Wolves, for example.
Well, the good thing is there's still plenty of games to come your way. And, of course, on Friday, we'll be bringing you another full day of matches, starting off with Gambit versus Millennium. That's a tough task if there ever was one for Millennium. And then it's on to Roccat versus SK.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult game for Roccat considering how SK played today. The second half of the day will feature Alliance taking on the Super Hot Crew. Alliance looking to extend that winning streak. And finally, Fnatic versus the Copenhagen Wolves will be closing out the day.
That's all happening on Friday at 7 p.m. Central European Time, which is 11 a.m. Pacific. But right now it's time for the European Challenger Series semi-finals to begin, with Never Give Up facing Departed in a best-of-3. We'll leave you in the good hands of Freak and Kobe, so take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Joe. Welcome.
You're in good hands.
You're in good hands, guys. Welcome to the 2014 European Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley, alongside my buddy, my pal, my friend, my guy, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. How's it going?
It's going very well, Freak. I'm happy. We had a good little break here for Katowice, and now we're back on.
Yeah. We got a Polish team here as well, so we're keeping it all in the theme going on. Got 4 games left. Now we're up to the semifinals. Let's see how it's shaping up with the bracket. We're kicking off the semifinals of the second Spring Challenger Series right now with a best-of-3 between Never Give Up, formerly known as Osomniac, and Departed. Now both teams looking to advance to their first Challenger Finals.
And hanging out down below in the bracket is tomorrow's matchup between the Ninjas in Pajamas and Reason Gaming.
So let's check out the all-important point standings. That's what matters. The top 6 playoff teams are set for the Summer Promotion Tournament, though after first place, the order is yet to be determined, with another bye in the actual playoffs up for grabs.
And that's because one of the byes already belongs to NIP, who tiptoed past Cloud9 Eclipse with their quarterfinal win over Gamers 2 and are sitting comfortably on top with a minimum of 14 points. Cloud9 Eclipse is waiting in the sidelines with the 11 points, and they're going to be rooting for NIP to actually win this Series 2 title, since that's the only way that they're going to get that first round bye.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it or if someone else is going to grab the top 2 here. Now remember, you can always check out the latest on the Challenger Series simply by going to lolesports.com.
You'll find all of the stats, scores, and schedules under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
Now let's get to today's best of 3 semifinal showdown. Never Give Up versus Departed. Now last time we saw Never Give Up, they beat Steve Bakes Cookies 2-1.
Yeah, in that set, Never Give Up bounced back from a game. They actually lost the first game.
Yeah.
So they bounced back, and then they won 2 straight elimination games to take home the victory. Their top laner, Morsu, loves to play carry top laners. I'm a big fan of that. And with the Dorian Shields nerfs, I think it's going to be a lot more viable for him, too. So we'll have to see if he can play well in this tournament here. But his most impressive game was 8-1-1 he had to score. And that was as Lee Sin. So maybe he'll be returning to that champion. That was against Steve Bakes Cookies in the top lane. But the star carry is also a pretty big bright spot for them, Ridix. The team's #1 strategy is just get him ahead and then never look back. Let him carry the entire thing from there. In Game 3 versus SBC, they created a shield composition with a mid lane Orianna and a support Lulu just to give more shields to the AD carry and put more of their hopes all on him. Both of those champions, though, they definitely supplemented Draven's AD as well. So it's a pretty good strategy. Very old strategy, kind of like Logic Gaming.
Yeah,
Season
supports
2-esque.
then an AD carry.
Yeah.
Just have him throw things at people. Works out pretty well. Now, of course, gearing up on the other side of the rift is Departed. Now, they're actually heavy favorites. They're coming into the match off a brilliant quarterfinal sweep. They 2-0'd Cloud9 Eclipse. Pretty strong team.
Yeah, and with the addition of Babunya in the top lane and Perm at support, Departed's new roster changes have been vital to the team's success. Babunya is an outright beast. Even though Cloud9 Eclipse hit him with gank after gank up in that top lane, he still came back after that rough early game, and he was able to have a big impact in later game team fights. And he got to those high priority targets at the back line. In most of the matches, he was actually able to muscle his way all the way through the team there too. You know, preferring things like Mundo and Trundle. And another player to watch is the AD carry, Woolite. His positioning in the team fights really does shine, and he won a combined 15-2 and 17 on Lucian in 2 quarterfinal games.
Yeah, 4 games on Lucian so far in this series.
He's just all Lucian.
All Lucian all the time. We'll see if it goes away. Riddick's big Draven player. We'll see if they get banned out. Now, we've been talking about the teams, but let's get personal. Here's a closer look at the AD carries in our featured matchup of the day. Riddick's versus... and I'm blanking now.
Woolite?
Woolite, there we go. It's not on the screen, and I immediately can't say it anymore.
It's all about Riddick's Draven play. We talked about the Lucian play for Woolite. Riddick's does the same thing with Draven, over and over, picking the same champion. He had a spectacular series, actually. The Challenger Series has him at 26, 6, and 16. On Draven. As for the Departed, it's Woolite that you're going to want to keep your eyes on in both of the games versus Cloud9 Eclipse. He turned to Lucian, and he had much success. Wow, with an overall rating of 28 and 100. That's definitely a typo. And 13 assists.
I'm going to go with that one, yeah.
Yeah, they put 113. That's not going to happen. Both AD carries do like to play aggressive in the laning phase, too. If we see this Lucian-Draven matchup, that's an exciting one because both of them have very high power early game, and it's going to turn a lot to the supports.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny to watch the supports as well because for NGU, their support, the only like meta support that he plays is Thresh. He's not playing a lot of Annie, not playing a lot of Leona. And he's like playing entirely pure supports. Like support Lulu 4 games, support Janna 1 time around. He's just there to get Riddick's going. And I want to see how it changes because this is the first time Challenger's being played on 4.3. As we saw in the EU LCS, Karma's big now. All the poke supports are back in. And I want to see if that's going to affect these guys' champion pools.
Right, so Doran shields are nerfed, and the Spell Thieves is super buffed. So it definitely favors ranged supports now. Anybody who can do a lot of poke damage. And it's been, like you said, a very shield-heavy team there for Never Give Up. Meanwhile, the bottom lane has been very aggressive with a lot of Annie picks for Departed. So Lucian Annie, a really big combo for them.
Yeah, so you're seeing the Annie banned away. Exactly. This makes a lot of sense. And think about Departed's bans, right? Top lane Lee Sin getting banned away. Top lane Jax banned away. Jax, by the way, banned in all 3 quarterfinal matches against NGU. And, of course, Riddick's is Draven gone. So Departed first pick Lulu. They take that away from Masterwork as well. They had their homework set up for this one.
Yeah, so Lee Sin and Jax, both sort of top lane bans right there. Maybe we won't be able to see the carry top laners, but there's still stuff like Aatrox out there.
Irelia is a big one too.
Exactly. But yeah, first pick Lulu. Everybody's a fan of that. I don't know how many times we've had to say this, but man, is she strong in the mid lane right now. Offers so much for the rest of the team, and she can make really strong early game roams. So we've seen especially Link on her. Once you shove that wave with Glitterlands, make your way to one of the side lanes. As long as you can keep track of the vision that the other team has, then it's going to turn out well for you.
Yeah, we'll see what else these guys can go for then. With the picks coming through for Never Give Up, looks like the hovers on Gragas and Wukong are going to pull through right here. So Lasagna going to get his choice of the litter, goes for a damage jungler with a nice bunch of bursts from the mid lane as well.
I'm actually pretty surprised, you know, with all the focus on bot lane and top lane in this game. A lot of junglers get through. The only one not getting through who's not surprised there is Kha'Zix. He is a beast right now. Definitely very high priority. So we still actually have an Evelynn versus Wukong matchup here. That's interesting because Lulu already very strong early game. Evelynn is going to supplement that spectacularly. They can actually roam together even for more impactful ganks.
What's surprising to me as well is the fact that Elise is going to go entirely through the champ select process. It's such a rare sight.
This is pre-nerf Elise. We're only on 4.3 here.
4.3 Elise, plenty scary, but they're going to be fine with this one. So support Morgana coming through as well for Perm. Now, of course, she is really good with the Frost Queen's claim. I forget the entire build-up to
Spell
it now.
Thieves.
Spell Thieves Edge.
Is
Yeah,
the
I don't know why I
one.
forget all of the names of everything, but apparently not my day-to-day. But yeah, I'm not going for the aggressive support, so a very peel-based support right there. Roulette, known to play Lucian. Riddick might steal this one away, though, and block the pick. And as well, like, support Zillion for Masterwork. So a lot of new stuff coming through on both sides.
Yeah, interesting. Support Zillion here. I think the bush control down in the bottom lane is going to be pretty big, too, because Zillion can add speed, and Lucian has already a pretty easy time of dodging bindings. But he might not even have to use his dash if he's got a Zillion support who can speed him up. Pretty slow-moving projectile, but it does have a very big hitbox, and if you can shoot it from one of those side bushes, then you have a really, really good chance of hitting it. And as Double Lift says, if one of those things lands, then you're going to lose the trade, and you're going to have to burn something big.
Yeah, so we'll see if they can hold up against this one. As a minor point, by the way, if Saber does get locked in, once the bomb is on your head, you can't spell shield it anymore.
Yeah.
You've got to spell shield the application of the bomb, which is rather difficult.
I started cracking up because when I'm playing like Nocturne Jungle and I come in and I put the fear tether down, then they try and spell shield when the fear is going to proc, but it's already on you.
Yep, used to do that,
so
for what it's worth.
So yeah, you can't do that. Same thing with the bomb there. And it's going to be the Jinx down there comboed with Morgana. So they're going to be relying on Black Shield for her defense. It's going to have to be quick with those because it's a great defense for the Wukong ulti, but you also are going to have to watch out for Gragas Barrels. If your Jinx gets hit by a Gragas Barrel and into a bad spot, then there's no repositioning for her. So need to be quick with those Black Shields.
It's going to be important to watch for. At least during the laning phase, you can block time bombs for a while. So you can take a little less damage.
You can block some of the damage, but...
Block the damage. I mean, there's worse things could happen to you. So Departed's comp I find is actually kind of interesting. So you've got a lot of actually backline safety for the Jinx with the Morgana and the Lulu in there. So I think she's pretty well set up to survive and thrive in team fights. Never give up, though. They do go for the top lane Irelia there. It's going to be Morsu's second time in this series on this champion. And she's going to have a fun time just trying to farm against Trundle, be a late game threat.
Yeah, I like this because we talked about he prefers top lane carry champions. Irelia is amazing, especially versus Trundle. She can just build offensively. We've seen, you know, Wicked a lot of the times building lots of attack speed items and even Sheen and stuff, and just go extremely offensively oriented. And she can bully Trundle out of lane. Gonna have to be watching out for that Evelynn at all times, though. So I have to see how that changed the dynamics of the lane.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit interesting. Now, I suppose I'm thinking about like those ganks though. Can you talk about Trundle and Evelynn together there because there's not a lot of crazy crowd control there. Like you've got Evelynn can run up and like start putting damage on you, but basically you get low on Irelia, you just stun somebody and peace out. I feel like unless she gets caught with a really good pillar, I feel like Irelia is okay in that matchup. And can kind of sit there and farm forever.
I mean, it's going to take a big chunk out of your life either way.
True.
And she can only take so many of those. So I still think it is dangerous because, like we said, she'll probably be building more offensively even than usual. So It's going to be up to his play. He's been talked up as a really strong mechanical player, and he likes to play offensively. So we'll see how he does handle the aggression. Anytime you're playing up against an Evelynn jungle, it's almost a completely different game, and you have to worry so much more about the pink ward coverage and your team's ability to get green wards inside the camps. Like, it's not even on the top laner anymore to be able to ward for his lane. It's like, I need my jungler to invade their jungle, find out where Evelynn is, and then I can play aggressively.
Yeah, and so kind of thinking about this as well, like if Aurelia gets behind, the only way she gets health back is by hitting minions. So she has to be in melee range, in bite range, in pillar range, and gank range to do anything in that lane at all. Whereas like if Trundle falls behind, at least he can regen off his passive and just kind of be around and gain experience. So yeah, if he does fall behind, if Aurelia does fall behind, then it's going to be a really rough situation where he's got to get a bunch of help, get Wukong in there, who's also not a great early game ganker, right? Like Wukong Aurelia is going to have a pretty hard time killing Trundle, I feel. And so there's a little bit to be worried about in that lane. Now the mid lane, we'll talk about that one. Lulu versus Gragas. Pretty much a lane we've seen before. We saw Peke have an amazing Gragas game from Fnatic earlier today. Maybe we get that one coming through. But of course, Lulu, first picked for a reason. Great champion.
Yeah, she's just a bully. Very, very annoying to play against. Lots of speed ups too. That's going to help out with Evelynn. But talking about amazing Gragas play at Katowice, did you see Hai's kill onto Caitlyn? Who was it? Who was he playing against? It was a Fnatic, so it must have been Reckless, right? Oh my God, it was beautiful.
I didn't see it.
He set up a regular barrel by his feet. And Reckless like, he just moves out of the way. And then he ults him over it, and as he's flying by, pops the first barrel, and he dies.
That's awesome.
It's beautiful.
It's amazing stuff. I love seeing those happen. I like the explosive cast kind of body slams. You can get them halfway. You slow them down so when they stop getting pushed around, you can just chase them down. Those are always really fun moves to go for.
I'm happy that like everyone's embracing the flash combined with different dash spells too. And Gragas is definitely a premier champion to use that combo on because everybody's seen all of the body slam and then flash maybe in a weird direction or something like that. Scar is a pretty big fan of that one too in North America.
Yeah.
But everybody, even across the other side, has been using that.
Dude, Pekka had one today that was like, I didn't think it could even reach that far.
He's got a big belly though.
Yeah,
you
apparently.
just have to flash kind of close.
And just it extends it briefly and then it stretches back and he's okay. But yeah, and I love the champions that are like that where not only
have big bellies.
Yes, I love the big belly champions. Urgot's another big favorite of mine. Just big and bloated, whatever. It's fine. But not only because they're flashy and really fun to play, and you know, I mean, they're awesome. They're fun in that regard. But also because
that was not on purpose. Okay.
No, I'm just that good. They come out on their own. But also because you know, a champion like Gragas has, even if you're doing horribly. Like, you can still have those perfect barrels that, like, set things up. Like a Nivea, right? Like, you could be 0-20 Nivea and have a game-changing
Oh, yeah.
wall.
As long as you can look cool even if you're behind.
Yeah. As long as you can make a good play, like, you have the ability to come back and do something for your team.
Right. Well, we are waiting a little bit because a couple of people are patching. We are on the new patch now.
Yeah.
Or it's not the new patch. It's new for Challenger.
Yeah, 4.3.
4.3 is new for Challenger. This is the first European broadcast for Challenger that's going to be on 4.3. We're not on the live, though.
No.
That 4.4. So
yeah,
these are those Doran's nerfs, and as we already went over,
Doran shield nerf, Kale changes, GP10 changes. Those are the bigger ones ultimately, and of course the champions are being picked up. Kassadin nerf still got banned in most of the games we saw. We saw him go through a couple of times. I don't think it's like, I'm not looking at it like, oh my god, guys, by the way, Kassadin got through. Like, we're okay with that now. Yeah. But that's been happening. Yeah, it did have a connection issue that I believe in real time we've solved and are going forward, but we cast off a delay here in Challenger so that people don't like ghost the streams or anything. So, you know, everyone's going to be fine. We'll get into the game really soon. Probably.
Tip break.
Oh, whatever. They already know, right? Like, because you'll kill the Nexus, and then you can go load the stream and watch us talk about how you just won the game for your team. We do that for the players.
They can relive that winning moment
immediately. I was actually talking, I think it was the Insomniac manager, which is now Never Give Up. I got home and he's like, yeah, we're actually watching through the games right now. Oh, I really liked when you called this fight. I'm like, oh, thanks, man. And he's like just telling me about the commentary because he's watching the games again.
Nice.
I don't know. I find those really interesting. But, of course, you can tell the players taking their time, watching their own games, making sure they're good to go. And, I mean, for these teams, they haven't played in 3 weeks.
It's true.
Because
well, they've played.
Well, sorry, I guess 2 weeks. I take that back. Yeah, they haven't played for 2 weeks there because the other quarterfinal was played last week, and And yeah, because we're only doing two quarterfinals at a time, so they've had a long time to prepare. This is going to be their first official match for Challenger Series on this patch, though. So they've got to kind of both teams have their own set of prep they've gone through. Like they've learned new champions and new builds because of the changes, and now they've got to put them out there again and try again and see what works. And of course, we saw the same bans come through here, bans that we expected because the champions like they'd like to play. But at the same time, we saw new stuff come out because of the Morgana, right? And the Zillion coming through that are new for these guys.
Yeah, no Draven, I'm sad.
Yeah, it got banned, though. So it's like, okay, well, at least we saw him in Champ Select. It's understandable. Radix won't get to play it. Why are you so sad about Draven being banned?
I don't know. Just a big fan of the champion.
Sorry?
Just a big fan of the champion.
He's just cool? I mean,
as everyone should be.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, of course, exactly. Draven is the awesomest champion in the game. Honestly, everyone should be fans of Draven. Everyone already is fans of Draven. If you're not, you're lying to yourself. He's actually the best champion that ever existed. In fact, the league itself is named after him. It's the League of Draven.
We're going deep here.
We are going deep here. Honestly, I mean, he earns more money than everybody else for kills because his just matter more.
Uh-huh.
It's like orcs painting their truck red. They just believe it enough and
does
they
he
do
get
go
Triforce?
faster.
Is that the recommended build?
So I love the fact that Draven has like 18 different items you could buy a second. Like everyone starts Bloodthirster, but you can go Static Shiv, you can go Last Whisper, you can go Infinity Edge, you can go Yomu's, you can go
Blade of the Ruined King.
Blade of the Ruined King. I mean, you could. I've seen Sword of the Divine, which hurts frickin' a lot, by the way. 3 crit Q axes is a lot of damage. You're gonna die when those happen. So Draven probably has like the most differentiated, and Trinity Force is one of them. Double Lift goes Trinity Force Draven. Unfortunately, though, yeah, so Draven's cool. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see him. But guys, just so you know what's been going on, we had a long pause. NGU actually have forfeited Game 1. We were paused when they tried to resolve their issues. Unfortunately, they could not. So
never gave up, just gave up?
They had to. It's in the rules. Damn. They didn't want to. Unfortunately,
they were forced to. We're
going to see what happens with Game 2, though, guys. We're going to be right back with Game 2 here between NGU and Departed. Stay tuned.
Give me a fat beat!
Welcome back to the 2014 European Spring Challenger Series, guys. It's time for Game 2, Who Never Give Up and Departed. Now, unfortunately for NGU, Game 1 was a forfeit due to some technical issues, but we're back. We're actually in the future in a Champ Select. We're ready to go for this Game 2 matchup.
We're back to the future.
We are back.
Perfect.
Marty McFly is in the building. We're ready to go. There's going to be a bunch of gigawatts. It'll be great.
Now, this is going to be a completely different Champion Select.
Yeah.
Everything's different. This is game number 2. Game number 1's done.
Yep.
Departed were victorious.
Yes, they were. Now, I actually expect Champ Select to be very similar, though. I think, I'm guessing, actually, probably the same 3 bands in the same first pick.
I mean, they didn't get to test out the champs that they wanted to.
Yeah.
They got a lot of the champs that they did want to use, but they didn't see if it was actually going to work. So those little adjustments that we usually see going into Game 2, not going to be there. So I do agree with you. I think it'll be very similar.
Yeah, all you really get is a sense of like, oh, they're going to pick this. Interesting. Like, I didn't expect the Morgana or Zilean picks, really. They weren't in their normal champion pools.
I think definitely the Zilean. Yeah.
And that's going to throw people off a little bit. It's like, oh, they're playing disengage supports now. That's different. Okay, and they'll have to be kind of aware of this. So I'm curious to see what actually changes this one. Is, I guess, the third now support that Masterwork has played, now Zilean, who is, I guess still a defensive support. He's got the revive, he's got the haste up and whatnot, has some damage, but...
Yeah, I know, but the other shield supports were up for him, right? Janna
Lulu got taken, Janna was available, Karma was available. Yeah. Morgana was taken, to be fair, but, it's kind of Karma,
play, though, she's one of the huge shield supports right now. EU LCS today, was it every single game?
Every single game.
Every single game had Karma in it. The late game speed, can't count that out. And we saw a lot of actually, especially Unlimited, would flash in to get the tether.
Yeah.
He was being like the initiation Karma to get picks. He was like coming for
just
you.
to root somebody.
Yeah.
And it works, honestly, like, and it's funny too that like that pool keeps progressing. Like before it was like just the 3 big engage supports over and over and over and over again. And people realize, wait, I can play disengage support and beat it in lane as well as team fights. And just run an engaged jungle like Pantheon, and that'll work too.
We had that 1 week where like Morgana came out and everyone was like, oh my god, I forgot about Morgana. She destroys Leona.
Yeah.
And then next week in North American LCS, Expresso just completely outplays like Crepo as Leona versus Morgana, and everyone's like, oh, never mind.
That one works.
Yeah.
yeah. And then it moves on again because now Morgana, I think she's really bad against poke situations.
Exactly.
And when Morgana comes out, you run like a Karma and you'll win that matchup. Even Nami, who's a kind of weak laner, succeeds very well against Morgana.
I mean, it's really interesting, especially with the new Spell Thieves. I mean, Morgana loves the new Spell Thieves as well.
Yeah.
But also, 2 versus 1 switches.
Yeah.
Got a buff actually with the new Spell Thieves because I thought that it was going to be useless against towers.
We both got it wrong. Yeah.
You use that thing on towers. Whenever you get up to the tower in a 2 versus 1, like those are free hits.
Yep.
Extra money, extra damage on the turret. They're very strong in 2 versus 1 situations.
Yes. Super impressive. So we'll see what these guys can go for. Annie, Draven. Yep, the Draven's still getting banned by Riddick's. Actually, interesting, NGU still banning the Kassadin themselves. Jack still to be banned for Departed, I am sure, which means Lulu will be able to be picked up by NGU if they want it for Masterwork. We'll see what their last ban ends up being.
Yeah, this is a really tough decision. Because you, in the state of the game right now, you don't want to give away Lulu, usually. But Jax has been a staple ban for them against Morsu. So do they stick with the targeted ban or do they go with just general power? I think you're right, though. They'll probably go with that, stick with that Jax, yeah.
Kha'Zix's banned away again. There we go. So I'm guessing still first pick Lulu here. I don't know if there's anything else that's that really hotly contested. It is going to go. Now, again, 4 times out of 5 that's gone to Masterwork. The time it didn't was because it was stolen away. I have yet to see BB play that. Now, that said, BB has been most successful on support mid laners. That's been Orianna so far.
Yeah. I mean, Lulu definitely, it's going to be pretty similar and fairly easy for him to have a strong laning phase, at least on Lulu. So I think that he'll be very happy with that pick. I was thinking about, though, because they're so intent on banning Jax, kind of the choice here, the last ban for Never Give Up, is like, do we actually want Kha'Zix or would we rather have Lulu?
Yeah.
And they actually chose Lulu over Kha'Zix and ban out Kha'Zix instead.
Yeah. So there we go. The Lee Sin, the Jax, all that getting removed away. That's one of the good things if you have really predictable bans. Like, I know people talked about this. I believe it was with Coast. It said, like, Nintendo's actually deceptively really good because the champion pool is so small Coast have like reliable anti-bans. Like you were always going to ban these against Nintendo, and so we can actually play our champs like much easier, and people call that a bonus for the team. So
so you make your opponents be predictable by actually being predictable yourself.
Yes.
That's next level mind games.
Next level mind games, man. You predict the prediction, and
All
then
right.
you're 2 levels up.
Boom, Vi gets through. This is also pre-nerfs Vi. So
True,
we talked about it before last game in Champ Select because this Champ Select is so focused on the other lanes. A lot of junglers have been getting through here. Vi extremely highly prioritized as well.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the single target that they want to catch for sure. Sivir, though, one of the only AD carries that Vi does not like to go for just because of Spell Shield. In this case, though, even if she does lock on to Sivir and get really deep without that having to deal damage, she's got a Lulu knockup to fall back on.
Yeah. Yeah, and that should work out pretty well. I want to see Vi ult someone, and then that guy pulls a lantern and just brings Vi like a Maokai.
There's a YouTube video of just a straight up LeBlanc all by herself. Distortion, Mimic Distortion, Flash. You're like 1,200 yards away from where you thought you were, and you're going to die under the turrets.
Yeah, still happens, still goes down. So the last couple picks coming through. Sivir does come in for Departed, so they're actually changing their lineup, I think, more so than NGU were really looking to. So Thresh comes in for support, not going to be Morgana here for Perm. Still the Evelynn, Trundle still coming through, and Sivir does come in on this one. So the Sivir AD carry, still the Aurelia versus Trundle matchup. So NGU now blind picks their mid lane.
All right, so looks like it will be the support Lulu, so very happy with that one. And it is going to be, again, the double shield comp, going with the Lucian. They're going to put a lot of their emphasis on the AD carry as well as this Aurelia. Now, both times, Trundle was picked before Aurelia, so they're both happy with this matchup.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see how this matchup plays out. Because it's, they're very popular over in EU to use Aurelia, but not so much in North America. Really want to see the exact strengths of this champion because you have to work around her cooldowns to be able to go for those trades. Trundle, his cooldown's always coming up, cycle through, so you don't really have to pay attention too much. But Aurelia, if you pay attention to when she pops the true damage there, when her blade changes colors, and you wait for that thing to go down, as soon as this goes down, you go aggressive on her and punish her. Because she misses out on so much when that is down.
And you have a decent-sized window, too. Like, it's a pretty easy tell. You put the pillar down either to disengage or to re-engage afterwards. You just chomp that guy down. And the thing is, I mean, this is great about Trundle is he's got that AD damage reduction. So once you lose your 10 style, you really do have just, like, crap damage against Trundle. We'll see how that one pans out. Last few picks come through. Ziggs is going to come in for Nick in the mid lane. I think he's going to have a good time of this matchup up against Orianna. So now I want to see what these guys end up doing with their compositions. NGU, honestly, Lucian, unless he goes for like the early Infinity Edge build, like if you do like Bloodthirst or Trinity Force, your like persistent DPS is actually really crappy on Lucian, and they have to almost entirely rely on Morsu at that point for damage output, which is a risky thing for me for NGU.
I mean, it definitely is pretty risky for this team because, as we said, they're relying on the AD carry and the top laner for all their damage, and everybody else is sort of speed boosts and shields. So they're looking for a lot of picks because they have Vi as well. So speed boost that Vi, pick somebody off, then you go for an objective. That's what they're looking for. Meanwhile, Ziggs and Sivir, you're great at defending any sort of siege. If either of those champions are up, you only even need one of them, actually, and you'll be able to defend. So this never give up team kind of has to catch somebody out before they go for any of these moves because
they won't get it under the turret.
Ridiculously difficult to push against that.
Are you like able? I don't think this is like necessarily true, but I want to kind of put it out there because you've got the Orianna ball and because you got Lulu. Like, could you just like face tank with Vi like a turret for like 7 seconds just to force the engage and like forget minions?
7 sounds like a long time, but you can definitely get in maybe a Lucian Sheen proc auto attack that's a double or something like that, and slowly chip down the outer turrets. However, that does not work on the inhibitor turrets because the regen you have to get more than just a couple chips off every time just because of the regen of those turrets.
Okay. So we'll see how much NGU can do against the pretty good at defending Departed lineup. Babunia, to point out, did go Ignite for his lane, so not a teleport Trundle. Does want to be able to bash up against Morsu here in the top lane. And once again, Departed.
Flask Aurelia there for this matchup.
I like that. I like it because he's going to go through his mana fairly quickly. I think he'll be using a lot of his active abilities to hold up in that lane for a while.
And sustain, so yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so, you know, the health regen's of course worth it as well. Flask and 3 potions means he's going to be in lane for a long time the first time. He's got about 800 health worth of consumable HP, plus a 10 style regen.
Good old line of scrimmage here. All right. Nobody even dances, though, in Challenger. They're too serious.
I mean, Lulu's kind of like, I feel like she's always dancing in a way. And actually, Aurelia was for a second. She stopped, though.
Okay. Well, we do have one of the cheap health crystals as well, this ruby crystal for Thresh. Going to be rushing for that Sightstone. Now, the Sightstone was also reduced, so it's definitely a very viable path. You don't have to start with one of those gold-generating items because you'll get so much value out of a Sightstone. This is
into
so
the brush
bad.
play into the
Why?
background. Ridix did already learn Q at level 1. He's going to take all down to 200 health right now.
There's no reason to ever do that by yourself. If you're ever even thinking of do that, you go with your support. Your support is Lulu, though. She could have Glitterland. She could check the bush for you. There's zero reason to ever do that as an AD carry.
Yeah, that was a little ridiculous. So, Kikis, blue buff. I got to start early.
Okay.
I already missed one game. I got to make up for it.
He's definitely going to pay for that mistake with the first wave here. That's a lot of money that he's missing.
Yeah, so let's see how much Masterwork can get. So far, he's getting just the coin gold. There's one last hit for himself, but of course departed with the early push. Ruby Crystal start. We'll see if that pays out for much. Eevee first Nick in the mid lane. See how this one goes.
Yeah, this is pretty much farm master farm lane over here. But man, Ridix just put himself at a pretty big disadvantage for this lane, and we talked about the importance of these AD carries for both teams. Since NGU especially, since they're a shield comp here, putting a lot on his shoulders. He needs to catch back up. He needs to get a lot of damage because it's really going to be him and Morsu towards the late game.
Exactly. And keep in mind, you just gave Sivir an easier lane. Sivir is one of the scarier lanes to go into because she's short range. You can push around, especially with someone like Lucian. And they got around.
Oh, and they
nice
made a
hook
hook.
comes
Oh my
in the Q
God.
as well. Flash forced early away from Ridix. They do get some damage back though. But yeah, I gotta say, it was a good start for Departed.
Yeah. Taking another summoner down here. This bottom lane is getting primed. Now, the good news sort of here for Never Give Up is that Sivir lanes are always going to be pushing at you, and they don't have to overextend.
Ooh, this slow onto Nick. Satchel's going to get him away. Lasagna gonna land the E, get a little bit of damage down, but hey, it's some mana and health burned.
One auto attack. Not quite worth your time as a jungler. Going for that gank. That's why I said this middle lane was really going to be farm heavy, because both of those champions can CS pretty far back, and they also have viable escapes for both of them. Orianna can just speed herself up.
And Kikis, meanwhile, still just farming away in his own jungle right there. Lasagna hasn't made much happen, so pretty farm-heavy jungle here, Kikis. 4.5 right now, probably going to back for Spirit Stone by this point.
It's an interesting Tribush ward there by Aurelia, because the jungler is Evelyn, so the wards really have to be close to jungle camps to see her as she comes out.
Well, there's the push you talked about. Lasagna comes in there, Spell Shield burn, jumps in onto Willet, good damage. There's a flayback as well. Lasagna's still trying to make it happen. Does get some damage now, but no summoners burn.
Exactly, and since they were already shoving the wave, they can return to base right now, purchase, and get back as quickly as possible. They probably won't lose out on too many minions anyway. So another gank from Vi, but it's not going to get the team much. He's really trying to make stuff happen, but none of them are actually getting anything done. Meanwhile, Evelyn's been hard farming the jungle, already has an experience advantage here, and comes out a bit stronger, already having purchased as well.
Yeah, so Longsword on there. Sightstone now done for Perm in bottom lane, so his little bottom lane excursion has paid off. He's going to have ward control for Lasagna the rest of the time here. We'll see if Vi can get any more ganks on the bottom side. Top lane, though, I want to see how this is going. Actually, not well for Morsu. Babunia up 10 minions right now. Getting the push going down. No one's seen any jungle ganks just yet, but Morsu, the other guy we want to look at for NGU, not off to the best start.
Yeah. I'm not sure how much of that is that he's playing against Evelyn, and Evelyn was in the jungle, so maybe he was playing more safe, but he's definitely on the back foot right now. I think that Aurelia, though, definitely waiting to scale up anyway, so we'll have to see what his first purchase is, because as he said, he wants to stay in lane for a long time with that opening buy of all regeneration consumables.
Yeah. And he's actually only chugged a couple of flask charges.
Yeah.
I think he's used like maybe 1 or 2 potions, only 1 flask charge. So he can still stay in for a while. And now that Trundle's backed up, picked up some Dorans, he's just getting get the CS back and tying back up here.
Yeah, exactly. He did a fine job CSing under turret for Aurelia there, pretty easy. So even though he was at a disadvantage and it was shoved up to his lane, he did a great job catching right back up there, landing all of the extra keys.
Ooh, good hook on Riddick. The pull comes in. There's Kickus as well. Riddick's forced to run away. Good amount of damage. Will keep him alive. Masterwork takes some pain, but he's going to be all right. These gangs are unfortunately not turning into much. They're turning into damage.
Yeah.
And I got to say, the pink ward here in the Tri-Brush, though, they try to pull Lasagna in. 2 Trinket wards been killed so far.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, they find Perm. Good early damage. Does he have to run away? Has Ignite, has Flash, burns that one. Here comes Woolite, though. 3 versus 3. Lasagna forced to run away. Looks like Riddick was not there to help. Little might help. Hook not quite going to land, but low health bars for NGU.
So it was a good pink ward bait. The Ziggs bomb, not going to hit anything. That was a good pink ward bait, but as you said, because the lane is shoved, Riddick's is not there. So in any case, it turns into a 3 versus 2 because he's trying to CS at his turret.
Wow. That's aggressive by Kickus.
Yeah, he's going super deep. Now he's in trouble because he's on the wrong side of the map. Let's see if he can actually get out. Orianna coming down.
Okay, he's spotted.
They have ulti.
Oh, no, Morsu trying to run away. Ignite is on, and the Trundle. First blood is going to happen. Morsu finds that one with the DOTs right there. That's a good start.
All right, so Kickus got out, and Morsu actually goes down first. So very good start here for Departed. Not only does the jungler escape, but top laner with a solo kill.
Yeah. So a Sheen and a Doran's Blade comes in for Morsu to try to hold that one back. Now keep in mind, part of that fight was an item differential. The Rabunia had 2 extra Doran's Blades.
And you talked about how he had only chugged a little bit of his flask, you know? If you have all those consumables, then you want to stay topped off.
Yeah.
You don't want to ever, at the beginning of that clip there, he was at half HP and is in Trundle range right there for melee range. If your inventory that you started out with is all consumables, you have to top yourself off because you don't have combat stats to rely upon, and you're just relying upon that regen. So you have to make sure that you're not getting lazy with it.
Well, unfortunately for him, he was just a little bit there. Rittik's double Doran's Blade and a long sword makes it much easier to last hit under his turret. Doesn't need any help anymore to do that, so good for you. Morsu with the Sheen, he'll have some kind of trade potential, but Babunia has recalled back for his own items. And you're going to see an even bigger item lead now. Cutlass picked up well in advance of his opponent. Babunia still going to be winning that lane matchup.
Yeah.
AD carry is pretty equal as well.
Babunia had a lot of hype too.
Yeah.
You know, heading into this, talking about how well he did even though he was behind. Now that he's ahead in the lane, I want to see how he exerts his will as Trundle.
Yeah.
And again, we have to point. Oh, never mind.
The dive comes on in. The shotgun going to land as well. Pushes him the wrong way, though. Vi ulti brings her to the backside. Nick going to get away from that one with really not more than a flash burn.
Yeah. Vi ulti for flash, though, is a pretty good trade as Vi.
Yeah,
The only thing is you have to return there to make it count. Once that ulti comes back up, we'll see what Lasagna can do with it. Will he target the mid lane again? And Ziggs, by the way, is going to be thinking the same thing. So he's thinking, before, on my next back, I need to get some wards. Because if I does a repeat gank, the ult's going to be back up before my flash. I need to get some vision on both sides of my river here.
Well, thankfully for Nick, he does have wards in inventory. Just got to make sure he gets them on the right, or the correct side there, and make sure he doesn't get blindsided by Vi here. See if that can happen. Morsu 1 level down to the top lane, still holding up in minions, so he's kept that score close. Just the deaths kind of matter.
Yeah. And I don't think he's going to be too lax about chugging his potions anymore. He's definitely going to be aware of the burst potential from Babunia. As we said in the Champion Select, a lot of Trundles taking teleport. Babunia opts for that ignite, and it showed up there. He got the kill with it.
Kickus looks in, pops the ulti, BB shields himself, gets away with the flash. But there's no shockwave on BB, so they know they can push him.
Another jungle ult, another mid laner flash. So evened up right there for Departed. And now we see Vi already pinged out down bottom.
He actually asked for help right there. That was the I need assistance ping. Smart ping making us casters' lives easier. They knew they needed help against Lasagna, but he turns around anyway. So much slower start to this game. I mean, NG really waiting for the AD carry and top laner to come online, but both those lanes actually in rough spots.
Is about to come up here for Babunia. They're timing this gank with the ignite. Make sure they have enough to burn through Aurelia's sustain, and they're going to even add in the Ziggs bomb for good measure.
Really good assist right there. Jumps on in, not going to help Morsu much. Goes down, Kickus picks up the kill. 2 kills now in the top lane. Lasagna forced to hold.
Just such a well-coordinated gank right there. Using the jungler and the mid laner to coordinate with the summoner spell. Wow, Kickus just takes all of it.
Lasagna just destroys him in the face, though. Flash away from Babunya. Can he survive this one, though? Chugging potions. Has a red buff. Nope. Bit down. Babunya picks this one up. Now in the bottom lane, the Woolite. One hit from Dead Masterwork. Oh, takes a Q to the face.
Missed the flay.
Now Perm versus Riddick's. 1 kill picked up right there. You're right, the flay missed. No help, though, to get rid of Woolite unless the dash comes up. 2 seconds on it. Riddick's does have flash. There's the Q. Dashes in. Spell shield comes in. Woolite. Can he win it? Oh, the outplay, the level up to stay alive, too. Oh, man. He shouldn't have queued. He should not have queued.
So not worth. He flashed for it as well. All right, so this is the beginning. Both members of Never Give Up go for the AD carry, as they should. Great focus right there. Man, he misses a hook onto a minion. He put up a great box, though. You gotta give him credit for the good box.
Yeah.
I think that play might have cost him his life. But in the end, it works out for the team because it sort of baited Lucian in there for the chase because he still had his flash up.
Yep.
So in the end, worked.
Yes, I mean, someone would say that chasing's never worth it. In this case, I mean, yeah, it worked out for Departed. Honestly, 3 box walls got used in that fight as well. So
yeah,
you said it was a good
great
box. Yeah, 3 of the 5 got hit.
It was just the hook and the flays that were not so great.
It's okay. The one that didn't require aim worked out really well. Masterwork now puts some damage back on a Kickus. There comes Lasagna as well. No ulti available for Vi. So can they chase on to much more? Riddick still trying to put the damage down. Perm not a good spot. Glitter lands in the base. Nick comes in. Shockwave gonna hit not too much actually there, and the re-engage comes in. Are they gonna find anything else to do here? Riddick's still running away. Dashes out. He's gonna be safe. 5-2 for Departed though. Gotta say, good mid game for these guys so far.
Yeah, wow. Departed's mid duo lane there just ran the gauntlet all the way around the dragon and made it out alive, attracting 4 members from Never Give Up. It was all distraction freak. Now, behind the smoke and mirrors, they take the dragon.
I mean, not really smoke and mirrors. There's a ward right there seeing him do it. So dragon goes down. 18.8k gold. Oh, jungle bombs get stolen.
Golems too?
Man, that is a greedy Ziggs. He's making it happen though, taking all the jungle.
That was blind, by the way. There's no wards over there.
They could see Vi go through Tribrush. That was it.
Yeah, he saw him go towards the area kind of low. And just decided to go for it.
Takes away the golems.
There's been some good Ziggs ultis. I like the one up top, by the way. I was talking about, man, that was good coordination. Usually we'll be like, okay, yeah, the top laner and the jungler, they were talking, oh, my Ignite's coming up, we can dive him right here. But they also brought in that Ziggs bomb for the extra damage. It was well played by the team.
What I loved about it was that it was onto a Trundle pillar as well. Like, Trundle made sure she couldn't run out of the way. It was super great play. Departed honestly looking great as a team right now. Riddick's looking for the fight again against Willate. Misses the W. Willate wins that trade once again. It's just back to the sustained game here. Bloodthirster already done for the Departed AD carry. Lasagna going for a gank though on top of a ward. Will he go in? Nope.
Morsu going to try and zone, make the most of his jungler's time up here. Now, down bottom, the play does hit this time. So that W from Lucian missing. Sivir had her spell shield up. You miss your W on purpose so that you don't give her mana back and just use it for the double auto attack sometimes. Get some mind games going there.
It was a better mind game when it cost mana.
Yeah.
I remember when there were like such things as Malphite versus Sivir lanes, and you'd queue a minion to break spell shield, or to make him burn spell shield.
Yeah.
And you go like mana positive on the trade. Morsu Babunya still, they're looking for this one. Kickus is around the side as well.
Look, Ziggs was moving up again. I thought they were going to call in for another bomb as well, but it looks like he's just farming those wraiths. So.
They can try. There they go. Ulti pops in. Morsu not in a good spot, trying to get away. Not even going to happen. Kickus picks that one up. The turret likely to go down as well.
Another Ignite, another kill on Aurelia, and bottom lane turret goes down for them.
Wow, so 2 turrets and a dragon now for Departed on top of the 6-2 score for kills. So I gotta say, these guys looking great. So far, these guys have not dropped a single map on their road through Challenger Series 2. Challenger Series 1, they lost to C9E 2-1. They 2-0'd them this time around. Now they might 2-0 NGU as well.
Lasagna actually might get caught in his own jungle here. He's the one that's outnumbered, but he's going aggressive. See if Babunya comes on over. Orianna's going to get there before Babunya. Babunya's just ignoring his jungler here.
Kickus flashes over the wall. 100 health left on him. Will Lasagna keep going? Babunya honestly shouldn't be able to help him. The flash in. BB picks it up. Double buffs now onto Orianna, pushing in the great shockwave on Babunya. Ziggs ulti not quite going to do enough. Lasagna being there. Double kill BB. Big opening there for NG.
That's great for Never Give Up, and they should not be giving up right now. Getting those kills is a first step back into this game. We have seen a lot of pain for them so far, though, with the Aurelia lane up top. I think the solo kill had a lot to do with the fact that Evelynn decided to come up and dive so many times after that solo kill, but they do rely on him, and they need him to stay in this game. He's doing a good job at least getting that CS close. So as long as those deaths don't also cost him a bunch of CS, then they still have hope.
All right, we'll see if they can do it. 4,000, about 3,500 gold separates the teams right here. And we haven't seen either team really group up for objectives yet. Well, aside from like a Dragon that they got positioning over for Departed, these guys have been playing pretty individual games so far. I want to see who goes for what, who forces something big outside of just the standard jungle ganks and rotations. Right now, still very standard lanes for Departed. 80 carrying the bottom, top lane up the top. NGU also not yet making moves. And you said that NGU would look for picks, though, more than big team fights. So it's kind of on them, I suppose.
Yeah, and because they sort of lost control of the early game with Aurelia dying solo and that bad trade in the beginning for the bottom lane where Lucian had to go back to base level 1, it kind of stalled out their early game plan here because both their side lanes got punished so hard, and then Orianna versus Ziggs is not really a lane where you can exert a lot of pressure. Really put Lasagna sort of in a bad situation where he couldn't make a lot happen on the map, and they sort of switched it up here, just trying to farm up, try and stick in this game, and once it does get close, then they'll be looking for that extra vision where you can take advantage of somebody who's out of position. They're getting a little bit of it so far with that pink ward in the both of these small bushes. And they're also making some good roams here with Orianna.
Okay, so it's just going to be the back off here for these guys. Unfortunately, the roams aren't really working, even despite really low ward coverage for Babunia. He has no wards watching any of his entrances, but he's getting away so far pretty safely. He's able to keep pushing up to the turret and creating pressure, not getting punished for it. Departed now the first team to get to mid. They've zoned away BB from the mid lane completely, and this turret's going to go down.
Since Orianna roamed up top to try and deal with that, it was a good call to rotate over to mid by the rest of Departed here. Whenever you have Ziggs and Sivir, it's very easy for you to siege up. There's so much poke under the turret that you can do, even if the defending team comes and stands by the turret. Yeah, Sivir's got short range. She can't actually attack the turret, but she can throw Boomerang Blade in there with the Ziggs bomb.
Yeah.
Get so much AoE harass that you force them off the turret and then get a lot of free damage on it, or uncontested damage.
Yeah. And you can see they got 3 turrets now to 0, and the Dragon coming back up in 20 seconds. Departed not even trying to give up control, and so far they have not, aside from a couple of weird fights where they gave up kills, they have been totally in control of this game.
Yeah, and now is the point where you have to start worrying about on the hunt. Dragon is going to be up, so if you waste too much time around objectives, then they're going to chase you. Looks like they go for the early dive onto Ziggs, though. No Vi ulti available for this Dragon fight.
Yeah, I mean, they trade Ziggs Flash once again. We've seen the story before, and nothing much happens for it. It does stop the team of Departed from going for Dragon, but they're going to regroup for it now. Big minefield. Nice play by Nick. He doesn't have a flash to get away, but he doesn't really care too much about this one. Dragon down very low on health. Lasagna, will he go in for this one? Nope, doesn't even go for it. Flash over a bit late, and he's going to go down 1-0 plus the Dragon with a part of 2-man shock with BB on the runaway. Can he escape? Beautiful pillar for Babunia. They're going to get this kill back, but will he fall? Yeah, it's going to be the kill on to the Thresh.
Level up keeps him alive.
Wow, the survival here for Toronto. Just barely another kill trade back and forth. Now Master working a bad spot, flashing away, flash in from Wulet. Kill picked up by Kikis. 3-1 battle plus Dragon for Departed.
Okay. So, we said you're going to have to start worrying about on the hunt now, with the Dragon going to be the next point of fighting for both these teams. But it was actually Never Give Up who started everything off with that Vi ulti and sort of got caught out in the middle territory. So much poke before the Dragon there.
Yeah.
Oh my god, everyone walking through the minefield, and then Sivir Boomerang Blade over the Dragon wall on Lasagna, and he still went in for the steal. So bad for Never Give Up. They are definitely in a very, very tough spot here. Doesn't get the blue buff either. I don't think it was ready because his smite was up. He could have.
He didn't see it.
He could. Yeah, he could have. Could have grabbed that one if he was quick on the trigger finger.
Unfortunately, not so much. If he was Caitlyn, it would have worked, but Vi, not so much use of the trigger fingers here.
Got those big gloves. Hard to press smite with that.
Yeah. He would have flashed instead. And hit stop and Q.
Yeah, he's wearing his Vi cosplay as he plays Vi.
That'd be really hard to play the game for that. Just go like voice command instead. You wouldn't hit keys properly at all. You need a really big keyboard to play that properly.
You fail your first gank and you just smash your keyboard.
You'd not be able to play at all. Oh my gosh.
Right.
Please don't play Vi with a Vi costume on. It'll make it really hard to play. BB sweeps away the wards. Doesn't catch the one he was supposed to kill though. Riddick's and Masterwork still pushing the bottom lane. 0 turrets on the map still for NG.
Oh, he's got great positioning.
He's been spotted.
Here.
He's been spotted. He goes in. Ulti goes down. Some good slows on both sides. There comes Lasagna though. Great Ziggs pop. Kick a shockwave. Gonna flash to try to keep up though. He's not gonna do so. Randuin's Omen pop. Kickus though on the run. Kill picked up. Anyway, Nick get another one. Now Wulite in the 1v2. Riddick's and Masterwork trying to take him down. Some good damage. They dive on in. There comes the on the hunt. Oh, he misses the culling and can't take down Wulite.
Got the wrong angle there. So close. Wulite just hugging the wall. There was almost no space for him, but he just barely gets through. And that mid fight between junglers and mid laners, both mid laners with great AoE damage, but really just such a good item advantage for Departed here, with Evelyn having completed Randuin's versus just it was the Giant Spell. He didn't even have the Warden's Mail on Vi, and so he just got obliterated.
He's even got tier 2 boots on Evelyn. Got the Merc creds to make sure the CC doesn't last very long. Just huge leads here for these guys. 1 completed item for Aurelia compared to 2 for Babunia's Trundle. I mean, down the lines, things are better and better and better for Departed. 7,000 gold so far. 20% gold lead, pretty significant number. BB's still trying to hold on, and I gotta say, 2-1-1 for BB's Orianna. Like, it's been a champion he's been successful with. He's still doing pretty well individually, but the problem is his team having a really tough time this game.
And he has made efforts to carry the rest of his team, too. He's done some roaming, sometimes successful, sometimes not successful, but he's making the best effort there. He was trying to hold mid. Ziggs didn't have to go too far, so he got a little bit up there on CS. But Orianna did a pretty good job trying to get around the map, get everybody back into the game. At this point, though, it's so easy for Departed. Because Trundle's so far ahead, just in the 1v1, he doesn't even need teleport to split push. He's just constantly been up there, and Aurelia can't deal with him one-on-one, so they draw multiple resources from Never Give Up to the top lane, and it allows Sivir to just catch somebody out on the other side of the map, where they only have, 3 people.
Yeah. And there's only so much disengage. Like, there's good defensive tools, but as far as, like, actual disengage, NGU has to get a really good shockwave. That's, like, the only way they get people off their back.
Right, and then even after they use, their shockwave or their glitter lance for their disengage, they're just saving their lives. Then they have to leave the objective behind.
True.
Departed just pick up the objective. Yes, okay, you can disengage, you can get away with your life, but we're going to get an advantage here because we take this turret or we take this dragon.
And Lasagna, charge up his Q, uses Trinket. That ward got punched really hard, but Babunia off to the side. Oh my god, that pillar was amazing.
Even though that play had very little impact, it was pretty good to watch.
Still pretty cool. BB not against Boss. Shotgun goes down, but he will fall. Perm low on health. Roulette on the side, chased by Morsu. There comes Aurelia. Finally, the culling nearly takes down Thresh as well. 1-for-1 so far. Kick it in the back line. Pushed around by Lasagna. Masterwork gets a flashway self-ulties to try to stay alive. Morsu not getting pushed around as well. Good pillar by Babunia. Separates the team now onto Lasagna. Nick gonna get dived in the back line. Down goes Masterwork. The push in now. It's gonna be Thresh going in, knocking people around. Riddick's very low on health. More kills picked up by Departed. 1 kill traded back. Thresh goes down. Riddick's is gonna drop now as well. Morsu does get Ziggs in the back lines. 3-4 in this fight. Morsu left in the 1v2.
Flash. So does Aurelia though, so I don't think that was worth it.
Well,
you get Aurelia's flash here,
it's a good stun. Morsu, they're actually going to fight Kickus, but he doesn't land the Q onto Aurelia. He hits it onto Babunia. Flashes back over the wall.
Well, he's got another pillar. That flash was definitely worth it. He's going to get this kill on Aurelia.
Orianna's coming. Orianna's coming. There's the shield.
Now, but the tough break.
She used Distortion to get into the fight, so she can't slow down Babunia.
Yeah. But saved Aurelia's life. So
yep.
Aurelia does survive to fight another day. Man, what an extended fight right there.
Yep.
Riddick's really had the potential to clean up, but a great death sentence from their Perm at the end. Even though Perm died for it, he was able to lock up Riddick's for long enough that the rest of Departed were able to grab some extra kills.
That worked out okay for these guys. Red buff now on the field here. Riddick's going to grab this one. 3-2-1 on Lucian, unfortunately for him, still only stuck at 1.5 items. Trinity Force not even close to done. And in my opinion, like, when you're this late in the game on Lucian, Trinity Force is not worth buying anymore. You just go on for the rest of your AD carry build and just grab a Last Whisper or something.
Wow, look at this support zoning for the Dragon. They get it. Oh, but the pillar stops him.
Lasagna not going to be able to go anywhere. Does flash the wall, but a death sentence lands onto BB. Lasagna goes down to the bomb as well. 2 kills picked up for Departed as a trade for that Dragon. Nice picks up for these guys. They got 30 seconds of 5v3.
Yeah, that was heartbreaking for Never Give Up. They were almost able to sneak this Dragon away and get out with it alive. But 2 members down, one of them being the jungler, means a Baron call here for Departed. Babunya can easily tank this Baron. He has ridiculous sustain. When he throws down Frozen Domain, plus he's got his Blade of the Ruin King, he can sustain that thing forever.
Also, NGU going to retreat and go for the mid lane instead. They know they can't really stop Baron. I assume they know what's happening. They're going to take down turret number 1. Now, turret 2 under siege, but here comes Babunya. Will have Pillar. Going to lock up a lot of the retreat and just sit there on the front lines trying to stop NGU from getting out. Riddick's low on health. There comes the Lulu ulti, but Masterwork is going to die. He even stops and says, yep, you got me for sure. Riddick's going to go down as well. So 2 kills picked up after the Baron. Now, Morsu left alone, has nothing to jump to, except the enemy minions farther into the base. He's going to go that way. Good pillar again. Babunya's been having pretty good shots at this one. Morsu jumps again to some minions. He'll die eventually.
Alright, just taking a look here. What goes on in the base of Departed? This is where we manufacture purple minions.
Yes.
Alright. He got his tour of the purple minion factory, but it might cost him his life.
Well, Zig's bomb gonna hurt a little bit. Another's gonna land, and down goes the kill. Babunya 19-8 now, 10,000 gold Departed. They're gonna find Lasagna on the other side. Uh-oh, he's about to get microwaved. Down he goes. Lunchtime for Departed.
Overcooked that one. That's just sad here. The rotations here from Never Give Up, you can see what they were trying to do.
Yeah.
They were like, okay, we can't contest this Baron. Wow, they're gonna get chased down again here.
Gonna look for it. There comes the Triller, and he's gonna go down. Another one comes up. That's not good for BB. Another one drops. Riddick's now on the run, shoots in the face of Kickers, but not really going to care. Departed is flashing in. Turret aggro dropped by Kickers. Well played on this one.
The Triller, is that a combination of
Trundle Pillar
Trophy and Pillar? Oh,
or
okay.
Trundle Pillar.
Or Trundle Pillar. It works both ways there.
Thankfully.
Man, you can see what they were trying to do, though, with those rotations. They're like, we got to give up this Baron. It's too dangerous to contest it. Try and shove mid, see if we can get some damage there instead. But their wards weren't deep enough. They got caught out in their move towards mid. And so not only did they lose Baron, but they also died for it and didn't get the mid turret.
Yeah, they got mid outer and overstayed for tier 2, and it was super not worth it. So top lane inhibitor is gone. Mid lane inhibitor turret, I believe, is dead as well. Departed in a really, really good spot now with super minions flooding into the base. Mid lane inhibitor itself also gone. So not good. Under 30 minutes, 2 inhibs dead.
And we should say that Departed right now are pretty much one of the most feared teams in the European challenger scene here. They're showing why right now, but they 2-0'd Cloud9 Eclipse, who were a team that was taking scrims from all the LCS teams and just beating them all.
They won Challenger Series 1, they 2-1 Ninjas in Pajamas in the finals. Like, Departed are the new favorites of this series, and they're showing it right here. Very convincing game so far for these guys. 14,000 gold puts them in the lead here. I mean, they could win a game within 30 minutes. Like, that's pretty darn good.
Yeah, and Babunya got to be a standout player for this Departed team this time around. Last time, he was getting camped up there, but still had an impact. This time around, with getting his own solo kill up there real early, enabled him to just do whatever he wanted in the top lane. He just stayed on. Never gives up side of the map the entire time, pretty much.
Morsu's waiting to set a trap on Nick right here. Nick doesn't want any part of this, though. He doesn't have much vision.
So this is a chance for NGU to try and get back. Oh, Minion just barely.
Yeah, it would have walked in at the end. So Morsu not going to get that one. Satisfying chunk.
Still forward. Oh no, Lucian's not there either. All right, Sivir's coming down.
4 vs 4.
The small window of hope that was there has closed.
Well, don't worry, they'll never give up.
No, they will not.
Unfortunately, the Nexus might die, but they'll stay in the game.
They'll stay in the game, looking at that defeat screen,
for hoping that the respawns will come in anyway. Turret number 2 in the bottom lane is going to go down. He relayed a lantern. He didn't want the lantern though. Didn't care. Gonna be happy to just go down for the bottom lane now. 2 inhibitors are dead, minions flooding into the base, and the push will now start. Babunya, big front liner. Lasagna shows up. Can they dive? No, they're not gonna go for this one.
This is that poke under turret that I was talking about from Sivir. One boomerang blade just took half of Orianna's life. That's the mid lane carry for NGU. Just almost nullified by one boomerang blade under turret.
Wow, and look at this, just all the damage on the turret right there. Kicks in the front line, Babunya there as well. A lot of damage. Shotgun's gonna land onto a few. This is good early damage, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Lasagna goes down, Willet in the side, looking for Masterwork. It goes back towards BB instead. Orianna, likely to fall, does drop down. Ziggs with the double kill. So far, 2 are dead for NGU. The push still going in. Pillar in the back lines as well. 3 versus 5 in the battle. Can they get much more for this? Another kill goes down. Riddick's one of the only men left alive. The bottom lane for NGU, not gonna hold on to this one. Departed, gonna 2-0 in the semifinals. They'll be taking top 2. They're going to look at the first round bye and they win the tournament.
Yeah, impressive performance from them, man.
Yeah.
Made really good use of the Evelynn, coming for dives with Evelynn. I mean,
yeah.
This is on the patch where Elise is not nerfed. Great, you know, dive champion herself was available.
Yeah.
And they decided to go with Evelynn. They still pull off the same thing with Babunya actually starting it off and him tanking the turrets after he got ahead. Just... they were able to run away with a small lead and just turn it into an entire game.
Yep, little small thing at the beginning. At the level 1, Lucian face check to Brush. Not the best call right there. That set the dual lane up for success. Mid lane was pretty equal. I gotta say a small farm lead went to Nick, but overall low impact lane. But as you pointed out, top lane and jungler, the big players here for Departed, won that lane super hard, snowballed it into the team fights. Babunya was gigantic on Trundle. That was huge.
Yeah, man, I don't know what they could have changed there. I think, we didn't really get to see out the matchups play out evenly. You know, I was so excited for this Aurelia and Trundle matchup here.
Yeah.
I felt like just because he didn't top himself off with all the consumables that he started out, that kind of gave away the whole matchup there, and from then Aurelia was pretty much lost after that first solo kill.
Yeah, I do like how Babunya played the lane, though, because he pushed the lane up until he could buy double Doran's Blade, then recalled at that moment. Aurelia had to stay to farm the wave, and then as soon as he hit 6, he went in with knowing he had the item advantage, Babunya there. So I think it was a good plan. It paid out for him.
He played it really well.
Yeah, great play overall. So guys, of course, tomorrow the European LCS continues with day 2 of week number 9. Kicking off the day's event, it's Edward and Gambit taking on RNA and Millennium.
And after the pros have shattered the final Nexus, it's the time for European semi-final matchup. And it's going to be the Challenger Spring Series here. Ninjas in Pajamas versus Reason Gaming. And remember, all that league action begins at 7 p.m., 11 a.m. Pacific.
And with that, our time together has come to a close. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Kobe, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching, good night, and GG.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day changed, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good. Come on. Right. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. Right. Come on. I look good. Right.